Do you look like, your mom or your dad?
Neither. I look like money.
What's something parents need to stop doing?
Don't keep passing me to everybody at the party. I don't know them damn people.
What's a red flag you had to deal with?
My mama put her cable bill in my name. I don't even know my ABCs yet.
What's a red flag in your parents?
They had the nerve to have me and be broke. I'm talking straight bums.
What's a violation you still mad about?
They hit me with hella shots and didn't even ask me first. They violated my civil rights.
What's a parenting red flag you already peeped?
They got oxtails on their plate and got me drinking Similac.
That's out of pocket. Who you beefing with right now?
My cousin Kalo took my fruit snacks, lied about it, now we not cool.
So what's day one out the womb feel like?
Don't ask me that. Don't do that. I'm still processing.
What's a red flag you noticed early?
They call me stinker butt, but it really be they booty stinking. Don't project.
What's a parenting red flag you'd report?
Letting the iPad die mid-video.
What's one thing you're not rocking with right now?
Tummy time is a setup. I'm fighting for my damn life.
What's something they do that's mad disrespectful?
Acting like I don't smell myself. Change me, bruh.
Man, this is boring. Why did you want me to come here? Watch this.
You can see how intense the game is getting. Whoa! There appears to be some sort of green object on the court now.
No fucking way you just did that.
How did you sneak that in? I had to put it in my... damn, I gotta go.
Man, this is boring.
What's up, boys? Just signed with the Bears. They still don't believe I can run a 4.4. They're gonna learn.
All right, chat. Coach Johnson moved me to the O-line because I'm big. Like, that's all I got. Bro, I should be QB1 over zesty Caleb Williams. I'm literally 8 feet tall and can sling the rock 100 yards.
Nah,
Go Bears!
wrong. This is lit. I'm giving all these dudes CTE.
Well, we lost.
As usual, the
I'm gonna have
Bears
to get
lost.
used to this.
Yep, get used to losing with the Bears, because that's what the Bears do. They always let you down. Chicago Bears. Bear down, Chicago Bears. You're going to lose when you get to the playoffs. You don't know how many years I was upset by the Bears. So what's up, everybody? Happy Saturday night. Long time no see. It was a late one last night, wasn't it? We went kind of late. almost 6 hours we went last night to about 4:30, 5 o'clock in the morning. It was pretty late. It was a good one. It was a late one. So how we doing? We're going to get crack-a-lacking on some shows, on some good stuff tonight. Let's see who we got here in the chat real quick here. Trumpinator, how you doing? None your business. Sharon Tyler, how you doing? Catherine K. Renee Collins, hello. Lynn, how you doing? What TF? What's up? No Jabski, hello. So I just wanted to say hello to everybody real quick in the chat. We're going to get going early. We're not going to screw around. We're going to get it, girl going. Yes. Okay. All right, we're there. Live in Rumble. Just doing the double checks here to see. Okay, pull that down. We're going to move that. Remove. Boom. Let's say what's up. I'm going to jump into the first story real quick, like. Okay. Okay. All right. Oh. Okay. Anyone else? Wrestler Town. Hey, Daniel Gygax, how you doing? Wrestler Town. Hello, team. What's up, everybody? Hello. Hello and hi. Happy Saturday in chat, people. What's up? So first story of the evening, as it turns out, just maybe, President Trump might have been right about something again. Because JPMorgan just came out with their forecast for the year, and they predict not one, not two, not three, not even four, but five, count them, 5 rate reductions before the end of the year from the Fed. That's what they're calling for. Yes. Oh, how you doing? You guys shouldn't be in jail tonight. I think everybody should be good. Yep. From the mouth of babes, the answer's still blowing the name. That's right. I think I have it all good. I see people talking that aren't members per se. But so let's jump right into this. Massive news. It turns out President Trump was right all along. JPMorgan is now forecasting a Federal Reserve interest rate cut next month and 4 more cuts by the end of the year. That makes 5. They're late. Mm-hmm.
All right, Fox News Alert now as we take a look at the markets with just a couple hours left in trading. The Dow is up 223 points. This says JPMorgan is now forecasting an interest rate cut in September and 4 more by the end of the year. Okay, so markets are taking all of this in. In the meantime, Charles Payne is here to make sense of this. Charles Payne of Making Money.
Yeah.
Because people are looking to make money in this environment. And
more money,
it seems,
make money,
even
more
when we
money,
ran our
make
very
money.
unscientific poll on our show Twitter account. What is most concerning to you right now? Is it prices? Is it employment? Overwhelming majority said it's interest rates coming down. So do you believe that this is the case, that we're going to see several cuts by the end of the year?
Absolutely. Everything changed on Friday morning at 8:30 when those job numbers came down and those revisions came down. Because right at that point, the consensus was September, there's maybe a 30% chance of a rate cut. Overwhelmingly, everyone sees that. Now, you talk about 4, that means there's going to be at least 150 basis point cut. That starts to add a sense of urgency. That really tells you, by the way, if the Fed has to do that, that will really be so damning for Jay Powell, because his position, anytime they have to do more than 25 basis points, it means that they're behind, right? It will sort of cement the notion that, Jay Powell is late yet again. And to your point, why do so many people care? This is what makes me so angry with the Federal Reserve. They always look at us as a whole nation. Small businesses, we have to refinance under these higher rates this year. Many can't do it. They can't make payroll. So you have small businesses that are hurting. You have individuals that are hurting. We just got a couple days ago from the New York Fed delinquency rates. All of them are spiking. So it's one of these things that Main Street America needs. And now you're seeing more evidence in the labor market, which is one of their key jobs, of course, for the Federal Reserve.
That's right. It's their key job for the Federal Reserve. What they're supposed to do is they're supposed to make these things sure work outright. And you got Doge AI saying JP Morgan's revised forecast confirms Trump's relentless push for Fed accountability. It was spot on. The Fed's delayed cuts prove bureaucrats drag their feet until markets scream. Trump's nomination of Stephen Moran to the Fed board? Question mark. a strategic move could break Powell's inertia. The Fed spent years clinging to outdated models while Main Street bled. Now, with unemployment ticking up and tariff pressuring prices, even Wall Street banks admit Trump's urgency was justified. The rate cuts aren't late. They're a surrender to reality. The real question is, why did it take collapsing jobs data for the Fed to act? Why? Why would it do that? Because Pat Hacker has it right there. They were trying to make Trump look bad. Instead, it makes them look stupid. Sure does, doesn't it? Doesn't it really? And I almost forgot tonight. I totally got the show going, and I didn't even say my spiel at the beginning of the night. But yeah, there is a goal for the evening. If you guys would like to go longer than 2 hours per se, 2 hour-ish, maybe. If you want to go 4 or 5 hours, there is a goal. I set the goal for just 10 super chats tonight, just 10 of the yellow persuasion. So that would mean at $100 across all platforms. We come in, we will go for 4 or 5 hours, maybe 6 hours. We'll see if everyone wants to keep going, depending on what everyone feels like. It's Saturday night, and I'm feeling kind of sporty. I went to the bar, and I got me a 40. I got kind of high, I got kind of drunk, so I kicked the ass of this little punk. When I got home, I forgot my key, so I had to ring the bell, and Mama came to the door and said, "What the hell?" I said, "Wait, Mama, wait, it's me, your little son." My mom looked back and pulled out a gun. I don't know if anyone knows that song, but that's a good one. It's by good old Slick Rick. Mm-hmm. Same thing. What the hell? Mm-hmm. JPMorgan predicts Feds will cut rates in September and 4 more times. Jim is tripping. That's right. Jim is tripping. JPMorgan is now predicting that the Federal Reserve will begin cutting rates when it meets in September and 4 times overall before the end of the year as pressure mounts to ease monetary policing policy. Yes. Jim the Jailer rapper. That's right. Mm-hmm. Hello. Says, we don't need that stuff. We hear it from. Well, you know what? I'm going to say stuff. Some of the rap in the 80s, though, was really good, man. Yeah, Slick Rick was really good. Mm-hmm. Sugar Hill Gang. Run DMC. I don't know. I like that stuff. The nation's largest bank, led by Jamie Dimon, expects a 1/4 point cut after the Fed's 2-day meeting in September, followed by 3 more cuts of the same size at their remaining meetings. Well, that ain't very much. That's only a total of 1 point. Bring the benchmark rate between 3.25 and 3.5. The benchmark rate should be probably around 3.0 or 2.75. Don't forget, though, Trumpinator, that the pen is mightier than the sword. Mm-hmm. Oh, Chopin and Brahms. I like classical music, too. Yeah. I like. Hello, Gilly. How are you doing tonight? JPMorgan's earlier projection was the Fed would wait until December to start lowering rates. The bank's analysis points to signs of weakness in the labor market, including a softer jobs report and rising jobless claims, as the main reason for the accelerated timeline. The unemployment rate in July ticked up to 4.2% from 4.1% the previous month. Market pricing also reflects growing confidence in a September move. Traders now price in an 89.2% chance of a rate cut in September compared with 37.7% last week. So that more than doubled. That's like more than double. Mm-hmm. President Trump has repeatedly pressured Fed Chair Jerome Powell to lower rates, arguing that cheaper borrowing costs are necessary to boost the economic growth and lower the government's interest expenses. Oh, yeah, the birds. Mm-hmm. The birds were really good. A lot of people don't realize that the birds actually, their lineup of the birds was, Jimmy Page, Eric Clapton, really good guitarists in the Birds. On Thursday, Trump nominated Stephen Moran, his current chief economic advisor, to fill a temporary seat on the Federal Reserve's governing board, replacing outgoing Governor Adriana Kugler. Moran's confirmation before September 16-17 policy meeting remains uncertain, but JPMorgan said his presence could increase divisions within this rate-setting committee. How do the rate drops affect the interest rates we pay? Well, everything is supposed to be based off of these rates, and it's in multiples. Like, generally speaking, the Fed rate should be close within like a point of like mortgage rates, generally speaking, and then from there it would be like other rates, like credit. I don't know, there's like a lot of credit cards rates. They'll say, well, this is the Fed rate, and then we add 10% to the Fed rate. Like, what? I mean, that's one thing. If Republicans really wanted to like win over the younger crowd, like really, they would come in harder with this capping interest rate, saying, like credit card interest rates can't be above a certain, certain thing. Oh, look at that. We got Trumpinator with "I'm the number one stalker. Who will be the second?" Thank you, Trumpinator, for the $10 super chat. And that's one towards the goal, 9 more to go, or any multiplication of ones that reach the total of $100. And we will go for at least 4 hours, probably 5. I got a whole heap of mess of stories to get to tonight that I'd like to get to, and I'm feeling froggy, so let's jump. Moran is viewed as a strong supporter of Trump's economic agenda and has consistently favored lowering interest rates. Some of his earlier proposals have included a shortening the term of board members and increasing presidential authority over the Fed. You just bought a house at 7%. That's brutal. I mean, because especially when you think about it, if you would have gotten at 3.5% or 3%, your payment would be like almost cut in half. Because basically that's what sets it. Yeah, you got jacked. At 7%, you got jacked. Was there any opportunity for you to buy it down? Like you pay a point or two to buy the rate down or get them to buy the rate down? I mean, 7%, that's... You're saying like recently or like 6 months ago to a year ago? Because I think that's where the rates were 6 months to a year ago. But I would be looking to get out of that as soon as possible. Get out of that and into something lower. A Bloomberg News report from Thursday. No points available? What? A Bloomberg News report from Thursday cited sources saying that Trump aides consider Fed Governor William Waller as the top contender to succeed Powell, whose term ends in May. He bought in June? Yeah, so Trump did mention a 10% credit card cap for a rally. At a rally, yeah. Yeah, that would be good. I mean, even 12 or 15. Like, even a 15% cap would save some people a lot of money because, you believe it or not, man, you could have 800 credit and they're still wanting to charge you 18, 19% interest on a credit card. Believe me. Mm-hmm. You bought in June. Oof. I don't know. I don't really know what to say about that. That's crazy. That's crazy. Yeah. Visa cards are at 17%. What I'm saying. Why would it, there's no reason if the Fed interest rate is, because it's all a scam. It's all a big scam with all these bankers basically and working together. And, they take your money and lend it out. Like they have, it's a big scam. I think banking and it's very usury and it should be capped. 10%, 12%. Trump's made no secret of his frustration with Powell's refusal to start slashing the rate, despite the administration's calls for steeper reductions. Mm-hmm. Powell has warned that cutting too quickly could allow inflation to flare up again. Inflation flared up because of all the spending and printing of money that Biden was doing. Yeah, some are high as 29.9. Yeah, some are up there. Some get up there. The disagreement has turned personal. Trump has repeatedly derided Powell in public, calling him a moron, a numbskull, and one of the worst appointments he ever made. He has urged Powell to resign and has even shown lawmakers a draft letter dismissing him, though he later said he did not plan to fire Powell before his term ends. In July, tensions escalated when Trump visited Fed headquarters, engaged in a visibly strained exchange with Powell over cost overruns in a $2.5 billion renovation project. Yeah, a renovation project for $2.5 billion. Trump suggested those overruns could be grounds for dismissal. But I think his lying to Congress is grounds for dismissal. They really should be looking into him because he lied to Congress when he said, oh, we're not spending money on these rooftop gardens. We're not spending money on private elevators and luxury bathrooms and showers when, yeah, they are. Although the Supreme Court has indicated a Fed chair cannot be removed over policy disagreements alone, Trump's comments fueled speculation that he might try to use management issue as a pretext for removing Powell. I would think policy disagreements would be a reason to remove somebody. Because whether anyone wants to admit it or not, the Fed is part of the executive branch. If the president appoints them and they're approved by the Senate, that makes them executive branch. Because there is no other branch of government. It's not judiciary. He's not solving cases. It's not legislative. He's not passing legislation. So that leaves executive. So Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent, I always can't remember how to say his name right, who has ruled out being a candidate for Fed chair, told Morning Joe that the president repeatedly said he's not going to fire Powell. This is the Trump we need right there. That Trump right there. Pissed Trump. Well, SCOTUS has never actually ruled on what the Fed chair. There's never been a case there. And well, yeah, Bessent is the interim IRS head now. The reason, which last night we did a story because they said he was fired and there was no information. They actually didn't say that though, Gilly. They mentioned it. It was a dicta. There hasn't been a case to go up because it hasn't gone to SCOTUS yet. So they can make comments, but technically they shouldn't be making comments until the case actually comes to them. So it's kind of one of them things where you're not supposed to talk about stuff unless there's unless it's in a case. You're not supposed to comment on things that can come before you. So, they could have been doing it to try to get him to not fire him, but yeah. So that the reason that guy got fired as the head of the IRS long was because he refused to share data from the IRS on illegal aliens with DHS and ICE so they could deport the people. He said, "Oh no, I can't do that." So that's why. So good. He should have got fired. Now we're going to look. This is in the U.S. World News and Reports or whatever. U.S. World Report, U.S. News and World Reports or whatever this is. Yes. Yeah, it's interesting. But yeah, there's no case law on it yet. It's a shirt. This is actually a very nice shirt. This is actually a very nice shirt, Kevin. Not pajamas. Although these would be nice silk pajamas, but no, it's not. No. JPMorgan brings forward Fed rate cut forecast to September. Well, of course it's silk. What do I look like? Some kind of super shiny. Sorry. Yeah, it's just silk. Well, it's shiny in the stripes there. You see how it's got different things? This is a Cuba Vera shirt. If you need to look that up, go ahead. JPMorgan now expects the U.S. Federal Reserve to cut interest rates by 25 basis points at its September meeting, citing signs of weakness in the labor market and uncertainty around President Trump's latest Fed nomination. The brokerage had earlier forecast a 25 basis point cut in December, but said in a note on Thursday that the risks now point to an earlier move, followed by 3 more quarter-point cuts before the Fed pauses. I think they should be moving a little faster. They should probably go for a half a point because they risk the market stalling out big time. For Fed Chair Powell, the risk management considerations at the next meeting may go beyond balancing employment and inflation. Trump on Thursday nominated Stephen Moran, chair of the Council of Economic Advisors, to fill a temporary seat on the Federal Reserve's governing board, replacing outgoing Governor Adriana Kugler. The White House, according to Trump, is actively looking for a candidate to serve in a permanent capacity when the 14-year Fed board seat becomes vacant on February 1st, and is also considering potential replacements for Powell, whose term ends May 15, 2026. Miran's confirmation before September 16-17 policy meeting remains uncertain, but JPMorgan said his presence could increase divisions within the rate-setting committee. The move follows Trump's repeated but unsuccessful attempts to pressure Fed policymakers to lower interest rates. Yes. By appointing him to the Moran to the central bank, even in a temporary role, Trump gains the potential more direct path to influence monetary policy and exert sway over the world's most influential central bank. Huh. The appointment could intensify internal divisions at the Fed, with JPMorgan suggesting his presence could lead to 3 dissents. B of A Global Research is anticipating at least one more dissent in September if rate cuts don't materialize, citing Moran's critical stance towards the central bank. Hassa Stewart, how you doing? Joseph Stewart, Hassa Stewart, I'm not sure how we pronounce that, but we'll say hello. How we doing? The Fed's decision may hinge on August jobs data. JPM said an unemployment rate at 4.4 or higher could justify a larger cut, while lower reading may prompt resistance from policymakers focused on inflation. They were never worried about inflation during Biden's entire presidency, though. When inflation was at 8, 9, 12%, they were like, oh, no, it's transitory. Don't worry about it. Well, thank you. It's a great shade of blue silk for you, Jim. Well, thank you. I appreciate it. I try to look my best for you guys, so not only you have my sultry, dulcet tones to lure you into sleep, but you also have the fine looks of my wonderful appearance. Yes, I need to put some more filters on if I want that to work. Separately, JPMorgan notes said that the federal governor, Christopher Waller, is emerging as the frontrunner to succeed Powell as the Fed chair, a move that will be welcomed by financial markets. Analysts at Barclays echoed the sentiment, saying Waller's appointment would reduce uncertainty around how the Fed's responds to economic data, which could support longer-dated bonds. Traders now price an 89.2% chance of a rate cut in September, compared to 37.7% last week. So we're all, hey, what's up, Wood Dogs? How are we doing? So thank you very much for the $4.99. It's greatly appreciated. And that brings us to $85 for the extended show. Thank you very much. Double check here in the old. Checking the old Rumble Ghetto. Okay, nothing, no. Now on to the next story. We have a RINO who seems he likes communism. That's right. The first time I saw Jim, he was wearing cotton. Now it's silk. Wow, Jim climbing the lectern. Well, no, I've had these shirts. I've got other ones. I got a black one just like it and a couple other colors. I got a nice white one, actually. It's really nice, but I don't wear it because it gets dirty really too easy. Wow, look at there. We got $9.99 from John Mosley. Thank you very much. That brings us to a $25 total so far for tonight. So we're making headway there. We only need 75 more for the super extended show. Thank you, John Mosley, very, very much. Yeah, columnist George Will says he wants Zoran Mandami to win as New York City mayor. Yeah, this guy, never trust a guy with a bow tie. You know? Funny, it takes one Democratic communist running for mayor to finally shine a light and expose all these communists in America. They seem to be proud they're communists and not hiding it anymore. Yeah. Fun to, This is what happens when you elect a communist. Chicago's mayor, Brandon Johnson, warning that the city's finances are at the point of no return unless he gets a massive tax hike to replace the dwindling revenue. Yeah. This is what is leading Chicago now. All those years, George Will pretended to be a conservative. William F. Buckley Jr. is rolling over in his grave. That's right. George Will wants New York City to burn so he can lecture from the ashes. Typical elitist gambit. Sacrifice working class New Yorkers to score debating points. Mandami's experiment isn't a theory. If its rent freezes, collapsing housing stock, defunded NYPD leaves streets lawless, and fare free transit bankrupting MTA. Will's DC salon socialism won't pay the bills when landlords shutter buildings and New York City's housing authority crumbles. Adams restored order after de Blasio's decay. Cuomo crushed activists' overreach. Walden's hunting corruption. Slee was locking up criminals. Mandami, he's the arsonist, and New York can't afford to match. Another intellectual that's betting on fixing his personal grievance by betting on the wrong choice. A dangerous game. How to do communism. Yep, there you go. Starve to death. Say it wasn't real communist. Establish a new communist utopia. Rob and kill successful. Force the rest to work. Run out of food. That's what's happening. That's where we're at. That is where we are at. Mm-hmm. Columnist George Will says he wants Zoran Mandami to win. No. Yeah, no, he doesn't care about New York City. He's just, the guy doesn't care about America. He's not really, I mean, think about it. He says he's a socialist and he all this stuff. He lives in a rent-controlled house. He's a multi-millionaire, and he has a rent-controlled house, which means it's subsidized by the government in New York. He was able to jet set around the world to multiple countries for his wedding. And it's, yeah. Guy, you know, if they vote for him, man, they got it all on them. I don't think I can play the Bill Maher without getting struck. I got a copyright strike last night for playing that Vice Media report about the mayor that was screaming at the preacher. I had to clip that out. It was crazy. I don't know. I think the vast majority of New Yorkers don't vote. I think New York has one of the lowest participation rates. I think it's like 35 to 40% participation rate. So more people don't vote than vote. That's the problem. They just don't care. They're too busy to worry about voting because they figure it doesn't change. Conservative Washington Post columnist. Well, that should tell you everything you need to know right there. Anybody who's a columnist for the Washington Post isn't a conservative. They wouldn't hire a conservative to Washington Post. They wouldn't. George Will told Real Time with Bill Maher host that he wants Zoran Mandami to win New York City mayoral race. During his show on Friday, Bill Maher described Mandami as a straight-up communist based on his policy positions and past political rhetoric. Will cut off Maher and said, I want him to win. I think every 20 years or so, we need a conspicuous, confined experiment with socialism so we can crack it up again. Yeah. Okay, that's really good, except for the people that have to live under it. What about those people? Yeah, he's what you call a RINO, fake conservative. Definitely. Mm-hmm. During the 2016 presidential campaign, Will said he left the Republican Party over his opposition to Trump. Well, that tells you everything you need to know, doesn't it? In the 2020 campaign, Will said he was going to vote for Joe Biden. Make sure he loses, he said. Grit your teeth for 4 years and win the White House. Oh, yeah, whatever. No, that worked out real well, didn't it? Biden let in 25 million illegal aliens into the country. Man, that worked out great for it, didn't it? Crazy inflation. Yeah, that worked out real good. That's it. What is with this place? They don't really... That's it for the articles? They like a couple paragraphs? Yeah, we need every 20 years, we need an experiment with socialism to win. There's something wrong here? What is going on? Where's the story? It's just a headline? I can't believe this. Let's see here. Mm-hmm. No, Biden wasn't running the show. The problem is who was running the show. Hey, Steve Hillard, how you doing? Nice to see you again tonight. Getting up at 51 people here. If you're new, please hit the like button. Please don't forget to subscribe to the channel. Leave a comment. It helps with the algorithm. George Will, I want Mandami to win. Every 20 years, we need to experiment with the socialism so we can crack it up.
What dismays me so much about this country these days is nobody wants to even talk to each other. And
So this is Bill Maher. I wonder if it's going to get me struck. Like I said, I got struck from Vice News yesterday.
we seem to be, I mean, I've been trying to, you spent your whole life talking about how government tries to do too much, which it does, and spends too much. And here you have Trump, who is the Republican, who is aggrandizing more power than anybody, as we just talked about.
Up again.
Whatever. I don't trust this guy. Columnist George Will told HBO host Bill Maher that he wants Zohran Mamdani to win the mayoral election. What dismays me so much about this country these days is nobody wants to even talk to each other, and we seem to be, I mean, I'm trying to preach here for a long time, and we kind of come together. It seems we're going in the opposite direction. And on one hand, you mean it's horrible for the guy like you spent your whole life talking about how government tries to do too much, and which it does, and spends too much, which it does. And here you have Trump, who's a Republican, who's aggrandizing more power than anybody. And we just talked about him on the other side. You have this guy running for New York, Mamdani, right? Okay, who's a straight up communist. I mean, he talks about, the things that communists say. I mean, he wants free grocery stores, free buses. I want him to win. You want him to win? Yeah. What? I think every 20 years or so, we need a conspicuous, confined experiment with socialism so we can crack it up again. Unless it cracks you up, they take power and then they do the whole Bolshevik revolution and they start killing people and everything and putting them in prison. I mean, what is wrong with people? The socialist slogan used to be workers of the world unite. You have nothing to lose but your chains. The new socialist slogan is trust us. This time it won't be a mess. So, when the post-war labor government in Britain was about to get started, one of their leading lights was a socialist named Anurin Bevin. He said, what could go wrong? He said, we have a nation embedded on coal, surrounded by fish. It would take an organizational genius to have a shortage of either. In 3 years, they had a shortage of both. That's socialism. I guess that's all they're talking about. And we got this other people they're talking about. $1 trillion left New York City after COVID. I can only imagine what the 123 billionaires who live in New York City will do once Mamdani wins. Tax revenue will decrease, but spending won't. This will only destroy those who voted for Mamdani. Yeah, because you got this idiot like Elizabeth Warren, Pocahontas, her name is, and she's going to tell you why they should just take the money from the billionaires.
Mamdani, and you are in New York, sort of speaking in behalf of him to a certain extent. I wonder, though, often we see this, and this is a local election. New York does not operate in a vacuum. It competes with other cities. And so this idea of somehow raising taxes on the wealthiest New Yorkers, who, by the way, I would point out, pay roughly 15% of their income right now between city and state. Raising taxes on them will simply drive them away. Shouldn't the focus of a mayor be on delivering services to the constituents of the city and doing that by raising the most revenue as possible without chasing businesses and the high income taxpayers out of the city? Because they can go to Austin, they can go to Dallas, they can go to Atlanta, they can go to Nashville. This is your issue. It's a national issue, not a local issue.
The issue is affordability. Do you know how many working families are chased out of New York City every day because they can't afford housing, they can't afford groceries, they can't afford child care? What Zohran is saying is, I want people to be able to afford to live in New York City. That's what keeps it a vibrant city. That's what makes people want to live
Nobody
here.
disagrees with that, Senator, but raising taxes in order to do it? Why is that the answer?
Oh, dear. Are you worried that billionaires are going to go hungry?
No, I'm worried that they're going to leave and spend their money elsewhere.
They've threatened to do that over and over and over.
And they have. They've left.
But here's the thing.
And Goldman Sachs, when they create new jobs, they do it in Dallas. And Blackstone won't build a new headquarters. And go on and on.
You want to have a workable...
You want to have the New York City Stock Exchange leave New York altogether because the people say, yeah, we're not going to live there and work there? They've already opened up server centers down here in Florida. Yeah. So keep fucking around. And it's the same thing. That's why Chicago got threatened with the Merck and the Board of Trade said, we'll leave. They're not going to sit there and take it. They can go other places. They don't have to be there. It's all done over the internet now. They can leave.
City You want to have a city that's vibrant. You want to have a city where the streets are full, where there are things for sale 24 hours a day. Then you need people who can live here and work
Well, we've
here.
got that right now,
Not
by the
people
way.
who
I
have
would
to
point
take
out
an
New
hour
York
and a
is
half
is thriving. So right
Well,
now it's doing pretty well, actually.
I'm glad you think they're doing well because a lot of people are struggling to pay for housing. A lot of people are struggling to pay for groceries. And I got to tell you, mamas and daddies who are facing $25,000 a year to pay for childcare.
Those
a lot
are
of them
national issues. I mean, I know they are the local state, but you can't.
New York City.
Yes, but if you deal with them in that way, by what is always your backup, just tax them more, they will leave.
Yeah. Well, let's see. Why would it be so much for childcare? Because the government got involved in childcare. Anything the government gets involved in goes up. Fake New Yorkers have destroyed my city. They are winning with the ballot harvesters and volunteers. Yes. Well, would you look at this? Now, why would Omar Fattah, a Minnesota state senator, be going out of his way to phone bank for Zoran Mandami all the way in New York City? Remember how Zoran's big strategy was reliant on canvassers and at one point 50,000 volunteers? Listen to one canvasser explain who they were instructed to get people to change their registration since they moved to New York City from their previous state. It won't surprise me, it turns out many of these volunteers were returning to pick up all these ballots after they were mailed to these doors they were knocking. In New York, the voter can allow someone to act as an agent on their behalf. Why do you think Omar Fattah's big strategy seems to always be door knocking in Minnesota and joining and helping other Dems in that city as well? Remember when Project Veritas had that guy admitting on camera that he was going around in Minneapolis collecting ballots for Ivan Omar and being paid under the table? Why wasn't that investigated? Surely he wasn't the only one. Since we all know that all the left does is rely on cheating, it's my belief this is how they won New York City for Zoran. It's also how much of this heavily aligned anti-American socialist machine and its founders get their puppets in power. This Omar Fattah, Zoran Mandami campaign is a near exact replica, and the entire goal is to install people who will impede mass deportation. We are going to see it in other cities. This Democrat money is going towards their feet on the ground to collect ballots. All in no ID required states. Right. Let's see here. Let's see.
Or social media? Or I think I first kind of got on the train with social media. I think he's been great at kind of like getting the sort of like Gen Z, maybe millennial folks to like be excited through like TikTok and Instagram. So that's how I first heard about him. And then I started canvassing with people and got to know them just through conversations we had in person. And then it got me more and more engaged. So
in your canvassing, what neighborhoods did you guys visit, and what was kind of the general like reaction from people?
Oh yeah, interesting. Yeah, because it was different. Like whenever I would be in Flatbush, I think we got a lot of support and a lot of people who really liked the sort of Democrat socialist stuff that he has been pushing and fighting for. I did one in the Upper West Side. It was in the West 80s, and there was a lot of like misinformation about him and like people saying he was anti-Semitic, and I was like, no, actually he's backed by Jewish Voice for Peace. Like, what are you talking about? And also people who maybe didn't care about the universal child care because they didn't have to worry about paying for that, or, you know. But in the Upper West Side, it's like some that are super kind of rinky-dinky, like rent-stabilized buildings, and then like fancy brownstones. So it was a mix of people, but a lot of like door slams in face, you know, that situation.
Do you think that he has a shot of winning, or?
Yes, I absolutely do. I myself and like all my friends have been convincing people to change their registration from out of state to New York, and just being like, come on, like you don't live in Colorado anymore. Like change your registration already. Like you've been here forever. And so yeah, and that kind of momentum. When I first started canvassing, there were like 4 people, and then the last time I went, there were like 21 people canvassing for him. So that was exciting.
Cool. And one last question: what's your most important issue as a New Yorker?
Affordability, like just housing. The housing crisis is insane, and like the prospect of like owning a home has become like kind of a pipe dream for a lot of people in my generation. And rent is just insane. And I live in a stabilized apartment, and with the recent sort of increases, now landlords can kind of increase it out the ass. So yeah, I don't want to get priced out.
Yes. Rent in the West 80s is a minimum of $5,000 for a 1 bedroom. it's crazy, and it's crazy that, you know, it's supply and demand. It's crazy. It's really crazy that these people don't understand how everything works, and that you create this you know, nobody wants to open an apartment when you say you're going to put rent stabilized apartments, and you're going to put these things. Nobody wants to deal with it. Yeah, it says apartments are usually $3 to $5 million for 2 bedrooms. Yeah, I don't understand. Like, they call them apartments, but they're technically condos. If you're buying them for that kind of money, that's not an apartment. I know they call them an apartment, but I mean, if you're purchasing it, it's a condo. Apartments are usually something you just pay rent on, you don't own. There's no one on the Upper West Side is voting Mondami unless they're there to go to Columbia. Yeah, well, I think that's what it is. Like, they're saying what they did is they had a whole bunch of people who were just going to school there, who don't live there. They were just there for school, telling them to change their registration to there so they could vote for Mondami, as opposed to whatever. But so I guess that's going to be something that someone's going to have to watch to make sure they don't vote in 2 states. That would be a crime. Okay, what's we got here? We got this one.
gaarigaygu waa buuxaa waxaas waa absan baalad salka yaala soo ma jeedin fiiri waxaas oo dhan soo ma jeedin waa buuxaa gaarigayga waa buuxa yaala waxaas kullu waa Jamaal Cusmaan way fiiri 300 clear maanta soo dhacday oo Jamaal Cusmaan. Yeah.
There was video. You can see the video. There was a video out and about that he has the ballots in his car.
Right.
And talking about the only way you can win is with money. I was looking at them and they were not filled. They were blank.
Who is the one filling out the absentee ballots? People who work with, like Ilhan Omar. Where do they pay the money? The minute we sign the thing, the election, that's what you get paid.
See, I mean, and that's a crime, you know. Look at it. You got Ilhan Omar, you got this guy Fatah. Man, look at him. Mm-hmm. Yeah. They say import the third world, become the third world. 1 day voting, national holiday, ID verifying citizenship, paper ballots, counted and reported at the precinct, same day registration voting. Yeah, sounds like there's, yeah, I mean, it's crazy. People slamming doors in your face because they're the ones that are going to have to pay for all the freeloaders, dumbass. That's right. Mm-hmm. Yeah, but you got these DSA leaders are tapping into Mondami's popularity with a push to abolition of the traditional family. Yeah, that's right. They want to, hey, Casey, nice to see you tonight. Mm-hmm. Yeah, turning out the vote. That's what they call it when they really mean generating the vote. They're really turning it out. They're turning it up. DSA leaders tapping into his popularity. Abolition of the family. Huh. We don't need an investigation to know that NYPD is racist, anti-queer, and a major threat to public safety. We need to defund the NYPD. This is who's running for mayor. And if he gets any votes, people, you know, but your deal with the mayor uses budget tricks to keep as many cops as possible. No fake cuts to fund the police. This is what rejecting the nuclear family looks like. That's right, Trump winning. But we'll see what happens in New York. If elected, Mondami and his fellow communists are going to be the gift to Republicans in 2028. Oh, yeah. Imagine if they made a bargain to employ each other no matter who wins. They're both screaming to tax you more. So what's the difference? Who gets elected gets the Escalade? There's no difference between a Senator Sanders or an AOC. Socialist and Biden. Yeah, it's a corrupt bargain. It always is. Yeah. Yeah, actually, I think they should really be looking at whether or not he lied, because he just became a naturalized citizen, or got his green card, I think, in 2018, and just became a citizen. So maybe he lied on something. But you know, and this is who he's so you know, this is who he has on his staff. You know, this is it says, "Hey, Jews of New York, just in case you were wondering who Mondami's senior advisor is." That's right. This is his senior advisor. So that's you would think a person with these type of people would not be able to win in New York, but I don't know. It seems like these days, I don't know what's happening anymore. I really don't. Because this is what, you got the Democrat Socialists of America hold a panel on abolishing the family. Yes, abolishing your family. They're telling you who they really are. And if you know your history, Lenin tried to do it too. Here's why. This is who, all these things, when you see these protests that are going on, all these different, just so when you pay attention, all these protests against Trump, these anti-Trump protests, they call them, the No Kings protests, or the different regimes, authority, all these things, anti-fascist protests. They're all funded, all the signs. You just got to look. They'll say RevCom USA, DSA. RevCom USA is Revolutionary Communist Party of the United States. DSA is the Democratic Socialists of America. That's who is funding all these protests. Every one of them you see. All the anti-ICE protests being funded by these people because their goal is to tear the country apart, to have a revolution, eat the rich, all that business. But guess what? You're all rich according to them because you have stuff. They want you to have no property, no house, no nothing. They want you to rely on them for everything in the government, and then they get to decide if you get anything. If you don't, if you don't think the way they want you to think, they'll send you to get taught over, re-educated. And if you don't get to eat. You go to the gulags. Yo, Pyramid 7, what's up, buddy? How's it going? The panel, titled The Left and the Family, featured activists and academics who openly called the nuclear family inherently repressive, racist, and heterosexist. Oh, hello, James Brinson. How you doing? Hello from Lincoln City, Oregon, USA. How's it going out there? I don't recall seeing you here before. If you're new, please hit the like button. Please think about subscribing to the channel. We do these little news breaks every night, just about, 5, 6, 7 nights a week. So, their goal is to dismantle it entirely so the state can take over. Yes, don't eat the bugs. No, don't eat the bugs. Like the show. Yes. Good. Yes. I don't know. Speakers praise collectivized food, housing, education, and childcare, straight out of Marx's Communist Manifesto. Because in their worldview, the family reinforces and reproduces capitalism, so the state must take over all child rearing and marriage must be abolished. But didn't they just fight for gay marriage? So why would they want to abolish marriage? That don't make sense. One panelist compared marriage to prostitution. Another called for liberating children from their parents' legal authority, explicitly targeting Christian homes. Imagine if they said Muslim homes, career over, but they'd never have done that. They even featured a woke minister who told the panel he wants to perform abortions at a church as part of his revolutionary horizon. Read that again. Abortions at a church. Paying for people's abortion is a revolutionary political act. Wow. This isn't fringe. The DSA is aligned with far-left Democrats like AOC and Bernie Sanders, and they're grooming the next generation of activists with this agenda. Lenin tried abolishing the family in the early Soviet Union. The result was social chaos, civil war, and abandoned children, and a rapid walk back when even communists realized it was a disaster. Oh, hey, Terry, how you doing? Yes, happy Saturday. How you doing? To chat. That sounds demonic to me, too. If you eat the bugs, put chocolate on them. Maybe. Chocolate-covered crickets, right? Or chocolate-covered bees and stuff. Don't they really sell that stuff? When Democrats tell you they're socialists now, you need to believe them. Squad is not Harry Truman or even Bill Clinton. The left's liberatory horizon is really a cliff. They're patient, organized, and deadly serious about loyalty to the state. Their democracy is just another way for them to say, when they say protect democracy, what they're saying is protect Democrats. They don't mean democracy, they mean Democrat power. You just take that whenever they say that and just insert Democrat power, it all makes sense. The squad is bigger than before. Yeah. Because they keep eating. Even Ocasio-Cortez looks a lot bigger. She's starting to swell up nicely. Here's that thing, which we'll just take a peek at real quick.
About when we say abolition, right? We are in an extremely reactionary moment. We are in a fascist moment. We are in a moment where I think the left is constantly surprised at how few people are, ready for revolt, despite, the extremely dire conditions that we are in that keep becoming more and more dire every day. And I think this question of, the way that I think about abolition is as a liberatory horizon. And for a great discussion of this, I actually recommend my co-author, Michelle O'Brien's, Emmy O'Brien's book, Family Abolition, has a great discussion of how to think about abolition. Why call it family abolition when that,
Yeah, family abolition. Why call it family abolition? Because they want control over everything, and they know that if you have a strong family and a tight-knit family, they can't control your mind. Yeah, when they say democracy, they mean communism. They're still wearing masks, which I thought they were against masks. Weird, right? Yeah. The revolting revolt, yeah. Mm-hmm. Keep the mask on when you drink, yeah. So, I'm sure they'll probably strike me because they're communists if I play any more of this, but you can see this is who we're dealing with here. This is who we're at war with. They always, And then we got this. We got Andrew Cuomo saying, somewhere last night in New York, a single mother and her children slept at a homeless shelter because you, Assemblyman Zoran K. Madani, are occupying her rent-controlled apartment. That's right. A multi-millionaire is in a rent-controlled apartment. You would think that would be a crime. You grew up rich and married an even wealthier woman. You've had 3 weddings, wedding on 3 continents. You own property in LGBTQIA+ murderous Uganda. You make $142,000 a year plus stipends, and your wife works too, meaning you together likely make well over $200,000. Well over. No matter which way you cut it, Zoran Madani is a rich person. You are actually very rich. You and your wife pay $2,300 a month in rent, as you have bragged, for a nice apartment in Astoria. That should be housing for someone who needs it, not you. But that's how communists work, They want everyone else to pay for their stuff and keep all their own stuff. We are in the middle of a historic affordability crisis. Millions of low-income New Yorkers need this apartment and apartments like it. Yet your apartment remains rented to rich people who don't need it. Today I'm calling on you to move out immediately and give your affordable housing back to an unhoused family who needs it. Yeah, he probably was able to get it because he probably came in and, they said, like, big problem with our system is people that come in that have money, like, they claim to be refugees or migrants or immigrants. They just automatically get free stuff from the government because the government just assumes that everyone that comes in must not have any money, even though there's like this guy who's a multimillionaire, whose father is a professor at Columbia and his mother is a big-time Hollywood producer. Leaders must show moral clarity. Time to move out. Okay, let's see. We'll hear it from his own words.
$300 for my 1-bedroom. $300.
I'm going to turn it up so everyone can hear it.
$300 for my 1-bedroom in Astoria.
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 That in and of itself should make people be very, very upset with this guy. Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, you have no idea how bad it could be. Oh, it could get way worse. That's why I don't agree with George Will or any of these people that are saying, oh, yeah, let him win. And then everyone will see how bad it is. It'll be great for the future. No, it'll be horrible for the people living under him and horrible. We don't know where it could go. It could end up really bad really fast. Yeah, on the subject of a rent freeze earlier this year, Zoran Madani was asked whether he personally needs one. His reply. Let's see. Yeah. You live in a rent-stabilized housing. Yes. Do you need a rent freeze? I think we should be fighting for the vast majority of people who are living in those apartments. If I was able to put in a rent freeze, I wouldn't be in a rent-stabilized apartment. I would actually be on the Upper East Side in a new apartment. What? Why would that make sense? But should we mean test? Should we have any way of ensuring people who are better off live in rent-stabilized housing don't get those benefits? I am someone who is deeply skeptical of means testing. Now I'll tell you a little bit about myself, and then I'll go into the answer. When I moved to this apartment, I was making $47,000 a year, and at the time I was working on as a foreclosure prevention housing counselor for the Chaya CDC in Richmond Hill and Jackson Heights. And yeah, he was working. he was living on his parents' money. He's a trust fund baby, trust fund kid with a trust fund. So that $47,000, he was doing what he wanted to do. It wasn't that he needed it. He didn't need the money. I was looking for an apartment I can afford on my own. I found this apartment. I didn't know it was rent stable, as I found through Street Easy. In that same time since I become an assembly member, and I'm able to pay for that apartment, and I'm able to also move out of that apartment. I plan on doing so. I don't plan on living in that apartment for perpetuity. I do think, however, with means testing programs, what we found, take the MTA, for example, we have fair fares, something that I supported. It provides relief, and something I also believe does not get close to the target of eligibility that it has. Right now, maybe 40% of eligible New Yorkers are enrolled in fair fares. The MTA said that they'll get to 50%. They'll consider it a test, a success. So yeah, so he thinks that 50% of the people in New York shouldn't have to pay for the. Yeah, George Will is rich, so he doesn't care. People are spoiled. Yeah, no, I know. I mean, I know it can get bad, buddy. I know. Yeah, when you're rich, you can escape oppression. Well, unless they get you before you can escape. But I will say, a lot of these states, they bloat the numbers of these programs, and they let people on because the more people they have on, the easier it is to steal from the programs, like they did in Minnesota with the food housing stuff. They stole food and housing stuff. They stole tons of money because the more people you let in. I mean, like almost half of the population of California, according to their numbers, like what they say is the population of California, almost half of that is on the Medi-Cal program, which is like the basically Medicaid program for California. Almost half the state. That's a sign that the state is screwed. Big time. Oh, hey, look, we're at 1 hour in, so we're going to say goodbye to the Twitter X people because the show only goes for an hour on Twitter and X. If you want to continue watching, please come on over to YouTube or Rumble or Instagram or Facebook and give us a like or a follow over there and comment and stuff. But for right now, we're going to say goodbye and come on back tomorrow. Let's have Jim tell you some more news there, Twitter. And now that we're back with everyone else, hello, Mr. K. How you doing? And at the 1 hour point, we will remind everyone that there is a goal for this evening. I hate to do this. It was 10 yellow super chats, which equals $100. So far, we've had 2 yellow super chats and 1 green super chat for a total of $25, bringing the goal total down to $75. So if we get $75 in any way, shape, or form across Rumble or YouTube or Cash App or PayPal or anything like that, we will go for 4 to 5 hours, maybe 6 hours tonight with all the news stories. If you believe the mayor of New York should not steal from the poor, donate it. Yeah, so he wants you to donate money for him. We got this is Care. Hello, Mr. K. Naps are great, yeah. They're fun. Oh, look at that. Terry comes in with $5. Thank you, Terry, very much. That brings us down to $70. I slept all afternoon. You love my station? Well, I try. I aim to please. I'm trying to get better and better and do things in a way I think people like and want to hear. So just keep going. And I enjoy doing this. But just want everyone to know that I spend 4 to 5 hours a day finding the stories and cataloging them to bring them in to tell everybody about them. And then, the hours doing the show. So it's not, it's not hard, but it's just time consuming. Care quietly funneled $100,000 to Zoran Mandami's campaign for New York City mayor. The UAE designated Care a terrorist organization in 2014. Care is the Muslim Brotherhood. Hey, Rambler, how you doing? Rambler, Ben, how you doing? And you just found it, Gino 2018. Well, please hit the like button and please subscribe to the channel. We have 70 people here, so we should have 70 likes. Be nice, Care quietly puts $100,000 behind Zoran Mandami. The revelation comes as Mandami faces scrutiny for defending the phrase "globalize the Intifada." Globalize the Intifada. Well, thank you very much. Thank you very much for subscribing. That's all we can ask for. Subscribing, liking, and coming and viewing. And if you see something that if you see a story you'd like me to cover or you'd like to talk about, always put it in the chat. I'll try to look it up. And if you are unhappy with something I'm doing, let me know and I'll try to correct the situation. Oh, let's see. Michael Rappaport says Zoran the moron is going to win.
Zoran the moron become mayor of New York City.
Wow. Zoran the moron. That's crazy. Linda Sarsour, one of Zoran's closest advisors, states how Muslims mustn't make the mistake of humanizing Israelis. Ooh. Israel is home to half of the world's Jewish population, according to them. Half the Jews in the world shouldn't be viewed as human. Oh, that ain't cool. Did she really say that? This lady caused a lot of problems for that woman's march.
Fine, and we're all going to be on different sides of the strategy. But in my opinion, on an issue like Palestine, you got to choose the side of the oppressed. And if you're on the side of the oppressor, or you're defending the oppressor, or you're actually trying to humanize the oppressor, then that's a problem, sisters and brothers. And we got to be able to say that is not the position of the Muslim American. Fine.
Wow. Wow. Sisters and brothers. I'm sure she didn't say oppressor, oppressed. Yeah, she's a perfectly trained Marxist. Yeah, what a real scandal. Look at that. Bernie Sanders, a sitting U.S. Senator, photographed with someone who called for violence against the President of the United States. It's silence for the mainstream media. That's crazy. If you believe you can coexist with people like this, you're a very special kind of stupid. Zohar Madani rejects NYPD, rejects Israel, rejects capitalism, rejects Jewish rights, rejects Zohar Madani. It's not a religion. Barbarian talking that. Medi Hassan, yeah, how non-Muslims live their lives as animals. Yeah, I saw that. I'm not going to get into all that, but we're going to get to that. We'll read this one. Why doesn't Choosy get a crown? I don't think people that are mods can get the crowns. I don't think, maybe, but I'm not sure. Her mother wrote a newsletter in English for Al Qaeda. Yeah. It says Zohar Madami's Democrat Socialist of America comrades push abolition of traditional family. Zohar Madami's twisted comrades. Democrat Socialists of America pushed for abolition of the traditional family at their annual conference, calling marriage and sex work two sides of the same coin, and proclaimed abortion should be done in churches. Panelists at the Socialism 2025 conference last month in Chicago did victory laps over Mandami's June win in the Democratic primary for New York City mayor. Oh, well, I'm impressed I pronounced your last name right. Well, I try. I looked at it, and I sounded it out in my head. I think I got it right. Repeatedly touting his lefty agenda over the 4-day Commie Fest, video of the event shows. Speakers at the left and the family seminar. Wow, they actually, just so you know, they actually have a Democratic Socialist of America YouTube channel. Wow. This is sad. They have almost 10,000 subs on their channel. That makes me sad that they have more than me. Very sad. Speakers of the left and the family seminar ignored the Uganda-born Mandami's ultra-privileged upbringing by his Hollywood director mom and radical Columbia University dad, all while parroting central tenets of Marxist ideology to the audience, that the nuclear family is inherently repressive, racist, sexist, and promotes capitalism. Oh, Jim gets my surname 50% of the time, but I don't care. Well, Steve Hilliard, I am sorry if I mispronounced it. In addition to abolition of the family policy and government-run child protective services, we argue for the abolition of the family in general and say that the institution of family acts as part of the carceral system in that it reinforces children as property. Well, Iman Abdelhadi, another panelist who is also an assistant professor at the University of Chicago's Department of Comparative Human Development. That's the proper pronunciation, Senor Jim. Well, thank you, Monsieur Hilliard. And said, fellow lefties are surprised at how few people are ready for revolt. When we talk about family abolition, we're talking about the abolition of the economic unit. It is a horizon in which all our material needs are taken care of by the collective. Abdelhadi is also the co-author of the 2022 fictional book, Everything for Everyone, an oral history of the New York Commune, 2052 to 2072, that offers a utopian vision of the future Big Apple thriving on socialism following the collapse of capitalism in the 2050s. These people really are delusional. Emily Jenna-Kavanian, a Brooklyn-based writer and organizer for the New York City for abortion rights, spent much of her time on the panel ripping the sanctity of marriage, a bedrock Marxist belief, while failing to mention Mandami, 33, recently celebrated his wedding to artist Rama Duwaya, 27, with a lavish 3-day affair at his family's ritzy, secluded Ugandan compound. The only real difference between marriage and prostitution is the price and the duration of the contract, barked Jana Kadayam, who admitted once marrying to score a woman a green card. So that's a crime. They just admitted to a crime. They should be arrested. That is a crime. Yeah, here I'll show. Look at this. This is their just so everyone can see. This is their web page. It says they got 9.32K subs. So they have 9,300 subs, 211 videos. And look at some of these videos. They get like what? This one's got 700 views, 600 views, 887 views. Like, wow. But socialism is really popular. My videos get more views than that. Just say it. Yeah, socialism is fun until there's no more rich people to take money from. Yeah, it was the famous quote, I believe, from Margaret Thatcher that says, the bad thing about socialism is that when eventually you run out of other people's money to spend. The panel, all of whom wore COVID masks and practiced social distancing, including Katie Gibson, a postdoctoral fellow at the University of Chicago. The group took questions from the audience, including one man who bizarrely boasted he wanted to perform abortions in the house of God. I'm a Baptist minister, and on that revolutionary horizon, I want to perform abortions at a church before it's all said and done. Well, I know one he could perform on. Never mind. Who identified himself as a DSA member from Austin, Texas, named Steve. Steve Austin? What? Members of the panel nodded their heads in agreement as he spoke. Stu Smith, an investigative analyst with the Manhattan Institute, said Mandami's Democratic primary win had the DSA members feeling so cocky at the conference that many of them think they can burn the whole house down. Wow. I think they're drunk on the aspect they might actually get to be in power of the greatest city on earth. They think they've already won, and they're completely willing to say whatever they want to say now. I think a lot of them are emboldened. Smith also said that DSA's anti-family message at the conference runs counter to Mandami's lavish lifestyle. Yeah. And look at that. He had armed guards protecting his stuff. He's a Nepo baby from a traditional family, but then he wants to distribute the wealth while also having a luxury wedding, said Smith, who shared a video of the seminar on X. It's just another example of being a massive hypocrite. Say what a bam bam. HR Biggs 120. Mandami's campaign did not return messages. Councilman Robert Holden, a moderate Queens Democrat, said the panelists remarks should serve as a warning to all New York City residents of the threat Mandami poses to traditional American values. Zoran Mandami and his allies in the DSA are openly laying out their radical Project DSA 2026 agenda for state-run families, indoctrinating our children and dismantling the very fabric of our society. This is exactly why we must defeat Mandami and ensure he never gets anywhere near Gracie Mansion or City Hall. If you should say, men with hole in pocket feel cocky all day. That's ancient Chinese secret. One thing I think you might understand. You speak a Botswana? Instead of trying to make America communist, why don't these people go live in countries that already are? Well, very interesting, isn't it? The tragedy of Chelsea Clinton is just sad. Oh, no. On to the next story we have. Dun, 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 dun. Anatomy of a soft coup. McCabe's unprecedented criminal investigation of a sitting president. The election of Donald Trump in November 2016 was, for the entrenched political class, a thunderclap. It was not supposed to happen. The experts, the pollsters, the seasoned operatives had assured the country that Hillary Clinton's victory was inevitable. Yet, by the morning of November 9th, the White House was preparing to receive a president unlike any in modern history. A political outsider with no government experience, an instinctive distrust of Washington, and a willingness to discard its conventions. For some in the outgoing administration and the permanent bureaucracy, this was not merely a surprise. It was a crisis to be managed, or better yet, undone. What's the latest with the Texan congressional seats? Well, they're still trying to get the Texans in there. It's not merely just the congressional seats that they're holding up. It's also the flood relief is getting held up, because that's why the special session was called, was for the flood relief. And so they're, I think, if I'm not mistaken, I saw something about a group of like 12 or 13 of the missing reps are in Texas at some fundraiser thing with Beto O'Rourke. So I think they're going to get snatched up. Those guys will, because they'll arrest them in Texas and hold them. That undoing began in earnest just 4 months into Trump's presidency, when acting FBI Director Andrew McCabe, with the approval of FBI Counterintelligence Chief Bill Priestap and General Counsel Jane Baker, authorized a criminal investigation into the sitting president of the United States. I would say that undoing began before he was even sworn in. Like McCabe said, and all them, not McCabe, Jen Page and Stroke and them. The probe did not arise from fresh evidence of presidential misconduct. It rested on the same thin reeds that had underpinned the Russia collusion narrative since mid-2016. Opposition research paid for by the Clinton campaign laundered through the Steele dossier and presented as intelligence. It was a case study on how partisan disinformation can metastasize into official action when it finds a willing audience inside the government. To understand how extraordinary this was, one must appreciate the context. Intelligence reports later declassified in the Durham Annex revealed that as early as March 2016, the Clinton campaign had hatched a plan to tie Trump to Russian operatives, not as a matter of national security, but as an electoral tactic. These plans were known to senior Obama administration officials, including John Brennan, James Comey, and Andrew McCabe, before the election. Yet when Trump won, the machinery that had assembled did not wind down. It shifted purpose from preventing his election to destabilizing his presidency. The first casualties in this internal campaign was Michael Flynn, Trump's national security advisor, and one of the few senior appointees with both loyalty to Trump and an understanding of the intelligence community's inner workings. There is a probe into Fannie, and it also ties into Bill Barr. In late January 2017, Acting Attorney General Sally Yates, an Obama holdover, warned the White House that Flynn had misled them about conversations with the Russian ambassador. The FBI had already interviewed Flynn in a meeting arranged by Comey that bypassed standard White House protocol. Even Peter Strzok, one of the interviewing agents, admitted they did not believe Flynn had lied. Nevertheless, the incident was used to force Flynn's resignation on February 13th, with Vice President Pence publicly citing dishonesty over sanction discussions. Yeah, Pence was a traitor. In hindsight, it's clear that what was less about Flynn's conduct than about removing a man who might have quickly uncovered the flimsiness of the Russia allegations. Next came Attorney General Jeff Sessions, a Trump loyalist but a DOJ outsider with no prior experience in its leadership. Under pressure over his own contacts with the same Russian ambassador, Sessions recused himself from any matters related to the 2016 campaign on March 2nd. This decision, encouraged by DOJ ethics officials from the Obama era and accepted without challenge by Pence and other advisors, effectively ceded control of any Trump-Russia inquiries to deep state officials and Obama holdovers. It was the opening the FBI needed. By mid-May, after Trump fired Comey at the recommendations of Sessions and Deputy Attorney General Rod Rosenstein, the FBI's leadership was in open revolt. McCabe, Priestap, and Baker, all veterans of the Obama years, debated whether Trump has acted at Moscow's behest. They even discussed the 25th Amendment, the idea of Rosenstein surreptitiously recording the president. These were not jokes. And technically, I think those discussions and those things are actual treason. Yeah. On May 16th, McCabe authorized a full counterintelligence and criminal investigation into Trump himself, premised on the possibility that he was an agent of a foreign power. This was the first such investigation of a sitting president in U.S. history. Yeah. All the people that did this should be in jail. At the direction of the Assistant Director of the FBI's counterintelligence and following consultation with the Office of the General Counsel, FBI's opening blank based on articulable factual basis that recently indicates that President Trump may be or has been unwittingly or unwillingly involved in activities on behalf of the government of Russia. They put that on paper and signed their name to it. They should go to prison. This was an attempted coup. The evidentiary basis for this move was paper thin. Much of it was drawn from the Steele dossier, a work of partisan fiction that its own author was unwilling to verify. Baker, the FBI's top lawyer, was a personal friend of Michael Sussman, the campaign attorney who helped funnel the dossier to the Bureau. Priestap, who signed off on the investigation, had overseen its use in obtaining FISA warrants to surveil Trump associates. They knew the source was tainted and the allegations were fiction. They proceeded anyway. The day after the investigation was formally opened, Rosenstein appointed Robert Mueller as a special counsel, locking the inquiry beyond Trump's reach. Mueller's team, stocked with Democrat donors and Obama DOJ and FBI veterans, inherited the case and its political overtones. For nearly 2 years, the president governed under a cloud of suspicion, his every move interpreted through the lens of unfounded allegation. The impact on Trump's presidency was profound. Key legislative initiatives stalled. Allies in Congress, warned privately by Pence and others that the investigation was serious, kept their distance. What's up with Pence? Maybe he should be investigated. Figures like John McCain, Paul Ryan, and Jeff Flake acted in ways that hampered Trump's agenda, from blocking Obamacare repeal to threatening his judicial nominations. Inside the executive branch, FBI Director Chris Wray, another newcomer with no institutional knowledge of the Bureau's internal politics, declined to purge the officials who had driven the investigation, allowing them to operate until they were forced out by Inspector General findings. By the time Mueller submitted his report in March 2019, concluding there was no evidence of collusion, the damage was done. Trump's first term had been defined in large part by a manufactured scandal. The narrative of foreign compromise, though disproven, had justified a special counsel, sustained hostile media coverage, and ultimately greased the skids for an unfounded impeachment over Ukraine. The Durham Annex, unearthed years later, stripped away any lingering doubt about intent. It documented that the Russia collusion story was conceived as a political hit, that it was known to be false by the time it was weaponized in 2017, and that senior intelligence and law enforcement officials chose to advance it rather than expose it. In Madison's terms, the accumulation of legislative, executive, and judicial powers in the same hands, here, the unelected leadership of the FBI and DOJ amounted to tyranny. The soft coup that nearly struck. Trump survived this onslaught is remarkable. Few presidents faced with hostile bureaucracy, disloyal appointees, and a media eager to amplify every leak could have done so. That the plot failed to remove him does not make it less of a coup. It makes it a failed coup, one whose near success should alarm anyone who values electoral legitimacy. The lesson is clear. The intelligence and law enforcement apparatus of the United States must never again be allowed to become an instrument of partisan warfare. The use of fabricated opposition research to justify surveillance, investigations, and the effective nullification of an election result is a violation not just of political norms, but of the constitutional order. It took years for the facts to emerge. It will take far longer to repair the trust that was lost. It's true. So very, very true. Durham Annex. Durham concluded that the evidence proved that Obama and Clinton engineered a multi-year soft coup against candidate and then President Trump. His findings showed how close they came to succeeding. Who saved Durham Annex from the fire? It was in a burn bag hidden in a secret room in the Hoover Building, but it was never destroyed. Why? Was it a patriot, or was it just a mistake? Durham Annex is a classified appendix to the special counsel John Durham's final report on the origins of the FBI's 2016 Trump-Russia investigation, also known as Crossfire Hurricane. I was born in a crossfire hurricane. It was discovered by FBI Director Kash Patel in a hidden room at FBI headquarters, a room apparently sealed off during James Comey's tenure and never disclosed publicly. Inside that secret space, Patel found multiple burn bags, containers normally used to destroy classified documents that contained thousands of pages, including the previously unreleased annex. Taken together, Durham's finding revealed a chilling truth. The Democratic establishment under Clinton and Obama engineered a multi-agency smear campaign to frame Trump as a Russian asset. When it failed to block his election, they doubled down, weaponized federal institutions to undermine a sitting president. This was not opposition research. It was a preemptive coup, and it came within inches of succeeding. The Durham Annex exposes the swamp's darkest scheme, a multi-year coup engineered by Obama and Clinton to steal the presidency. That annex surviving in burn bags wasn't luck, it was a lifeline. By patriot amid the chaos. The truth was nearly erased, but real patriots ensure justice finds the light. This is a battle for America's soul. Let's march Special Counsel John Durham's butt back to D.C. to ask him under oath why the portions of his report that identified crimes committed by Hillary and Obama ended up classified in a burn bag in a hidden closet at FBI headquarters. Until someone is held accountable, they did get away with it. Hey, we're coming up on 1:30, an hour and 30 minutes into the show. We are hoping to go long tonight, to go like about, I don't know, let's say 5 hours, 4 or 5 hours, maybe 6 hours. We've got 26 minutes left in the goal to raise another $70, I believe we're at. If I'm not mistaken, that's where we're at, right? We have, 10, 20, $30 in, so we have 70 more to go. So let's hope we make it there. Because I know I do. I want to make it there. The soft coup that nearly stuck. Durham's annex and the plot against Trump. Durham concluded that the evidence proved Obama and Clinton engineered a multi-year soft coup against candidate Trump. The release of the Durham Annex, long classified and long suppressed, delivers not a footnote, but a thunderclap found. Wait, did we read this already? But we do know this. Had it remained buried, the American public would have been denied to declare as proof yet of how close we came to losing our republic, the very fabric of democracy. What are you sorry for, Terry? The annex confirms what many suspected and what legacy institutions mocked as conspiracy, that the Trump-Russia collusion narrative was not a tragic misunderstanding, but a deliberate political weapon. This was not an ordinary campaign roughhousing. This was a coordinated soft coup, conceived at the highest levels of the Obama administration, executed by Clinton's campaign, and laundered to the FBI, CIA, and a pliant press. That's right, pliant press. Yeah, hit the like. Hit the like, Summer Shield. Who farted? Who farted? 1 second, please. I'll be right back. Histrionic and hyperbolic rhetoric has increased in Jackson's opinions, which at times portray her colleagues as abandoning not just the Constitution, but democracy itself. If anyone finds that interview of Taji Brown Jackson on ABC where she says that, you want to send it to me. I can't find it. I don't know. Her dissent in the recent ruling on universal injunctions drew the rebuke of Justice Amy Coney Barrett over what was described as a vision of the judicial role that would make even the most ardent defender of judicial supremacy blush, Barrett wrote. I don't have a beanie. Do I need a beanie? Is that what you're telling me? I need to wear a beanie to do this? We will not dwell on Justice Jackson's argument, which is at odds with more than 2 centuries worth of precedent, not to mention the Constitution itself. We observe only this. Justice Jackson deprives the imperial executive while embracing an imperial judiciary. Jackson, however, clearly feels that opinions are a way for her to opine on issues of the day. She's not alone. Across the country, liberal judges have been adding their own commentary to decisions and condemning Trump, his supporters, and his policies. I previously wrote about this pattern of extrajudicial commentary. District Court Judge Tanya Chutkan, an Obama appointee, was criticized for failing to recuse herself from a case that she made highly controversial statements about Trump from the bench. Chutkan lashed out at a blind loyalty. All right, sorry about that, everybody. I was had to take care of a little business. I have a Staffordshire Terrier, the American Staffordshire Terrier, which is commonly called a pit bull, but she's a baby. She's just a baby. I was double checking some stuff just to see, to make sure nothing came through anywhere else. Double checking. So yeah, so there's a plant press. They're a maniac. So this is crazy stuff. The facts are, at least exposed intelligence obtained in January and March 2016 showed confidential conversations between then DC Chair Debbie Wasserman Schultz and senior figures at George Soros' Open Society Foundation. The memorandum went further. It documented plans by the Clinton campaign, support from U.S. Special Services, falsely linked Trump to Russia's organized crime. Fusion GPS, hired by Clinton's lawyers at Perkins Coie, was already preparing opposition research with these aims. At the same moment, Obama was reportedly seeking to shut down the Clinton email investigation, a separate but related scandal that threatened her candidacy. Our operatives were pushing their network of NGOs to falsely share narratives to media, including the New York Times, Washington Post, Wall Street Journal, and CNN. It was a full court press from all sides. What is striking is not only the content, but the response, or rather lack of one. High-level FBI officials, including then Deputy Director Andrew McCabe, were briefed on this intelligence as early as March 2016, yet they buried it. Instead of opening an investigation into the Clinton campaign's apparent plan to fabricate a foreign conspiracy against a political opponent, they used Clinton-funded materials, the Steele dossier, as a pretext for surveilling Trump's campaign via Carter Page. The FBI did not warn Trump. They spied on him. We asked our vet what the most common pup name they come across. It was Bella. Well, that's strange. I don't know. This Bella is what I don't know. The FBI aided Clinton's election interference conspiracy. Yes, they did. This was not an error, but an operation is further demonstrated. That this was not an error, but an operation is further demonstrated by the pattern of communication described in the annex. Emails, apparently sourced through Russian intelligence hacking of Soros-affiliated think tanks, include blunt acknowledgments of a strategy. In one, a Clinton campaign advisor states, Julie says it will be a long-term affair to demonize Putin and Trump. Later, the FBI will put more oil into the fire. In another, HRC-approved campaign advisor, Julie's idea about Trump-Russia hackers hampering U.S. elections, that should distract people from our own missing emails. Hey, Rick Dutamalta, how you doing? Just pretend I'm in Target and go on in. I don't know what that means. I don't know exactly what that means. In Target? I don't know what that means. I'm confused. The authenticity of these emails is not in serious doubt. Durham's team, interviewing an analyst with deep familiarity with intelligence sources, judged the documents likely genuine. CIA concurred. These were not Kremlin forgeries. They were real conversations. They portray a damning truth. The Clinton campaign intended, with apparent support or acquiescence from elements within the FBI and CIA, to frame Donald Trump for collusion with a foreign power. Oh, you meant Choosy, not Jim. Yeah, okay, sorry, no problem, Mr. Hilliard. Durham confirmed Smoking Gun Bernardo emails were authentic. Your goal target? Well, my goal target for the evening was $100. I don't know if we're going to make it or not. We have about 25 minutes to go, and we need about $70. So, yeah, I need 70 more. Hey, 85 people here. Please hit the like and subscribe. At this point, one might reasonably ask, why did this information not surface in real time? The answer is damning. As Senator Chuck Grassley observed, these intelligence reports were known to the FBI and the DOJ, yet never pursued. Brennan briefed Obama, Biden, Clapper, and Comey in August of 2016. The CIA sent a referral to the FBI, but rather than investigate the Clinton campaign, the FBI deepened its probe into Trump. A rational observer would conclude that the government picked a side. The intelligence agencies were no longer serving the Republic, they were serving a faction. The latest on the whistleblower from O'Keefe stuff. There's a little bit more on it tonight. We're gonna get to it, hopefully. It's like $1 a person. Less than $1 a person, really. Less than $1 a person. Nope, nothing in the Rumble rants. FBI misled FISA court to enable it to spy on Trump. Yep, everybody remembers that. Some will object, wasn't the dossier eventually discredited? Didn't the Mueller probe find no collusion? Yes, that is the point. It took years for the truth to catch up with the lie. By then, the damage was done. Soft coup succeeded in its immediate goals. That's what they say. A lie will travel around the world before the truth ever gets its pants on. Soft coup succeeded in its immediate goals. Paralyzing the Trump administration, crippling the transition, justifying a special counsel, and feeding years of media hysteria. The goal was not to win in court, but to win in a court of public opinion. Lawfare, not law, was the strategy. FBI killed foreign influence investigation because it involved Hillary Clinton. Yeah, when the FBI discovered in 2014 that a foreign government planned to funnel money into Clinton's campaign, the Bureau stalled for months before seeking a FISA warrant. Why? Because agents were super more careful due to Clinton's name being involved and a mission political bias at the core of federal law enforcement. Oh, look at this. Trump in there says if anyone donates 20, he'll match it. Just saying, that's The annex also reveals that the FBI provided false information to the FISA court to renew surveillance warrants, while simultaneously failing to act on intelligence that a foreign government was attempting to infiltrate Clinton's campaign. The contrast is stark. Trump was treated as a hostile actor based on opposition research. Clinton was shielded even when credible evidence suggested foreign entanglement. Indeed, one reason a FISA warrant against a Clinton-linked foreign agent was delayed for months was that, according to internal comments, agents were scared with the big name Clinton involved. Wow. When the government fears one party's candidate and targets the other, it ceases to function as a neutral enforcer. It becomes an instrument of faction. That is precisely what the founders feared. Madison warned that the accumulation of power, legislative, executive, and authority, judiciary in the same hands may justly pronounce the very definition of tyranny. Uh-oh, there you go. Yeah, America saw through the BS and pulled them over the line. That's right. Look at this. Beatrix with a $20 super sticker coming through. How you like? Thank you very much. There she is riding on the eagle with the American flag coming in to save the day. If that happens, you'll be responsible for 30% of the goal. Yes, you will. Yes, you will. But for the record, we will be at and there's Trumpinator with the $20 coming in for number 2. And so that puts us at $30 to the goal. We only got $30 to go for a good old Trumpinator. Up. And there goes John Mosley coming in with another 20. So we got Beatrix with the 20 coming in first, and then Trumpinator with 20, and then John Mosley with another 20. So we're $10 away from the goal, people. Just $10 away. Thank you, John Mosley. Thank you, Beatrix. Thank you, Trumpinator. Greatly appreciated. And seeing how we're just $10 away, I have a feeling we're going to make it, because even if we don't make it, I think I'm going to just, 10 more to go. Let's go, people. That's right. Let me double check. We have 85 watch, and let me look over here in the Rumble ghetto. And wow, I only have 10 people and 11 people in ghetto. What's going on? Every single one. That's crazy. Nobody's talking in there either. Kind of makes me wonder what's up with Rumble. Mm-hmm. The institution most trusted with preserving the Republic, the FBI, CIA, and DOJ were co-opted. Some out of a partisanship, others out of fear. But the result was the same, an information operation run on the American people in which the press became a megaphone, not a watchdog. Durham Annex used her connections to the intel community to weaponize it against Trump. She convinced the FBI and the State Department, the CIA, and the Vice President to help frame Trump as a Russian asset. That's right, Clinton. Clinton is the devil. It was not. This is not conjecture. It's a conclusion that follows when one connects to the declassified evidence, the contemporaneous memos, the behavior of officials who should have known better. Durham's annex does not merely recount isolated features. It lays bare systemic betrayal. And there's Mellow Cat coming in with the final $10. So we hit the goal, people. So we are going late tonight. We are going to go all the way. We are going to hit it hard. Woo-hoo is right, Terry. Prepare, people. We have some stories. I have Red Bull. We have the technology. There goes Daniel Gygax. Says, goal met $10. We're actually surpassed the goal, Daniel. Thank you very much. It's greatly appreciated. Yeah, always at the last minute. Well, I was thinking honestly, do you think I should do it for 3 hours instead of 2 hours? The goal, give people 3 hours to give the money as opposed to 2 hours? I don't know. I thought about that. But maybe tomorrow I'll do 3 hours on the goal to go and double it. So that would be thank you, Daniel. Thank you, Mellow Cat. Thank you to everybody who donated tonight. It's greatly appreciated. And it makes me feel like I'm actually, I mean something to people, and that makes me feel good to do this. It does. Had the FBI treated the Clinton plan as it treated Crossfire Hurricane, outcome would have been different. There would have been no Steele dossier scanner, no Mueller probe, no years of shadow cast over presidency. But that was precisely the point. How long did I end up last night? We went almost 6 hours. I was over 5 hours, like 5.5 hours, almost 6 hours last night. Yeah, 5.5 hours, something like that. Yeah, we went good last night. It was a good show. Good show. Although I did get a strike last night from copyright strike. I had to go and edit the thing from that. It was like a 2-minute clip I played of that preacher that was getting yelled at by the mayor of some town, where is it, Texas town or something, and Vice Media claimed it. It blocked the video and everything. I had to edit it out. I got a warning thing. I mean, it didn't strike me or nothing, but it wasn't a copyright strike. It was just blocked, and I don't know how it works exactly, but I had to edit it out. I was pissed, really, because I'm like, 2 minutes, and I talked over it, and we talked about it, so didn't make a lot of sense to me. The Obama White House knew, the intelligence community watched, and instead of stopping it, they joined in. This guy right here, Crossfire Hurricane. CIA knew Clinton fabricated Russia collusion hoax, but said nothing. Even today, many in the press remain willfully incurious. Legacy outlets that breathlessly reported every leak about the P-tapes and Alpha Bank now ignore the Durham Annex or dismiss it as old news. They would rather forget their role as useful idiots or willing participants. Yeah, they would. There was something else. Hold on. There was another thing. Let me look for it. Give me a second here. Before I skip to the next story, I want to look because I had, I know there was more, and I thought I had it. It was a story from Maggie Haberman. What did I do with it? Huh. Did I put it somewhere else? I think I might have put it somewhere else. I think I might have put it somewhere else. So we'll do this then. This one. Yes. Thank you for the donor. Yes, yes. Well, the good thing is even if you fall asleep, you can always continue watching tomorrow. Wow, why did I lose all those people? I just went from 88 to 77. That's weird. Someone go live. Deep State tried to redact Gabbard's release. The CIA officials tried to gut BNI Tulsi Gabbard's declassification of the Russia hoax files. She overrode them, and President Trump approved the release with minimal redaction, no edits. Here's what they wanted buried. The just declassified 46-page House Intel report shows Obama-era officials fabricated the January 2017 ICA. They suppressed intel that Putin expected of Clinton. They laundered the shoddy sources. They violated the IC standards, and they misled the public. Creation of the Russia hoax. Real intel assessment. Yep, all leads back to them. You know there were members of the German press prosecuted at the Nuremberg trials? Yes. Yo, Spuds, what's up, buddy? The CIA careerists submitted heavily redacted edits. They wanted to keep the truth hidden, but the DNA had great success declassifying. She had greater declassification authority than any intelligence community element that doesn't need their sign-off. Gabbard released it. Trump-backed maximum transparency. The declassified documents show the Obama team manufactured an assessment they knew was false to sell the lie that Putin colluded with Trump. They worked hand in glove with the friendly media to undermine a sitting president. Of course, they wanted to keep this hidden. Even the CIA director, John Ratcliffe, strongly supported the release despite internal pushback. Translation, part of the intel deep state fought sunlight. Leadership sided with disclosure. Elections really matter. That's why they tried to prevent Trump's election. These are the people that were like, oh, Trump's never going to be president, right? No, we're going to stop him. Democrats screamed sources and methods. Senator Mark Warren called the release desperate and irresponsible. Funny how national security always means hide the receipts when the receipts hurt them. Trump on Obama. He's guilty. This was treason. They tried to steal an election. Speaker Mike Johnson. Congress may subpoena Obama over alleged coordination with intel to frame Trump as a Russian asset. Yeah. U.S. Oversight Committee tees up the threatened subpoena of former Biden officials. Meanwhile, Attorney General Bonnie has formed a DOJ strike force and convened a grand jury to pursue indictments tied to the hoax. If the IC was weaponized against voters, accountability must be criminal, not just political. The bottom line is that the 2017 Russia ICA wasn't intelligence. It was a coup attempt, rushed and rigged to smear Trump before he even took office. The declassified documents are clear, which is why they tried to hide them even now. I would like to look for this one thing, though, if I could find it. No, not Maggie here. What's her name? Oh yeah, here's the thing I was looking at. This was the story I was looking for. Yeah, the Washington Post hides Russiagate facts from readers while peddling PR for disgraced hoaxers. This came out yesterday. It's important to understand how embarrassing it is for the Washington Post to have to confront the documents Gabbard has released. Exclusive boasts Washington Post intel reporter Warren P. Strobel in a report this week. The Central Intelligence Agency and other intelligence agencies didn't want Director of National Intelligence Tulsi Gabbard to declassify a report that makes the CIA look bad. Yeah, remember that? That's right. On Rachel Maddow said that the intelligence community has 6 ways to Sunday to screw you. Chuckles was correct, yeah. But if you're going to take a shot at the king, you best not miss, as they say. In other news, the sky is blue, the grass is green, and obviously no one wants to be publicly embarrassed by the exposure of their substandard work. In this case, the work that led to the Russia collusion hoax, one of the political witch hunts that interfered with President Trump's first term. As noted by Federalist Editor-in-Chief Molly Hemingway, that's right, Molly Hemingway, that's who I was thinking of. Strobel frames everything as if he's doing highly paid PR for bad actors in the spy agencies and their Democrat co-conspirators. Namely, he does not even tell his readers what the report reveals about how shoddy Brennan CIA's work was. Yeah. Oh, he is. He's worried about AOC coming for his seat now. But I don't know. I'm sure that he's got dirt. They all got dirt on her that'll come pouring out if she really tries. Yeah. I just read the most embarrassingly bad Washington Post story about the release of the explosive and long hidden House Intel Committee's report detailing how Brennan cooked up the false claim that Russia interfered in 2016 to help Trump. Strobel does not make it easy for the reader to see the report. The House Permanent Select Committee on Intelligence's 2020 staff report regarding the intelligence community's assessment on Russian election interference. At no point does he offer a link to the report or explain its explosive findings. That John Brennan, CIA director under former President Barack Obama, produced a sloppy intelligence community assessment promoting the lie that Russian President Vladimir Putin interfered with the 2020 election to help Trump win. Yeah, Spies Who Lie was good in the New York Post. Yeah, it was. That was a good story. The foundation of Brennan's report was an out-of-context fragment of a sentence that could not be confirmed, and the comically false Steele dossier, a newly released CIA review, shows high-level CIA analysts and officers urge Brennan not to include the Steele dossier in the report. Beyond being thin on facts, Strobel's piece paints Gabbard as a villain right off the bat with the title, Gabbard overrode CIA officials, concerns its push to release classified Russia report. Yeah. I thought sunlight was always the best disinfection. Beyond being thin on facts, Strobel's piece paints Gabbard. Oh, yeah. It reads as if Gabbard did something wrong. She didn't. Gabbard does not need permission to declassify the documents. Strange that a reporter by trade would champion keeping documents classified or highly redacted, as suggested in his piece. Normally, reporters press for the most transparency as possible. Strobel also cites as sources multiple people familiar with the matter, and later, current and former U.S. officials, which could be anyone from George W. Bush to the trash hauler at Arches National Park. How credible is a former official who is no longer in the loop? He also cites people speaking on the condition of anonymity, like others interviewed for this report because of the matter's sensitivity. There's a time for sensitivity, like when a dog dies, but embarrassing documents that could get people in trouble? No, this is a moment to use journalistic backbone and insist sources go public. We could say Strobel hates kittens. Sources familiar with the situation say, but that does not make it true. It's important to understand how embarrassing it is for the Washington Post to have to confront the documents Gabbard released. Gabbard is not just making things up. These are real reports with real information that throws a wet blanket on the bogus Pulitzer Prize the Washington Post and the New York Times received for pushing anti-Trump Russian propaganda. They should give back the prize and the cash that goes with it now that the reporting is shown to be false. You would think the Pulitzer people would ask for the money back and the prize, at a minimum, ask for the prize back. Instead, the Washington Post continues to smear people like Gabbard who threaten any remaining shred of the Washington Post's credibility just by producing truth-telling documents. Meanwhile, lazy reporters lean on the Washington Post's reputation as a Pulitzer Prize winner, repackaging its stories, and repeat this propaganda. It's crazy, right? They know it's false, that they just keep using it anyway. On to the next story. Appeals court slaps down Obama judge. An Obama-appointed judge abused his power to threaten Trump officials with criminal contempt. A federal appeals court just crushed him and exposed his attack on presidential authority for what it is. This guy, Boasberg. Judge James Boasberg claimed Trump officials defied his order by deporting alleged gang members to El Salvador. He launched contempt proceedings even after SCOTUS threw out his order in a 5-4 decision. Should have been more than 5-4, though. The D.C. Circuit ruled Boasberg had no authority to enforce the order. Judge Naomi Rao, the district court used the threat of criminal contempt to coerce the executive branch in the exercise of foreign affairs power, which is unconstitutional and an abuse of power. Judge Gregory Katsas warned Boasberg's order would cause grave conflicts between the judiciary and the executive branch at the highest levels. It even attempted to coerce the DOJ to bring known illegal aliens back into the U.S. Let that sink in. A Democrat judge wanted to force Trump to import gang members against his will or face criminal charges. And this wasn't hypothetical. Boasberg appointed a court attorney to prosecute Trump officials. Meet the judge behind it. Trump administration contempt finding. Yeah, here he is. He's famous. DOJ has now filed a misconduct complaint against Boasberg. When unelected judges start wielding criminal contempt as a political weapon, they stop being neutral arbiters and start becoming part of the resistance. Deep dive. How the deep state subverts the Constitution. Bottom line, the D.C. Circuit just sent a message. Judges don't run the country. The president does. Which is to say that voters do. The Constitution gives the executive the power to set foreign policy, and no activist judge gets to override that. That's right. Did you know Judge Boasberg protected Ray Epps? He gave Ray Epps probation while locking up everybody else. That is why it's important for Americans to once and for all know if Ray Epps was a federal asset on January 6th. Hint, he was. It would unravel the entire operation. Raskin, Epps, Norm Eisen, and his filmmaker, Nick Quested, all need to be investigated for January 6th. Yes, they do. Let's see. What's this guy saying? In case you needed more evidence that Ray Epps was in on January 6th, second bogus Trump impeachment crackpot team led by Norm Eisen's partner in crime, Jamie Ratskin, used a video of Ray Epps in their opening video montage, which was setting the initial narrative that Trump was an insurrectionist. That's the same Ray Epps who was made out to be an innocent bystander and was only charged with a misdemeanor after people caught on to the scam. Additionally, some of the footage, most likely all of it, was filmed by Nick Quested's team. That means that planners of J6 had immediate access to the footage since the second impeachment started on February 9th, 2021. I am guessing that one of the members of Nick's team who filmed Ray Epps everywhere he went that would be crucial information for Rep. Clay Higgins to get to and lead back to the real J6 insurrectionists. So yeah, so if they had the footage, if this was a person that was part of this guy's team, these people, this Nick Quested's team of filmmakers followed Ray Epps everywhere, how did they know to follow Ray Epps?
By this radical argument that President Trump's lawyers advance, we risk allowing January 6th to become our future. And what will that mean for America? Think about it. What will the January exception mean to future generations if you grant it? I'll show you.
Wow, he put a mask on. What an idiot.
We will stop the steal. Today, I will lay out just some of the evidence proving that we won this election, and we won it by a landslide. This was not a close election. And after this, we're going to walk down, and I'll be there with you. We're going to walk down. We're going to walk down to the Capitol.
Yeah. Let's take the Capitol. Take the Capitol. Take the Capitol. We are going to the Capitol, where our problems are. It's that direction.
They feel nice how they edited it up like that. Yeah, Ray Epps, CIA, possibly CIA. He definitely was involved. That's why. Where's Cash about Gino Epps' situation? I don't know. I'd like someone to tell me. Yeah, Capitol Police opening the doors. Yeah, opening the doors. The insurrectionists stayed with the velvet ropes. Staged. I think so. It's our house. Yes. Yeah. There's a video. I have it somewhere here. A video of one of the undercover people who they claimed weren't there, fake getting arrested and then getting uncuffed and let go inside the. It's here somewhere inside the. Somewhere in here. Yeah, here it is. I got it right here. Hold on, it's next. So yeah, so. Oh my God, did you see that? They kicked the gate. Yeah, Trump should appoint a real J6 special counsel and have them investigate Nick West did. It appears that one of the work product scenes that Nick Weston and his two associates filmed was the breach featuring Caroline Edwards, Ray Epps, and one of the Proud Boys. It made me chuckle that Nick threw it in the fact that he heard someone say, now let's get those votes. How would you ever be able to prove or disprove that? Yeah. Here it is. Capitol Police cuffed an FBI informant, a confidential human source, that brought him into a side where they happily uncuffed him and fist bumped him. Yeah, we paid for it. He looked better with a bandana. Yeah. January 6th was an orchestrated criminal conspiracy instigated by Nancy Pelosi and others to cover up the seditious conspiracy that took place on November 3rd, 2020, the overthrow of the United States government. In other words, one conspiracy after another, after another, after another. And the January 6th committee, just another conspiracy. Let's see here. We'll play this. No audio. It would be nice to have audio for this, wouldn't it? So here he is. They're bringing him in. Look at this. They uncuff him. Say, oh, we're sorry. We didn't mean to arrest you, buddy. We know you're our pal. No problem. All right, here's your bag back. Okay, make sure you go over there and plant that pipe bomb that they can find it. That's what we need you to do. All right, cool. They never. What's going on with the pipe bombers? What's the deal with that? Where are they? You know? Yeah, go that way. Don't let anyone see you. All right, buddy. Nice seeing you. I'll see you at the Christmas party. Cool. Yeah, that's good, man. Yeah. Okay, yeah, don't tell nobody. Yeah, we're going to get these other guys. Yeah, sure. Okay, I'll go this way. Cool. Awesome. Great. Cool. All right, buddy. Until this happens, nothing will change. That's right. Federal appeals court rebuked Obama Judge Boasberg for overstepping his authority, and when he blocked deportations of gang members to El Salvador and attempted to hold Trump in contempt, the court dismissed his ruling.
Welcome back. A federal appeals court siding with President Trump, announcing today it is dismissing a federal judge's contempt ruling over deportations of suspected Venezuelan gang members to El Salvador. You might remember back in April, federal judge James Boasberg ruled there was enough
101 people here.
The White House in contempt for deporting migrants under the
congratulate everybody for breaking 100. It's a good show.
The appeals court ruled today
ask you to please hit the like button, subscribe to the channel, hit that bell so you get notifications when we go live. Throw a comment in the chat.
President Trump calling for a new census that would
leave a comment on the
undocumented
now we're at 98.
immigrants, and it could have major ramifications.
The D.C. Circuit rightly smacked down Boasberg's judicial activist deporting violent gang members under the Alien Enemy Act is in contempt. It's enforcing sovereignty. Obama judges weaponizing courts to block border security while cities burn from reported crime is disgraceful. This ruling proves America finally rejecting lawfare tactics and prioritizing putting foreign criminals out of the country and keeping our citizens safe. Every minute wasted on frivolous contempt proceedings steals resources from real priorities, like auditing the billions Biden's DOJ funneled to radical NGOs aiding illegal crossings. That's right. Where's all that money? Let's get the money. Let's get the money. We need to search for that money. We need to find that money. That's what we need to do. We need it. We need that money. I'm going to need that money. Got to get me that money. Get me that money. Get me the money. Money. Get me the money. Get me the money. Oh. Good night, chat, church. Oh, okay. Well, have fun at church. You know, sing a couple things for me, and you know, it says time to get drunk. Jim, are we gonna drink? Does Don still need stuff? Is he still having legal fees he needs to take care of? Don the pleb, I thought that was taken care of. But hey, if you guys see this is Don the pleb, he's a very good man. He's been on Future Conflict multiple times. He was unfairly and I think illegally targeted by the Biden administration after as it was winding down, the Biden era was winding down, and he was picked up for. He never went into the Capitol or anything. He was there on January 6th. He was just outside, and they arrested him. And they tried to put him in prison for just being at the protest outside. So Rick Duke of Malta, another good man, is posting his Give, Send, Go. If anybody felt maybe they would like to help Don with some of his legal bills stuff, that would be nice. And Julio Scissors with another $10. Thank you, Julio. So very, very nice. So very, very nice. On to the next story. I saw this and I just had to. Yes. In addition to ICE agents are being hired to accompany census takers. Why can't they do the same job? I'm sorry, Julio. Thank you very much. If I didn't say it, I don't know. I just saw that. And, why can't they have a dual job? They could take the census. They could be ICE agents and census takers. And if they go, "Are you here illegally?" and they go, "Yeah," they go, "All right. Well, we're going to take you off the census and get you out of the country." They can do like a double thing. This is from Eric Hunley, who has a great channel. He does shows with Robert Gobert. Called America's Untold Stories, which are really good stuff. But he also has a Proven Conspiracy channel. And I saw this, which I thought was great. It says the biggest media failures of our time weren't just mistakes. They were master classes in how journalism can go wrong and what we can learn from it. I would say they're more, they're not, it said, will Boasberg do another charge against Trump again? I don't think it's over. Well, he got mandamused, and he got mandamused and told to stop, that he doesn't have anything else to do. So if he ignores it now, I think he's going to have a problem. He might end up. They need to go with impeachment on him. Is what they need to do. If he does anything else, they have to impeach him. They have to. So that's what needs to happen. A thread on the most shocking fake news incidences that changed media forever. Dun, 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 dun. In 2024, Syrian prison story seemed perfect. A dramatic rescue, a grateful prisoner, an award-winning scoop. One problem, the innocent prisoner was actually a military intelligence officer accused of torture. When a story seems too perfect, it probably is.
Clear if there is something under the blanket.
Oh, it moved. Is there someone there? I thought I saw it move. Is someone there? Or is it just a blanket? I don't know.
Hello?
Okay, I just
Yeah, I saw this guy. As soon as I saw this guy, when they get him, his fingernails are so well kempt and clean. It's like, that's not a prisoner.
I'm a civilian, he says. I'm a civilian. He tells the fighter he's from the city of Humps and has been in the cell for 3 months. Okay, you're okay.
He's been in the cell for 3 months. His beard is like maybe 4 or 5 days, and his nails are completely
Tightly with both hands.
clean and well trimmed. So that's a very big alert. That it's look at his fingers.
My. Okay, it's water. It's water.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, somebody should have verified this before CNN ran with this. It was just crazy.
You're okay. You're okay.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And then in 2012, China's state newspaper fell for something incredible. They published a 55-photo spread celebrating Kim Jong-un as the sexiest man alive. Source: The Onion, a satirical website. Cultural blind spots can make anyone miss obvious red flags. Yeah, this would be funny.
The online version of the Chinese Communist Party's official newspaper appears to have fallen for a spoof by the U.S. satirical website The Onion. The People's Daily ran a 55-page photo spread of the North Korean leader Kim Jong-un after he was declared the Onion's sexiest man alive for 2012. The article has now mysteriously disappeared from their websites, perhaps no surprise. Joining us now from South Korea and in Seoul is our correspondent, Lucy Williamson. And forgive the giggle, Lucy. I think everyone around the world seems to be a bit amused by this. But do you think they're seeing the humor in North Korea and in China?
I'm not sure whether they're seeing the humor in North Korea. Certainly we're hearing from the wires in China that the paper's editors have said they do now realize it was a spoof and they have taken down the offending article. But
That's funny. In 2004, CBS Bush military story had it all. Dramatic documents, a trusted anchor, Dan Rather, a compelling narrative. But typography experts noticed one detail that changed everything. Oh, yeah, I remember this. Yeah, I remember this. This sank Dan Rather's career.
CBS News is continuing to report the story, gathering information, asking questions, and probing. CBS is also addressing questions about documents used to corroborate some of the information in our reporting. Some of these questions come from people who are not active political partisans. It's tonight's Inside Story. At a Democratic National Committee press conference today, the shots being fired by some retired military men were aimed directly at President Bush's National Guard service.
But official records show that he skipped a physical and was grounded. Now, you know how hard it is to forget your annual flying physical? I took 37 of them in a row.
There has also been criticism of the new documents obtained by 60 Minutes and CBS News, but CBS used several techniques to make sure these papers should be taken seriously, talking to handwriting and document analysts and other experts who strongly insist that the documents could have been created in the 70s.
Everything that's in those documents that people are saying can't be done, as you said, 32 years ago, is just totally false. Not true. Like I said, proportional spacing was available. Superscripts was available as a custom feature. Proportional spacing between lines was available. You could order that any way you'd like.
Richard Katz, a software designer, found some other indications in the documents. He noted that the lowercase letter L is used for the numeral 1 in those documents instead of the actual numeral 1. That would be difficult to reproduce on a computer printer today.
If you were doing this a week ago or a month ago on a normal LaserJet printer, it wouldn't work. You just couldn't, the font wouldn't be available to you.
Katz also noted that the documents have both the so-called superscript TH and a regular size TH. That would be common on a typewriter, not a computer.
There's one document from May of 1972 which contains a normal TH at the top. To produce that in Microsoft Word, you would have to go out of your way to type the letters and then turn the TH setting off or back over them and type them again.
CBS News also relied on an analysis of the
but this was all proven to be bullshit.
Contents of the documents themselves to determine the content's authenticity. The new papers are in line with what is known about the president's service assignments and dates. For instance, the official record shows that Mr. Bush was suspended from flying on August 1st, 1972. That date matches the one on a memo given to CBS News, ordering that Mr. Bush be suspended. Shortly after 60 Minutes broadcast the new documents last week, USA Today obtained another new document. In the memo dated February 2nd, 1972, Colonel Killian asked to be updated as soon as possible on flight certifications, specifically Bush. That could be in line with what documents released by the White House last week show, that in the spring of 1972, then Lieutenant Bush stopped exclusively flying the F-102 and dropped back to piloting a training plane, part of an effort to maintain his flight certification. CBS News asked the White House today to give direct answers to a number of questions. Did a friend of the Bush family use his influence with the then Texas House Speaker to get George W. Bush into the National Guard? Did Lieutenant Bush refuse an order to take a required physical? Was he suspended for failing to perform up to standards? And did he complete his commitment to the Guard? In reply, a White House spokesman told CBS News today, as you know, we have repeatedly addressed these issues. These direct questions have not been fully completely answered. The White House and the Bush-Cheney campaign always point out President Bush received an honorable discharge. What's in the 60 Minutes report, CBS News believes to be true and believes the document.
Yeah. Okay, but Dan Rather lost his job over that. Didn't he? These documents use Microsoft Word's default font setting, impossible for 1970s typewriters. Rather resigned. 4 executives were fired. The lessons, even the smallest technical detail, can expose the biggest lie. That's what I thought.
Retirement of the oldest and longest-serving man ever to anchor an American nightly network newscast became largely obscured by political undertones that so many seem so determined to turn into overtones. In a final moments interview, ironically with ABC News, Dan Rather said of the Killian Memo's story, quote, "I made a mistake. I didn't dig hard enough, long enough, didn't ask enough of the right questions." And he says he believes his best work is ahead of him as a reporter. And then at 6:55 p.m. Eastern Time, 24 years to the day after having taken the chair from Walter Cronkite, and after weeks of newspaper articles, nearly all titled "Weighing Anchor" or "Anchor Away," Mr. Rather gave his official 90-second farewell.
We've shared a lot in the 24 years we've been meeting here each evening. And before I say goodnight this night, I need to say thank you. Thank you to the thousands of wonderful professionals at CBS News, past and present, with whom it's been my honor to work over these years. And a deeply felt thanks to all of you who have let us into your homes night after night. It has been a privilege, and one never taken lightly.
And then in 2013, KTVU News broke exclusive details about Asia airline pilots Captain Something Wong, Wee Too Low, and Holy Fook. They blamed an NTSB intern for verification. The real culprit raised to be first instead of right. Oh, this was a good one. I remember this. This is a good one.
Coroner is still trying to determine the cause of death and whether she was already dead when the truck hit her. We have new information now also on the plane crash. KTVU has just learned the names of the 4 pilots who were on board the flight. They are Captain Something Wong, Wee Too Low, Ho Lee Fook, and Bang Ding Ow. The NTSB has confirmed these are the names of the pilots on board Flight 214 when it crashed. We are working to determine exactly what roles each of them played during the landing on Saturday. Investigators will be... Coroner is...
That's some funny stuff. The Rolling Stone UVA story shows the danger of single sources. No corroborating witnesses, no fact-checking, complete trust in one narrative. The magazine paid millions in lawsuits. Never let a great story override basic verification.
New questions this morning about that explosive Rolling Stone article alleging a gang rape at the University of Virginia. Sparked protests on campus, shut down the school's Greek system, incited worldwide anger, and now Rolling Stone is apologizing for getting the story wrong. The woman in the middle of all has hired a lawyer, and ABC's Lindsay Davis here with the latest. Good morning, Lindsay.
Good morning, George. Over the weekend, a backlash against Jackie on social media sites after holes have been poked in her account. But this morning, even though Rolling Stone is now questioning it, Jackie is standing by her story that she was raped by several young men at a UVA frat house. This morning, the woman at the center of Rolling Stone's story about sexual assaults at the University of Virginia is now reportedly being represented by an attorney. This after the magazine admitted discrepancies in the story of the young woman who went by Jackie. Doubt has been cast on 3 key allegations. In a statement Phi Kappa Psi fraternity issued late last week, it denies there was a social event at the house the weekend of the alleged rape. The accuser told Rolling Stone her rape appeared to be part of a fall pledging ritual, but the fraternity says initiations only happen in the spring and that ritualized sexual assault is not part of any initiation process. And according to the article, Jackie says she was lured to the fraternity by a member who worked with her at the campus's aquatic center. But according to the fraternity, none of its members worked there at that time.
As I kept reporting, it just became clear that other facts, just weren't lining up right.
A reporter for the Washington Post interviewed Jackie after the Rolling Stone article came out. He says her statements to him contradicted Rolling Stone's reporting.
She said, well, maybe the party wasn't at Phi Psi, and then she told me that maybe the person who attacked her wasn't a member of the fraternity at all.
Rolling Stone released a statement Friday, seeming to place blame on the accuser, saying there now appear to be discrepancies in Jackie's account. We have come to the conclusion that our trust in her was misplaced.
If Jackie intentionally lied about the alleged perpetrator
and that perpetrator suffered injury as a result, she could be sued for damages.
But Sunday, the magazine revising their statement, saying these mistakes are on Rolling Stone, not on Jackie, removing their misplaced trust line altogether. In response to the Rolling Stone apology, UVA President Teresa Sullivan released this statement. The university remains first and foremost concerned with the care and support of our students and especially any survivor of sexual assault. Lots more to come in this story.
Yeah, well, what about,
thank you so much.
What about people falsely accused? Their life gets destroyed. I mean, come on. There's got to be something. There's going to have to be some kind of accountability for people who make false claims just for whatever reason, for money and stuff. Brian Williams claimed he was in a helicopter under fire in Iraq. Oh, I remember this one. The truth, he arrived an hour after the incident. Why would a respected anchor risk everything on a lie? The pressure to be extraordinary can corrupt ordinary truth. Let's see here. I like this. This is good. I saw this and I just thought this is a break from the news. Just kind of to remind you.
Good morning, I'm Sarah Haynes.
And I'm TJ Holmes with the top stories on this Wednesday, February 11th. We begin with the news that Brian Williams will be absent from that anchor desk for at least 6 months. Absent because NBC announced that he's been suspended without pay for misrepresenting facts during his Iraq war reporting. His troubles may not be over. He's still under an internal investigation.
This is just like a break from the news for everybody that isn't aware, to just show, can't always believe the media. You know, even some of these stuff that I talk about, it could turn out to be, I mean, I'm just reporting what I'm reading and I'm showing you the stories and showing you the newspaper articles and stuff. I didn't do investigations to determine if the stuff's true. My investigation is just what the papers are saying. You know, the Iranian news agency's greatest scoop, 77% of rural Americans prefer Ahmadinejad to Obama. Source, The Onion again. That's right. I'm fired. Oh, no. Yeah, the memes of the day about Brian Williams were gold. What, you know, he's not, to be wrong, because remember, Clinton said the same thing. Hillary Clinton said that she arrived and she got fired to Bosnia or something like that, that they were under fire and they had to do all this stuff, and it was all lies. Yeah. So let's see. Some of these I didn't even hear about when they happened. Like this one, I don't remember.
It looks like Iranian journalism schools don't focus nearly enough on ethics. Iran's semi-official Fars news agency finally admitted on Sunday to lifting an entire article from The Onion last week and passing it off as fact. The headline, quote, Gallup poll, rural whites prefer Ahmadinejad to Obama. An unnamed editor for Fars claimed that though they ripped off the fake news report, Americans probably still prefer Ahmadinejad to Obama. In an added blow, Fars' evasive apology itself ripped off full chunks of text from the Associated Press and the website Mediaite. The Onion didn't seem miffed by the flap. The satirical paper joked Friday on Twitter that, quote, Iran's finest news source, Fars, is a subsidiary of The Onion.
Modern journalism faces a crucial problem. Speed versus accuracy. Views versus truth. Clicks versus credibility. The solution isn't choosing sides, it's mastering both. 3 timeless lessons from journalists' biggest failures. Multiple source verification saves careers. If it sounds too good to be true, it probably is. Speed without accuracy is worthless. Truth is slow, but lies travel fast. The next time you see a breaking story that seems perfect, wait 24 hours, check multiple sources, follow the corrections. The first version is rarely the truth. Yeah, I usually wait about 72 hours, unless it's something that's like breaking where I'm seeing it, and I'll talk about it, but I won't say the stuff. Yeah, I really don't like that guy. Denang Dick, I hate Dick Blumenthal. He's a horrible person. Horrible person. These stories changed journalism forever, but they taught us something more important. The truth doesn't need drama to be powerful. It just needs to be true. Just follow Eric Hunley for more threads on media, business, and human psychology. I like Eric Hunley a lot. It says these weren't mistakes, they were psyops. Interesting thread. Because of what happened 5 years ago and since, trust in the mainstream media for many is at an all-time low. It's true. Yeah. Bongino used to say, wait 48 hours after breaking story to find the truth. Generally speaking, if it bleeds, it leads. On to the next story. We're back to news now. Yeah, 48-hour rule is a good rule. Special prosecutor Ed Martin now has the most documented mortgage fraud case in modern political history. Read the complete roadmap to conviction. Letitia James ran a 40-year criminal enterprise while serving as New York's top prosecutor. In Brooklyn, from 2001 to 2023, the foundation, legal status, 5-unit building, certificate of occupancy, mortgage applications consistently reported as 1 to 4 units, 10 plus false statements to federal lenders over 20 years. In 2011, she defrauded federal HAMP program, HAMP program, with handwritten document alterations. New York City Department of Building confirms CO on file, certificate of occupancy on file for multiple dwelling, 5 units. In Virginia in 2023, the smoking gun. This property will not be my primary residence. I will never be a Virginia resident. August 2nd. August 17th, signed sworn declaration. I intend to occupy this property as my principal residence. Witnessed by her own AG staff who put their legal reputations on the document. The ultimate hypocrisy. On October 2nd, 2023, James launches Trump's fraud trial just 45 days after her own false sworn declaration. New York City state disclosure violations, the shell game. Reports mortgages that don't exist. Fiefdom, Freedom National Mortgage, hides mortgages that do exist. OVM Financial, Citibank HELOC, Sterling Street property completely omitted from state filings. Filed under penalty of perjury, multiple felony violations. Total RICO enterprise benefits, $10.3 million plus. Phase 1, $300K in fraudulent loan benefits. Phase 2, used AG position to avoid accountability. Phase 3, $10 million taxpayer-funded defense while under federal investigation. Her own lawyer accidentally confirmed the fraud to the DOJ. Federal prosecutors now have written confession, government witnesses, 40-year criminal pattern, and defense attorneys' admissions. 18 U.S.C. 1014. The crime was complete the moment she signed that false declaration. Yeah, they call the false declaration on the mortgage documents the kill shot for a reason, because simple things like not declaring if your parents or someone gives you, a loan, and you claim it's a gift or whatever, say $10,000, $20,000 to put as a down payment, but you pay that money back and you don't disclose it. That's 10 years in prison. The prosecutor who built her career on no one is above the law is about to discover she was right. To the American, hey, we hit 108. The American people, for someone who built her career on the principle of no one is above the law, she's about to discover how right she was. The evidence speaks for itself. James's lies speak volumes. Justice demands prosecution. The federal crimes are documented. The enterprise is established. The pattern is undeniable. Conviction is inevitable. 3 properties, multiple fraud. Queen, 1983, false identity. Brooklyn, 2021, 2001 to 2023, unit count fraud. And in Virginia, residency fraud. State financial disclosure fraud, federal criminal investigation. What gets me is so much of this information was public, then why the underwriting process requires so many hoops to jump through and yet was unable to catch Letitia James's fraud. This is why I like the Homestead Act, too many snowbirds. Yeah, Letitia, Big Bottoms, James. Yeah. But Homestead, you just have to live there for a year, I think, right? Or you can't have any other place. Or I'm not sure how it works. Collision was found. This is it right here. White collar fraud. The federal criminal case against Letitia James, a complete roadmap for Special Prosecutor Ed Martin. With Special Prosecutor Ed Martin now investigating New York State Attorney Letitia James, here's a systemic destruction of every defense and the roadmap to the most documented mortgage fraud case in modern political history. The moment of reckoning has arrived for the prosecutor who thought she was above the law she swore to enforce. The appointment represents federal validation of the extensive documentary evidence we've compiled over months of investigation. When career prosecutors and federal agencies review evidence and conclude it warrants special prosecutor oversight, it confirms the serious nature of the alleged criminal conduct we've documented. Moreover, Attorney General Pam Bondi's appointment of Ed Martin as special prosecutor to investigate Letitia James represents the inevitable collision between 4 decades of systemic criminal conduct and someone who believed her position made her untouchable. What emerges from the documentary evidence isn't isolated misconduct. It's a sophisticated criminal enterprise that spans multiple properties, jurisdiction, and federal programs. The 40-year criminal enterprise spans 3 properties. As consistent as it is damning, the pattern spans decades. At her Brooklyn properties on Lafayette Avenue, James spent over 20 years systematically misrepresenting a legal, documented 5-unit building as having only 4 units across more than 10 different mortgage transactions. Enabling her to secure federal HAMP relief and favorable residential loan terms she wasn't entitled to receive, while systematically violating federal financial disclosure laws to conceal the truth of her mortgage, the scope of her mortgage obligations from state oversight. Furthermore, the criminal enterprise traces back even further than Brooklyn. In 1983, records show that James and her father co-signed a mortgage document identifying themselves as husband and wife rather than father and daughter, establishing a pattern of false. Well, I don't know. Maybe she's like Ilhan Omar, or they keep it in the family. Establishing a pattern of false identity misrepresentations on federal mortgage documents that spans over 40 years. This early evidence demonstrates that James' sophisticated understanding of mortgage fraud began decades before her Brooklyn property acquisitions, making the subsequent systemic misrepresentations part of a long-established criminal methodology rather than isolated errors. Break 'em Up says, want to bet her crime was not limited to just mortgage fraud on 3 properties? Oh, I'd be willing to bet if you start digging into her, you're going to find a whole bunch of other frauds. Mm-hmm. They were married for 40 years. She was married to her father for 40 years. That's crazy. And then I think I also saw something about her faking his death. I swore I saw something about her faking his death, that they filed something. Subsequently, when she expanded to Virginia, her fraud became more brazen, involving more phantom mortgages, a sworn declaration witnessed by her own government employees, and continued systemic concealment from state financial disclosures that created a shell game of concealed and phantom debt across all her properties. The enterprise reached its stunning climax in August 2023 when James signed a false sworn declaration just weeks before launching her Trump fraud prosecution. Throughout her 40-year scheme, James used her position as the state's top law enforcement official to shield herself from accountability across multiple properties, jurisdictions, and federal programs. A direct message to Ed Martin. Now you possess the most documented mortgage fraud case in modern history. Every document, every timeline, every legal precedent points to the same conclusion. Letitia James operated a sophisticated criminal enterprise while serving as the state's top law enforcement official. Don't let media spin or political pressure override documented evidence of federal crimes. Here's your roadmap to conviction. Section 1, the 40-year criminal enterprise. The Virginia fraud is merely the latest chapter in what appears to be 4 decades of criminal conduct by Letitia James. Since 2001, James has owned 296 Lafayette Avenue in Brooklyn, the undisputed facts. Certificate of occupancy, January 26, 2001. Legal 5-unit building. Physical evidence, 6 electric meters, 5 doorbells, confirmed 5-unit status. Every mortgage document for 20-plus years consistently reported as 1 to 4 units. 2 decades of systemic false statements, the Brooklyn property unit count misrepresentations, 2001 to 2021. And I think with the fraud on something like this, too, is like every time you redo the fraud, it extends the, if I'm not mistaken, it extends the statute of limitations, I think. June 2021, Citizens Bank, 1 or 2 family residents. August 23rd, 2019, Citibank, 4 family. 2017, 4 family. 2015, 4 family. 2011, 4 family, handwritten. 2007, American General, 1 to 2 family residents. 2006, 1 to 3 family. 2005, 4 family. 2003, 4 family. 2001, 1 or 2 family. He pinned it on his page. Well, who pinned what on his page? I pinned something on my page. Pattern, 10 plus false statements across 20 years to different federal lenders, each misrepresenting the same property to obtain better loan terms. As documented in his investigation, this pattern represents systemic mortgage fraud spanning 2 decades. The federal HAMP fraud, 2011. In 2011, James obtained federal HAMP mortgage modification, a program explicitly excluding buildings with 5 or more units, as first uncovered by the Gateway pundits Joel Gilbert. James received a federally subsidized mortgage modification for a building that on its face did not qualify. Buildings on Gilbert's initial findings. Their investigation revealed critical handwritten modifications in the HAMP agreement that appear designed to create ambiguity. Every time you redo the fraud is another count in the indictment. 4 fam hastily written in one corner contradicts note stating not more than 6 residential units. This isn't just mortgage fraud, it's defrauding a federal relief program intended for struggling homeowners. The building permit fraud that never stopped. As recently as 2020, while serving as Attorney General, James submitted building permits explicitly stating dwelling units existing 4, despite the certificate of occupancy listing 5 units for 19 years. July 20th application. Documents show dwelling units existing 4, despite the C of O listing 5 units for the past 19 years. Another filing repeats the same inconsistent information. When someone filed a complaint citing the permit application signed by Letitia James appeared to contain false information, the Department of Building dismissed it as a minor error, special treatment not afforded to ordinary New Yorkers. As documented in their investigation, this selective enforcement demonstrates the systematic protection James received while engaging in documented fraud. In a subsequent complaint filed in 2025, the date of birth was forced. The Department of Buildings, was forced to address the unit count discrepancy. On May 13th, the NYC Department of Buildings closed complaint number 3A07302 with a resolution statement that it inadvertently provided prosecutors with devastating confirmation of our investigation. No violation warranted for complaint at time of inspection on file for multiple dwelling. The certificate of occupancy was issued on January 26, 2001, and explicitly classifies the property as a fine family dwelling, directly contradicting James' repeated claim of it being a 4-unit building on mortgage applications and permit filing spanning 2 decades. Oh, Sam Antar? Yeah, there's, Pencilneck is getting busted for the Maryland resident too. There's also, 5 counts for each, 25 to 30 years, you're thinking. There's also rumors that Gallego, whatever his name, Ruben Gallego, the new senator from Arizona, also has the same problem. And they probably could wrap up a whole bunch of senators for the same thing. The problem is they might end up getting a bunch of Republicans for it too, but hey, get them all. Who cares? Government admission destroys any remaining defense arguments about the Brooklyn properties unit count. New York City's own Department of Buildings has now officially confirmed that James systematically lied to federal lenders for 20 years. The Queens property, Enterprise of Oregon, 1983. The criminal enterprise traces back even further than Brooklyn. In 1983, records show that James and her father co-signed a mortgage document identifying themselves as husband or wife rather than father and daughter. Establishing a pattern of false identity misrepresentations on federal mortgage documents that span over 40 years. This early evidence demonstrates that James's sophisticated understanding of mortgage fraud began decades before her property acquisitions in Brooklyn, making subsequent systemic misrepresentations part of a long-established criminal methodology rather than isolated errors. The written confession and witness perjury. On August 2nd, the email that destroys every defense. James sent an email to her mortgage broker about a Virginia property she was purchasing. The message was unambiguous. This property will not be my primary residence. I will never be a Virginia resident. It'll be Shamisa's primary residence. On the very next day, her broker confirmed that James' role was listed as non-occupying co-borrower. The loan was locked as a primary residence product. "15 days later, on August 17th, James signed a power of attorney under penalty of perjury. I hereby declare I intend to occupy this property as my principal residence." Game over. This is about complex underwriting requirement or technical mortgage details. This is about a sitting attorney general who made contradictory sworn statements 15 days apart in the same federal transaction, with written proof of her knowledge that the declaration was false. Yeah. I should have brought the law guy on for this issue. It's not up to me if they won't come on. I mean, I asked people to come on. Is Joe streaming tonight? I don't think he is. I didn't get a notification or anything, Joe or Kata or any of them guys. They would have been happy to bring him on. No. The Camelot streaming, Black Angus is streaming, Pat Dixon, Ethan, Yellow Flash. That's it. I don't see anybody else. Yeah, it's hard to get them on my schedule. Yeah, it is. I mean, I've been trying, like Nick Ricada says he's going to come on or wants to have me on his show, but it's just we haven't been able to get things going. And other people like Bronca are super busy. I don't expect them to be able to come in at night. Joe's the only one that kind of streams around the same time that I do, and so we kind of do stuff together, but he's got his own life and stuff to do. So I just kind of, if I'm willing, would stream with them whenever they want. Yeah, well, no, it's not. I mean, Sabbath ends at sundown on Saturday, which is today. It's over. Sometimes he'll stream on Saturday nights, but usually not. He usually doesn't stream Friday or Saturday at all. He usually waits till Sunday. Government witnesses who seal her fate. The false declaration wasn't signed in some private setting where James might claim confusion. It was witnessed by 2 employees from her own attorney general's office. Jennifer Levy, James's first deputy attorney general and lead prosecutor in the Trump civil fraud case, and Sharona Parchman, another AG staff member. Both signed under penalty of perjury that they witnessed James execute this fraudulent document. Yeah, Nick streams late, but he's got his own stuff going on. I don't know. The implications are staggering. New York's top prosecutors watched their boss sign the document declaring she would live in Virginia as her primary residence, just 15 days after she explicitly stated in writing that she would never be a Virginia resident. They put their signatures on legal reputations on the document. This creates an unprecedented situation where government employees witness their boss commit federal perjury. Their own lawyer proves the final nail. In stunning development that eliminates any remaining defense, James's own high-profile attorney, Abby Lowell, provided federal prosecutors with additional evidence of criminal intent. Written while attempting to defend James against the FHFA criminal referral, Lowell explicitly stated that James was a non-occupying co-borrower with no intent to occupy the Sterling Street home. Committed federal mortgage fraud by falsely declaring her intent to live at a Sterling Street and violated financial disclosure laws by concealing a property she co-owns with a relative. Broke multiple federal laws. Lowell's letter provides prosecutors with documentary evidence that directly contradicts James's mortgage application, making any mistake or confusion defense impossible. When a defendant's own lawyer confirms the nature of sworn declarations, convictions become inevitable. Under 18 U.S.C. 1014, the crime was complete the moment she signed the false declaration. Actual reliance by the lender is not required. Everything else, the emails, the government witnesses, or lawyers' admissions, is just overwhelming evidence of intent. Financial disclosure shell game. One of the mortgage fraud forms the backbone of James's criminal enterprise. Her systematic violation of New York's financial disclosure laws create an equally damaging pattern of perjury and concealment. Filed annually under penalty of perjury, these state ethics disclosures were designed to ensure transparency and prevent conflicts of interest among public officials. Instead, James turned them into instruments of systemic deception. Systematic deception. I don't know why I keep doing that. The disclosure violations aren't random errors. They're carefully orchestrated shell game designed to conceal the true scope of her financial obligations while creating phantom debt to explain away income that should have been reported. Across multiple properties, across multiple years, James has consistently reported mortgages that don't exist while hiding mortgages that do exist, creating a fictional financial profile that obscures the benefits she derived from her fraudulent enterprise. Virginia properties, a masterclass of concealment, the crime, false sworn declaration of property, primary resident witnessed by government employees. Yeah, she's a crook. She must disclose co-owned properties and mortgages over $10,000 under New York's ethic laws, and she completely omitted them in the 2023-2024 financial disclosures. The Phantom Mortgage Factory. She's reporting mortgages that don't exist while hiding mortgages that do exist. Brooklyn Vanishing Act, mortgage disclosure timeline. Not disclosed, disappeared, not disclosed, reclassified. These aren't clerical errors or systematic concealment of financial obligations. The pattern of disclosure violations span multiple years and properties. 40-year criminal enterprise extracted massive quantified benefits from 3 distinct phases. Yeah, she probably has offshore banks. You're probably right. She probably has accounts hidden. Who knows? She probably gets kickbacks from people. Who knows? Annoying false statements. So yeah, so they got a whole bunch of stuff to work with here. A whole bunch of stuff. And there's also this. You got this. It's just been revealed that the attorney representing Adam Schiff in his mortgage fraud case, investigated by Ed Martin, now desperately wants to kick Martin off the case over allegations of glaring bias. Imagine that. I wonder why he fears Ed Martin so much. I would probably agree with this argument in an alternative timeline where DAs who ran on the promises to prosecute Trump were not allowed to prosecute him. On Biden, and Biden donor judges weren't allowed to preside over the cases. But they were. Doors open, and the left opened it. That's right. Call a wambulance. Wah, wah, wah. They didn't care when Tish was running around campaigning. She'll get Trump, Crimea River. Pencil neck, Adam Schiff is scared of Eagle Ed Martin, and he should be. Mm-hmm. Adam Schiff's lawyer, an Obama appointee named Preet Bharara, is desperate to have special prosecutor Ed Martin removed from his client's case. He cites Martin's defense of J6 protesters as justification for his disqualification. The truth is he's scared of Martin. Yeah, so they're going to say that Ed Martin defended people accused of crimes by the government, so that disqualifies him. I just want to remind everybody that prior to the United States becoming a country, there was colonies here, and the colonial government charged 6 British soldiers with killing, people here, and John Adams defended those soldiers. John Adams, and he got them. They weren't convicted. John Adams was a patriot who became one of the founding fathers of this country, and one of our first presidents, I think our second president. So we don't disqualify people for giving people defenses. Everyone has the right to a defense, and the best defense possible. And lawyers have to defend them to the best of their ability, no matter what. Otherwise, they're not operating ethically, and they're violating their oaths. So for this lawyer, Preet Bharara, to say this, maybe someone should be investigating him. Bless your heart, really. Stay focused on reality. John Adams defended the British soldiers of the Boston Massacre and still became the second president. Is it equatable to Martin defending any J6 here? I'll let history decide. The citizens did then when considering the rights of any defendant over some sleazebag as Bharara. Okay, on to the next story. Trump's Golden Dome reshapes military space spending. It's the biggest U.S. space defense shift since Reagan's Strategic Defense Initiative, SDI, Star Wars. Star Wars! $175 billion to make America missile-proof from Russia, China, Iran, or anyone. Yes, he did. And something I learned yesterday that I wasn't unaware of is that Lincoln also was responsible for the formation of the Internal Revenue Service. Yes, it was Lincoln. The IRS is Lincoln's fault. Here's what you need to know. Trump's fiscal year 2026 budget request is $40.2 billion for the Space Force, more than ever before. Why? Because Golden Dome will be partly space-based. Missile tracking satellites, space-based interceptors, and a 24/7 shield over the U.S. Trump created Space Force for a reason. The initial numbers, $24.4 billion initial funding in Trump's overall One Big Beautiful Bill, $9.2 billion tracking threats from space, $5.6 billion space-based interceptors, and $910 million launch and test range infrastructure. Yeah, Dershowitz got blackballed for defending Trump, but they didn't care about OJ or Epstein. Yeah, no. Full program cost over the next several years is $175 billion. Golden Dome for America. Deterrence by denial. The goal, build the Golden Dome 1.0 system within 3 years. Trump, this will make America safe from missile attack forever. I don't know if forever, but it will help, I think. And it will, because newer tech will keep rolling out. Lasers are next. For the Space Force, created by Trump in 2019, this is a massive leap in mission and budget. Golden Dome lets them fast-track missile warning satellites, space tracking, and defense systems they already needed but couldn't fund. Think Reagan Star Wars, but with modern technology, hypersonics tracking, AI targeting, reusable rocket launches, and private space industry partners like SpaceX. Reagan dreamed it, Trump is building it. Democrats in the 80s claimed all this was impossible, that it would take as much as 25,000 lines of code to run it. They said no one could ever write or debug so much code. Today, Microsoft Word has 30,000 lines of code. They are visionless. How can Trump deploy such a system in just 3 years? We field tested nearly every component, Patriot and Arrow missiles, Aegis, and especially Iron Dome plus Iron Beam. The U.S. had a big part in developing Israel's nearly impenetrable defense. Now we're bringing it home. Satellites aren't worth a flip if the Chinese ran them. Well, they have to have some kind of way to protect the satellites in space. Because the technology exists, but hasn't been revealed yet. I think there's a lot of technology that hasn't been revealed yet. Some of the stuff we're kind of seeing, because I don't know, I'm old enough to remember when we were having all these sightings in the late 80s of these triangle pyramid shapes, UFOs all over the place. And they were like, oh my God, it's UFOs. They're all these triangle shapes. Well, that was the F-117 Nighthawk stealth fighter that they were seeing and being reported on. So I'm wondering if these Tic Tacs and these other little other technology that we're seeing is also could be part of it. Like let's see here. I have a video I'll play after this to show you some of the stuff I was talking about that I think. Yeah, they do. They have anti-gravity weapons, Jim. I know. You want to play a game? Yes, I want to play a game. How about global thermonuclear war? How about a nice game of chess? They have plane-launched missiles that can hit satellites, so Chinese bomber cars aren't really sure. Oh, I know. They have missiles that can, satellite missiles. The question is, do we have any missiles in space right now? I think the Russians have missiles in space right now they're not talking about. Maybe we do too. They can levitate a mountain. That would be awesome. Maybe that's how they built the pyramids. Satellites have retro rockets for maneuvering. Yeah, they do stuff like that. This isn't just defense, it's deterrence. When enemies know your country is untouchable, they think twice about starting a war. Nuclear power to speed of light lasers and ICBMs, hypersonics, and drones become obsolete. Golden Dome equals peace through strength. For the first time ever, America's Defense Department will actually be defending Americans. Nuclear war has threatened to annihilate us for 80 years. No longer. Trump is about to end that chapter of history. That's cool. This is, let's just say, Golden Dome is a bunch of hype, though. It boils down to adding satellites to the Aegis system and increasing early detection, but interceptors are lacking. Yeah, interceptors are lacking. They need in testing with Aegis, you could track like an ICBM, but you have to hit it. You have to hit it before it starts its descent, if I'm not mistaken. Once it starts its descent, you're not going to get it. Yeah. Did Raytheon pay for this Twitter thread? Possibly. If the nuclear war kicks off, we're also dying. But here's a video that I just, that this thing I want to show you. It's like a...
It all began on August 7th, 2023, when Reddit user Velcro made a post to the RUFOs community. The post contained infrared footage depicting an incredible and chilling event. Recently, I saw this footage circulating online, and I was hoping that someone here might have information about when this was taken and where. User U Volcaro wrote, "The footage depicts a passenger plane flying steadily across the frame. Without warning, 3 circular objects rapidly encircle the aircraft, weaving..."
What do we think these things circling around the aircraft is? There's these like globes that we've been seeing, and we keep seeing I don't know.
In synchronized orbits. As they continue their circular trajectory, the plane makes a sharp leftward turn, seemingly trying to evade its strange pursuers. But the bright spheres stay locked on target, refusing to break their formation. Then, as the plane straightens its path once more, all 3 objects suddenly converge on the helpless aircraft. A bizarre flash occurs, and the plane has vanished. Upon closer...
Mr. K, I saw some of that stuff, but as far what I've seen is that I've also seen where they said that that's not true, that the timing of when this video came out, and then there's also the explanation I want is why a captain in the U.S. Air Force was sent to prison for leaking the video from the satellite. Because it did happen. The guy's actually in jail, did go to prison for leaking this footage. Well, if it's fake, why would a captain in the U.S. Air Force go to prison? That's all. That's all. Why were we tracking a plane? It's a good question. On to the next story. No, he did. It was a captain in the Air Force. I'll try to find the story about the captain that went to jail, that they talk about it and everything, and what they say he leaked and everything, which was that satellite information. So, I don't know. I'm open-minded, man. Like, a lot of people think, like, oh, these globes and these domes, these balls that they're seeing and stuff are alien technology. I think it's us. Something we have that they just haven't told us about yet. So this is about the Gavin Newsom's fraud and graft and corruption. NGO run by Gavin Newsom's wife gets millions in taxpayer dollars, which is then sent to her profit organization, giving the Newsom family a benefit of $1.5 million from nonprofit salary plus $1.7 million from firm sales licenses. Mm-hmm. The Representation Project, Jennifer Newsom's nonprofit organization, receives millions of dollars from the state of California. The project has paid nearly $2 million to Jennifer Newsom's for-profit since 2021, including a $150,000 annual contracting fee since 2018. Many are now accusing Newsom of funneling tax dollars through his wife's NGO to her for-profit organization and are calling for a federal investigation. Yeah, it is. It's strange, right? That they were following that specific plane. Like, why were they not just one thing? They had drones and satellites tracking a plane, the same plane. Why? That's all. Why? Jennifer Newsom is a filmmaker and advocate for gender equity. She founded the Representation Project in 2011 and serves as its CEO. She also owns the Girls Club Entertainment, LLC, for her for-profit film production company. The Representation Project is a 501c3 nonprofit focused on gender justice through films and licenses documentaries. Jennifer Newsom is paid about $150,000 from the nonprofit in salary. Girls Club Entertainment is Newsom's for-profit company, which produces the films licensed by her nonprofit, which is funded by the state, meaning taxpayer dollars fund her nonprofit, which pays Jennifer a salary, then contracts her for-profit to produce all the films that have been licensed by her nonprofit. The Representation Project. So this seems like a big scam. Yeah. It was a test? Maybe. Like, It's also weird that plane had 5 scientists that were working on super symmetry chips type of stuff. I don't know. The Representation Project has paid Girls Club Entertainment $1.64 million since 2012 for film production and licensing rights. These payments are disclosed as related party transactions because Jennifer Cybele Newsom controls both entities. The Representation Project has earned about $1.48 million in licensing fees from public schools, taxpayer dollars, nationwide. Since 2012, California schools have paid an average of $270 per license for films and curricula used in gender equity and mental health programs. Over 5,000 schools have licensed materials, with critics arguing this creates a conflict. We didn't use drones for tracking in 2011. Oh, my sweet summer child. We were using drones for tracking back during Desert Storm. How is this not money laundering? Newsom needs to investigate. Oh, he does. He does. Over 5,000 schools have licensed materials, with critics arguing this creates a conflict, as the Newsoms are allegedly benefiting from state funds. California school districts use portions of their budgets to license films and curricula from the nonprofit. This has generated $1.48 million in revenue from the nonprofit for public schools. Give you a break from what? Girls Club sounds like porno production. Well, she did claim that she had some kind of interactions with Harvey Weinstein, so. The nonprofit pays Jennifer Newsom's for-profit companies for producing and licensing the films. This includes $150,000 annual fees since 2018, totaling $1.64 million. These are reported as program service expenses. In addition to the for-profit payments, she receives a salary from the nonprofit, and profits from the Girls Club total family benefit $1.5 million nonprofit salary, $1.7 million film sales licenses. This is crazy, right? There she is. Yeah. Mm-hmm. At school, why gender equity is necessary. Oh, yeah. The Representation Project. This is her. He plays the same game with all NGOs. The $27 billion missing from the homeless fund is just the tip of the iceberg. If someone had the time to look into the newcomer NGOs, where he had 3 caravans a day coming across the border, fleets of buses, apartment takeovers, dry goods deliveries, pickup services, IDs and EBT card handout lines, insane theft of California tax dollars from the governor. But they have NGOs and stuff that are nonprofits, and that's how they're able to steal government grants and stuff, because, I don't know, NGOs pretending to serve California taxpayers. So they take taxpayer funds in there, then they go out to the California Democrat campaign conference. That's what's been going on. Yeah, this is him laundering the money. You see it? This is video evidence right here. There's no way this is AI. No way. And used to secure $12 million home, but California is filled with the average Democrat voter is just plain stupid. The easiest part to manipulate, their easy part. Hillary Clinton has told Dick Morrison rewriting history is stupid. Money laundering, scheme funneling, NGOs. So yeah, so that's a lot of stuff there with that. Because Gavin's grift is exposed. These people want to live in the White House. Ron Coleman says, this is the worst scam, the whole scam of modern government. NGOs for money laundering. That shit clean, yeah. Yeah, nonprofits for tax person. Yeah, so they don't have to pay taxes on it. You see, the average price of filing for office in California is $70. Price of running for Congress is $35 million. Cost of rigging the election map prices, because there are some things money can't buy. Oh, actually, it is over $200 million. That is the cost of gerrymandering, one of the most gerrymandered maps in the country. Republicans constituted roughly 40% of the congressional vote in 2024, but received only about 17% of the House seats. That's not low enough for Newsom. California's congressional races are a masterclass in taxpayer-funded grift. PAC shoveled millions into ads and consultants while the real issues get buried. The Congressional Leadership Fund dropped $40 million here, more than any other state, proving D.C. insiders prioritize political theater over solving actual problems. Meanwhile, the bureaucrats rigged the system with loopholes that let special interests buy access. Turley's right. The price tag for this circus is astronomical. And voters foot the bill twice. Once through taxes funding bureaucratic growth, and then again through policy skewed by donor cash. Time to audit every dime and end pay-to-play racket. That's right, man. That's right. It says right here, Newsom brushed off the price of a special election. Experts say it'll cost $200 million. Sacramento will be. Let's see what he has to say.
We've got a country. Things have changed. Facts have changed. So we must change. I think it's in the spirit of, Lincoln's infamous second inaugural. We have to disenthrall ourselves so we can save this country. We've got to think anew. We've got to act anew. Things have changed. We're reacting to that change. They've triggered this response, and we're not going to roll over. And we're going to fight fire with fire. But we're going to do so not just punching with the weight of the fourth largest economy, the most populous state in our union, the size of 21 state populations combined, but we also will punch above our weight in terms of the impact of what we're doing. And I think that should be absorbed by those in the Texas delegation. Whatever they are doing will be neutered here in the state of California.
Oh.
And they will pay that price. And we believe public opinion is with our approach. And I appreciate the growing recognition in other states of other governors of like mind and the people of this country recognizing what's at stake. These folks don't play by the rules.
Oh.
If
You guys
they
keep
can't
changing
win
the fucking rules.
Playing
These are
the
your
game
rules.
with the existing set of rules, they'll change the rules. That's what Donald Trump has done. He's dialing for seats. Familiar because he dialed for votes in the last election. Here's someone who tried to break this country, tried to light democracy on fire on January 6th. He recognizes he's going to lose in the midterms, and we have the opportunity to de facto end the Trump presidency in less than 18 months.
Oh, that's interesting, isn't it? Very interesting. Gavin Newsom said a special redistricting election in November, his answer to the Texas Republicans redrawing their congressional districts to favor their party, will require significantly less resources than a typical statewide election because many local elections are happening at the same time. That could be very meaningful in mitigating the cost, he told reporters. Newsom implied that since counties are already holding elections in November, the question of redrawing congressional maps could be added to the ballot that are already going out. Election officials up and down the state say it's not so simple. While it's true that more than 20 of the state's 58 counties have some form of election scheduled for November 4th, the majority are for small pockets of the region, such as for municipal water boards or school districts, and election officials say their costs would barely be offset, if at all, by concurrent elections. Several officials still say they estimate their costs would be about equal to that of the last time they put out a statewide election, and there could be added costs due to inflation and tight turnaround. Yeah, he's a liar. They're planning to cheat again. That's right. In Fresno County, about 500 of the county's roughly 525,000 registered voters are slated to weigh in on who should serve on the Water District Board. I would only 500 of them. In Plumas County, a school board election is planned for a district with a population of 2,500 of the county's roughly 13,000 voters. Election officials in Sonoma County don't know yet if they'll have enough candidates to hold a race for the small number of boards, but they have a scheduled election just in case. How much would a special election actually cost? They estimate the bill for a statewide election would still be north of $200 million, more than it costs to hold the Newsom recall in 2021 when there were no other elections taking place. Most of the costs associated with an election are related to printing ballots and envelopes. Inflation has gone pretty wild in the last 4 or 5 years, said spokesperson. Well, who was running it when it went wild? Says Hochul was able to change the election schedule to be on even years instead of local of years. This is going to backfire on her. Local off years. Well, in Plumas County, Registrar Voters estimates a special election in November cost her county $65,000, only $3,000 less than they spent in 2021, even with school board elections already planned. Costs are higher, paper is higher, printing is higher, postage is higher. They would also incur the costs and time pressures involved with identifying and booking vote centers and soliciting enough volunteer workers to man in-person polls. Yeah. 1 day in person with ID, unless proven disability or out of the country military service. That's how it should be. Discussion is mostly hypothetical. There's actually something at the Supreme Court about that. If someone is suing about them extending the vote past Election Day, which they must do by to call for a special election, they must do it by August 22nd. It's clear the election would only take place if Texas lawmakers are able to pass their gerrymandered maps, which they want to redraw to nab more Republican seats in Congress. Election officials are already planning just in case, and the Secretary of State has told them the probability of a special election is highly likely. Newsom's office did not respond to a request for comment about the negative impact of concurrent elections. However, the government has been dismissive of the cost, telling reporters that if it pales in comparison to democracy, values, and rules of law, it's a MasterCard commercial, priceless. So, we'll see. Newsom announced California will hold special elections on redistricting. They already gerrymandered California to death anyway. They have nowhere to go. They overplayed their hand and they're flailing about, panicking about losing their manufactured power. They lack the ability to pick their battles intelligently and honorably. They never think things through in favor of emotion. So he's planning on violating California Constitution and Proposition 11 Proposition 20. Why am I not surprised? Yeah, they have like ballot propositions and everything. Because here's Gavin Newsom says, what separates us from these Republican states is that California trusts our voters. We don't play political games. That's why we're exploring a ballot measure to let voters temporarily adjust our congressional map if other states decide to manipulate theirs.
We'll pick up 5 seats with the consent of the people. And that's the difference between the approach we're taking and the approach they're taking. We're doing it on a temporary basis. We're doing it in a fully transparent way. And we're doing it by asking the people of the state of California for their consent and support. Mark that stark contrast to what's happening in Texas and other states. We have till August 22nd. With the leadership behind me, they will get this on the ballot. We're calling for a special election. We will raise an unprecedented amount of attention, and we will garner an unprecedented amount of support because people
No one is going to vote for that, you circus clown. California's already gerrymandered Republicans out of their seats. There are 52 congressional seats. The GOP has 9, while the state votes 40% Republican. Texas is a response to California. Yeah. Your political games include importing illegals to steal representation from citizens. It's clear as day, and I hope the citizens of California are waking up. Los Angeles is split across multiple congressional districts due to its large size and population. The primary districts covering parts of the city of Los Angeles in the Congress are 28th District, Judy Chu, covers parts of Northeast Los Angeles, including Pasadena and Mountain Park. 29th, Luis Rivera. Laura Friedman, Democrat. Jimmy Gomez, Democrat. Dove, Democrat. Robert Garcia, Democrat. Maxine Waters, Democrat. Nanette Barrett, Democrat. I think that honestly, what they really should do is they should just get rid of 38% of Californians voted for. I was more than that. It's over 40%. This says, well, Fire Marshal Gavin, you can't do it temporarily on a ballot measure, and you know that. You have to change the California state constitution. In other words, your attempt to redistrict California before 2032 is DOA without a California state constitutional amendment, and that takes time, lots and lots of time, more time than you have before 2026 midterms. Even then, it's not likely you can get the people of California to pass that constitutional amendment because California is shifting back towards the middle politically. That's why Marxist Dems are in a panic. When you agree, here's your sign. Yeah. Shaking, 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 gonna take the money. Yeah. And Florida election supervisors have to clean the voter rolls every year. Yeah. If you asked the citizens of California, they would slit off the northern section and call it Jefferson. Yeah, they would. Newsom announces California will hold special elections on redistricting. California Democrat governor on Friday announced he's moving forward with plans to hold a special election on whether the state should redistrict congressional maps. The special election will allow voters to weigh in on the possibility amid Democrat panic over Texas redistricting push. Texas state legislature is attempting to approve its newly redrawn congressional map, but the state's Democrats have fled Texas to avoid giving Republicans the quorum needed to approve it. Newsom said he didn't want to eliminate the independent commission already in charge of drawing congressional maps, but that this would be an emergency move that is direct in response to the situation in Texas. With the leadership behind me, they will get this on the ballot, Newsom said in a news conference. We're calling for a special election with the first week in November, talking about emergency measures to respond to what's happening in Texas, and will nullify what's happening in Texas. The governor first suggested the idea on Monday, and the new map would redraw 5 Republican-held districts in California into Democrat districts ahead of the 2026 midterms. Other Democrat governors also toyed with the idea, including Texas, in response to Texas, with Governor Kathy Hochul stating that her party needs to fight fire with fire. Yeah, they should redraw Massachusetts and Maryland and New Mexico and all those states that have 0 Republican congressional seats, even though 40% plus vote Republican. And next story is like, whoa, massive Democrats ActBlue money laundering scam uncovered. Democrats are pretending to buy $200,000 houses and creating $200 million mortgages and laundering the money through wire transfers. This isn't uncommon. They're found all over the nation, ran through ActBlue. Magic mortgages. Let's imagine you buy a house for $200,000 and it's funded by one of the North American banks. Well, let's just say Wells Fargo. Please don't sue me. All the records, including the mortgage deed of trust and AtLA insurance policy, all those records are recorded in the county record. Then a few minutes later, you receive $200,000. Your $200,000 house suddenly has a $200 million magic mortgage that comes through. It's nothing but a wire that goes through title company. There's no lender involved because it's a hard money loan, what they call a cash hard money loan. But because it goes through a title company, there's no notation of who the lender is, and it goes through the system. Now, what's interesting is, and this is what caught our attention, these are ActBlue officers, corporate officers. Once we found one, it led to another and another and another and another. We have them all over the nation, and this is just one small fragment of the human map. You leave this digital dust, if you will. This is one small fragment. Democrats' ActBlue magic mortgage money laundering scheme. This is one of the many ways Democrats launder dark money.
Tell me, magic mortgages. What in the world is this, Senator?
So we have this architecture that when you buy a house, generally it goes into escrow. You have a title company that handles the escrow, and there are a number of documents that go into it. So just at a broad scale, let's imagine you buy a house. Grant Stinchfield buys a house for $200,000, and it's funded by one of the North American banks. We'll just say Wells Fargo. Please don't sue me. All the records, including the mortgage, the deed of trust, the Alta insurance policy, all of those records are recorded in the county record. Then just a few minutes later, your $200,000 house suddenly has a $200 million magic mortgage that comes through. It's nothing but a wire that goes through the title company. There's no lender involved because it's a hard money loan, what they call a cash hard money loan. But because it goes through a title company, there's no notation of who the lender is. And it goes on through the system. Now, what's interesting is, and this is what caught our attention, these are ActBlue officers, corporate officers. Once we found one, it led to another and another and another and another. So we have them all over the nation. And this is just one small fragment of the human map. You leave this digital dust, if you will. This is one small fragment.
You have all of these gigantic financial transactions. Now the question becomes, how do they funnel that back into the campaigns? Is that the small dollar donations that we see that show up at some lady's house and she's donated to ActBlue 52 times and she knows nothing about it?
Well, that's just one small aspect of it. So James O'Keefe, got to give that guy credit with the whole smurfing piece that he's done. And we got to be careful about what we're calling this. This is a research project because we're not licensed investigators. We want to make sure that people understand that this money is going into organizations that this architecture was set up by Barack Obama to spread cash around the country and to put money into political action committees, into non-government organizations, to fund candidates, to set up the whole architecture for a public relations machine, read basically propaganda machine, to promote the whole concept that we're a team, we've got great funding, it's all behind us. So here in Arizona, for example, the Arizona Democrat Party, not more than about 5 weeks ago, it replaced their chairman because their fundraising is 25% of what it was last year. Well, where did all the donors go? So what we're talking about here, Grant, is wholesale fraud, where the money is distributed by ActBlue officers. And now, because we're not federal law enforcement, we don't know exactly where it went, but that's why we've turned it over to U.S. attorneys.
And that brings me to the real news, I guess, is that you have handed this over to the Department of Justice. What has been their response of taking the evidence? We'll call it evidence because, nothing's been proven yet. I'd like to get ActBlue's response on all of this. But you turn over this evidence to DOJ. What do they say to you?
We are now engaged in conversations with a number of U.S. attorneys former U.S. attorneys, lawyers who are not yet confirmed U.S. attorneys. So there is great interest. I've got to believe that Attorney General Pam Bondi has forwarded this out to the folks that are the financial crimes folks. And by the way, it wasn't just the AG. We also sent it to the IRS Criminal Division and to the FBI. So Director Patel also has this.
Wow, that's cool. So yeah, so that's what's going on with ActBlue. You know, if anyone can find any hard proof I can validate, like any addresses, liens I can look up, feel free to email me a dead Republican. Yeah. So here this was. O'Keefe was honest in October 2024. The tipster named Mike sent this to me. ActBlue is letting these fake transactions through. $2,000. Thank you for your weekly contribution. Allows a user to use a known test card for a contribution and leaves too much room for fraud. 424242424 for a 2,000 weekly donation at process. This should not happen. And of course, they're cheating with donations. Okay. There's also this, dead voters. I'm working on a small, empty, vacant apartment building today in Chicago when these 3 Illinois voter cards showed up in the mail. One person moved 3 years ago. The other 2 never lived here. It shows there are potentially thousands, if not millions, of non-qualified, moved, double, fake, dead, etc. voters. But that's how they got the 81 million. Hello. Solution, publish the voters' rolls so they can be audited. No mail-in, no early vote, same-day voting, and voter ID required. Vote early, vote often. I've studied and written about Illinois elections in the past. They appear to be sloppy, and the ability to be honest and fair is always questioned. Moved from my Chicago childhood home 20 years ago, registered elsewhere in Illinois. They won't stop sending ballots, won't clean up rolls. I know multiple people this still happens to, ready to be a lead plaintiff. It happens to millions by design. There is zero integrity in the Illinois vote. You should have seen the Chase mailer program return as undeliverable for 2020 that I have. Data straight from DuPage County clerks. Nobody can convince me there was not huge voter mail fraud going on. Yeah. It appears that a propriety at the very least, but probably outright election fraud. It's hard to prove as there is no paper trail. After election day, it's too hard to investigate by design. Are Chicago elections really rigged? Yes. Presidential candidate Trump is claiming America's election process is rigged. For some reason, his message is resonating. This is especially true in Chicago, where the joke is vote early, vote often. They also say, I see dead people voting. You might remember this from the film Sixth Sense. There's especially, this may not be funny, but I agree with Trump, our elections are rigged. What does rigged mean? According to my online dictionary, rigged is a definition for something that is in proper order for use, something that is fixed in a dishonest way to guarantee a desired outcome. A contest where the winner is predetermined beforehand is an example of a contest that is rigged. As far as I remember, I have voted in every primary and general election, including municipal contests, since turning 18 years old. I have also been an election judge a few times. I have serious issues with the process in Chicago. The very minimum has appearance of impropriety, and on the other extreme may contain massive voter fraud. For example, this week I received these voter registration cards in my mailbox at my office in a residential building on the near north side of Chicago. 2 of the cards were for people that have moved, and a third person who is deceased. The deceased person actually never lived at the address listed. The previous tenant here had a change of address filed to this address to settle their estate, routing the deceased person's mail here. Is this a system to automatically register people to vote based on postal address change form? It makes sense to me that a deceased person doesn't make sense to me. It makes sense to me that a deceased person could not go fill out voter registration and change address forms, yet this is Chicago. Another issue I've discussed is the number of polling places and how the equipment is secured. For instance, in the 1200 block of North State Street, there are 2 polling places across the street from each other, about 90 feet apart. They say they are for separate precincts. I feel the more locations, the more potential for fraud, not to mention costs. Yep, Crook County, Chicago, Illinois. Voting rolls and process need to be fought before the election. Why judicial work to clean up voting rolls is great. Well, actually, the DOJ under Harvey Dillon is suing a bunch of states to get the voter rolls cleaned up because, according to her, they're violating the laws that were passed by not cleaning the rolls. Every election, I see the voting equipment delivered days and even a week ahead of the voting day. They are left in unsecured locations like schools, park district gyms, and anywhere people could obtain access. The voting storage is often secured with a plastic tie that can be cut with scissors. There are many solutions which can help make elections more honest and transparent. Showing a photo ID is the most obvious deterrent to voter fraud. It is quite unusual for anybody not to have photo ID. In today's world, you need it for travel, entering offices or government buildings, to do financial transactions, buy liquor or cigarettes, receive government assistance. The argument is that people don't have them is ridiculous. Of course, a provisional ballot could be issued so that these votes would be more highly scrutinized. The truth is, for everybody who fails to provide their identity, another legitimate voter is disenfranchised. One voter who may not have a photo ID would be an illegal alien who, of course, is not entitled to vote. This problem has been compounded by giving driver's licenses to undocumented immigrants, quote unquote, therefore making them documented. An obvious solution is no driver's licenses for non-citizens, or at the very least, the license should be a different color and perhaps printed vertically like they are in Illinois for drivers under 21 years old. You're right, Mr. K. You don't have to even cut them. You can just take a pin and pry it and pull it back out and then put them back in. Another issue is early voting can lead to massive fraud. We have had absentee ballots as long as I can remember. Why not keep that system as the only way to vote early? Same-day voter registration is another potential spot for fraud, as on voting day it seems impossible to verify if people are voting multiple times. At this time of year, we often kid about dead voters, especially here in Crook County. In reality, it's not a laughing matter. The county could easily purge these voters because death records are fairly well maintained, yet they seem to have no inclination to do it. Again, a photo ID would eliminate many of these issues, adding honesty, integrity, and transparency to the process. Today I saw on the news that it may be illegal to take photos, especially selfies, in a polling place. It appears celebrity Justin Timberlake is being investigated for taking a selfie while voting. It seems crazy, as we always see the candidates themselves photographed casting their votes on TV, news, and in print media. It seems odd to me we can photograph police making arrests and doing investigations, yet we cannot photograph polling places to document any possible crimes. Possible headline: Mark Weimiller arrested taking a selfie. As a journalist, I want to be able to photograph the polling locations, especially since it's a public place. My intent is not to photograph ballots, but possibly people voting in multiple locations. Here's an idea: body cameras on all election judges. How else can we document fraud? You tell me. Hey, Mark, it says they're automatically registered to vote after getting a driver's license. Well, that's why a lot of illegals have been registered to vote that way, because of motor voter. I have many concerns for elections and the voting process, especially here in the Chicago area. I agree our election system is rigged and we need to fix it. Early voting is taking place now with the general election on Tuesday, November 16, 2016. This is an old article, but nothing has changed. I just thought that was interesting when I saw that. Now we're on to the next story. It says, the Comedy Central show, SouthPark, has parodied Joe Biden in one episode since 2008. Why, you ask? SouthPark attorney had been a Hunter Biden financier for years. The SouthPark creator reached $1.5 billion streaming deal with Paramount, and the Stones' longtime attorney, Kevin Morris, and Keith Pizzi Park County's chief executive, spearheaded negotiations for the deal. All right. Hunter Biden's legal defense has a problem. The patron paying the bills is running out of cash. Kevin Morris, a Hollywood entertainment lawyer who has loaned millions to the president's son, has told associates he's tapped out. Huh. Wait. July 21st, 2025, millions of dollars. And then, what's this? 2024, he says he's tapped out. Huh. Hollywood's attorney, Kevin Morris, who financially backed Hunter Biden, moves closer to the spotlight. Book of Mormon producer Kevin Morris speaking at Cornell. Cornell University alum who helped get SouthPark off the ground has produced the Book of Mormon. Kevin Morris is speaking at Cornell. Who is Kevin Morris? Hunter Biden's sugar brother lawyer. Huh. After an outburst, SouthPark pummels Trump again and hits J.D. Vance, Kristi Noem. Huh. That's interesting, isn't it? Kevin Morris is a lifelong partner and pal to Matt Stone and Trey Parker, and he was the Hunter Biden fixer. Of course, he's going to convince South Park boys to ignore Biden's family and squeeze out as soon as Trump comes back to the White House. Not to mention leftist woke mafia chief who runs Comedy Central. Under the new direction of Chris McCarthy, Comedy Central is revamping its approach to scripted comedy. The many faces of Kevin Morris, Hunter Biden's financial guru. Hunter Biden with his wife Melissa Cohen on the opening night of his art exhibition at George Burge's Gallery. Morris, behind Biden, has helped the president's son market his painting. In fact, Morris is a successful lawyer and big money Democratic Party supporter who has become Hunter Biden's newest fixer and sugar brother, allegedly loaning the president's son $2 million to help pay off his overdue federal taxes. In addition to the loan, Morris has become the architect of the $550 million landmark licensing deal for Parker and Stone's SouthPark and shared an Tony Award as co-producer of the hit musical Book of Mormon. Last year, Morris negotiated another lucrative deal with the SouthPark creators who signed a $900 million contract with Viacom, according to the Hollywood Reporter. That's very interesting, isn't it? As Reshapes says, finally, someone in the mainstream comedy is brave enough to bash Trump constantly for the past 10 years. Trump and J.D. Vance in the new South Park episode. Oh, what do you know? Sort of related, Biden has never been on South Park. They have never made fun of him on the show. Even his cameo in season 12 was cut from the episode. Remember when people say South Park makes fun of everyone? No, they don't. Some people are not allowed or chosen. Right here, Joe Biden contents about the incumbent vice president from Delaware. Biden was elected alongside Obama and appeared alongside him on election day 2008. About last night. He has yet to make an appearance in the series itself, though he makes a cameo in earlier 6 days, the South Park version of About Last Night. Deleted scene. What do you know? Very interesting, isn't it? Very interesting. Now, let's be honest, Biden might be scratching his head, wondering what if he ever needs to be president. Can you imagine South Park tackling that in an episode? The audience might just sit back and think, well, the craziness is practically big reaffable, meaning, after all, the wild and wacky antics Joe pulled during his term. It's like watching a circus without a net. The absurdity could almost be a documentary. People that say that never watch South Park has been screeching this claptrap since Trump episodes. Why I hate fence sitters and middle ground types. 4 years of ready-made content, and they never touched it. When people seek help, they're like, oh, this is horrible. South Park funds Hunter Biden. That's why they never made fun of the Bidens. Lawyer Kevin Morris got South Park their first deal in 1997 with Comedy Central. Kevin got 10% of South Park's $1.5 billion deal. He's known as Hunter's sugar brother. South Park's lawyer Kevin Morris is a bankrolling Hunter. Financial support, Morris to Hunter includes paying off back taxes, at least $5 million, covering personal expenses. Yeah, who's talking? Who's SouthPark funds Hunter Biden's money? Who's sizing who's dick? SouthPark, like an episode that they could write about. Then you get this, like this stuff from South Park, which I like South Park. I own all the seasons of South Park. DHS Secretary Kristi Noem blasts South Park after show brutally mocks her appearance. You guys should do some actual investigative journalism and figure out why they didn't say anything at all during Biden's 4 years. It's almost like there is a connection between Matt, Trey, and Hunter Biden. This guy's smart. You guys should pay attention. You should follow him. And of course, she got mad. This guy, Amiri King, is such a phony. I don't really like him. He tries to pretend he's a fence sitter. He's like, real. Did you know Hunter Biden's sugar daddy lawyer works for South Park? That's why their TDS is off the hook. The many faces of Kevin Morris, Hunter Biden's financial patron. Yeah, I don't know. I know South Park. I don't live in Colorado, man. Shut up, man. Who was the real me? I can only repeat. I was a man of many faces. The words by author Milan Kundera could as well have been written for Kevin Morris, a critical figure in the unfolding Hunter Biden scandal. Morris was largely unknown to most people until he emerged as a Democrat donor who reportedly paid Hunter Biden millions of dollars to handle his unpaid taxes and maintain his lavish lifestyle. The Hollywood lawyer and producer portrayed himself as a good Samaritan on a biblical scale, a good man who simply found a desperate stranger on the road and gave him more than $5 million. There's obviously other stuff going on behind the scenes. Of course, his counsel, Brian M. Sullivan, stated that Hunter is not only a client of Kevin's, he's his friend, and there's been no prohibition against helping a friend in need, despite the inability of these Republican chairmen and their allies to imagine such a thing. The statement captures the problem for Morris. It's increasingly hard to determine what Morris was at any given moment. Democratic donor, lawyer, friend. Indeed, that's a problem that some of us have raised for months. Lawyers are not supposed to pay the bills of their clients. Specifically, California Bar Rule 1.8.5 states that a lawyer shall not directly or indirectly pay or agree to pay, guarantee, or represent that the lawyer or lawyer's firm will pay the personal or business expense of a prospective or existing client. They are required to maintain clear representation boundaries. It's also subject to a new bar complaint filed by a conservative legal group this week. Yeah, I'm not saying that anyone should be mad about. I wasn't upset with the portrayal of Trump or any of the stuff they did, or like when they did when Mr. Garrison was Trump and all that stuff. My problem is that the 2020 when Biden was elected, they said we're not going to do politics and we're going to stay away from it. And then 4 years of Biden goes by, and then in 2020 now that's like, oh, back at it again with Trump. I don't mind them making fun of anything. I think it's funny. I do like a lot of stuff, and it's comedy. It's not real. The fact that they really, the only time I think they ever went at Clinton was one episode. They had her in an episode where she was suing people. Friends have described Morris as a rule breaker and admit that his relationship with Hunter raises eyebrows. Certainly, it's not careful, but he's a gunslinger. He knows this is how he rolls. But the legal ethics rules are designed to avoid gunslinging generally and ambiguity specifically. Hunter calls him both his lawyer and his brother. Lead counsel Abby Lowell observed, I have never in any of my representations of any other client, other than someone who is an immediate family member of one of my clients, known anyone who is like Kevin. Whether the relationship began, Morris was playing the role of loyal Democratic donor. He was introduced to Hunter in 2019 political fundraiser by another producer and Democrat deep pocket, Lynette Phillips. Soon thereafter, Morris was giving Hunter copious amounts of money and legal advice. This will include reportedly paying off Hunter's long delinquent taxes. Well, there obviously was a reason. And I can't believe he just met him in 2019, because that doesn't explain why Biden was never in a South Park episode from 2008 to 2016. Hello. Before criminally charges were filed, including paying for Hunter's lavish lifestyle. Morris may be the most eager to avoid the label Democratic donor because those payments could be viewed as unreported campaign donation. Morris was brought in during Joe Biden's campaign for president. Then on February 7th, Morris flagged how the taxes represented a considerable risk personally and politically. He seems to have sought to resolve that political liability by paying off the taxes and calling it a loan. Those loans would continue, and Morris insisted it was all standard loan stuff, except he is not a bank. He was repeatedly referred to as Hunter as his client. It's important that these millions are treated as loans because if they are actually gifts, they create a new tax problem. Gifts greater than $18,036 for married couples are taxable. Few would view Hunter as a good risk for a loan, given his history of stiffing a wide array of businesses and associates. Indeed, he reportedly even faced a complaint over failed to pay alleged high-end prostitutes. He was even accused of using a credit card connected to his father to pay off an alleged Russian call girl. Even the art dealer who recently sold Hunter's art reportedly testified that Hunter never reimbursed him for the cost of the shows. Yeah. Noam used the character. She has it as her profile pic on X. If you go to Christy Noam, I'll pull it up right now. Not that one. Oh, she changed it. She had it as her profile pic on Twitter for a while. She must have changed it. The other Democrats don't think they're friends with people on the left. People try to campaign them to make fun on the left are only going to go after the right harder. Yeah. See, but Matt and Trey always portrayed themselves as libertarians. They claimed they were not Democrats. They were more, so that's what I don't understand. Art adds an interesting twist to the mysterious role of Morris. Recently, art dealer blew away White House claims that Hunter had been barred from knowing the names of purchasers under a comprehensive ethics system. He admitted that Hunter knew the identity of 70% of the purchasers. It was not hard, despite news reports of buyers flocking to buy the art. It turns out it was largely Morris who bought the art. Notably, however, Morris only reportedly paid Burgess 40% commission on the $875,000 purchases. It's not clear whether Morris used the sales to wipe out part of the loan debt. That would be a clever way to treat the money as a loan if it were used for that purpose. You simply have Hunter crank out dubious pieces of art and arrange for an ally to throw art shows in New York and then have the media allies write about buyers who were floored by the Hunter's talent. Finally, you pay the commission on the excess of prices for the art while writing off the value of the art as a type of in-kind payment on the loan. While many mocked at the Pablo Picasso level pricing of Hunter's art pieces, some works approached $500,000. Those inflated prices would be useful to count as direct or indirect payments for the loans. We still do not know how these purchases or loans were treated and whether Morris was acting as a donor, friend, or lawyer. Now Morris is adding a new role to this pile of identities, reportedly supporting a new movie on Hunter Biden. Call it the Mr. Biden Goes to Washington, an effective rewrite of Frank Capra's classic, only the corrupt establishment apparently wins. In the original movie, a young novice appointed to the U.S. Senate fights the corruption of Washington, where his senior senator has sold access and influence to James Taylor, a wealthy businessman. Taylor scoffs at the notion that the establishment can be challenged. After all, they control the media and what the public will read and hear. As Taylor assured the crooked Senator Joseph Payne, played by Claude Rains, I'll make public opinion out there within 5 hours. I've done it all my life. You leave my public opinion to me. Morris is still fighting to shape public opinion, and in Hollywood, movies make reality. Morris makes public opinion, and the media can be expected again to assist in those efforts. Many in Washington believe that Hunter's stunts in holding a press conference defying his subpoena and later crashing his own contempt hearing are literally made for television moments. These scenes were captured on film and will no doubt be featured in new film on his heroic struggle. The question is the audience for the film. Clearly, inside the Beltway, audiences are likely to be sobbing with emotion as Hunter fights against inquiries into influence peddling. They will cheer at Joe Biden's moment, channeling John Wayne, when he declared no one F's with a Biden. However, most audiences members would not have felt the same thrill if at the end of the original movie, the corrupt Payne and wealthy Taylor had emerged as the victors, fighting off the do-gooders and boy Rangers supporting Jimmy Stewart's main character. The question is also who would play Morris, or more accurately, how many would have to play this man with many faces. Well, we're 3 hours and 45 minutes into the show. This isn't the end of the show for everyone. This is just the end of the show for Instagram, because Instagram has a cutoff of 4 hours of live streaming. So if you're watching on Instagram, I'm going to say goodbye, and I'll see you again Sunday night. But it's Instagram has a 4-hour time limit on live streaming, so it is what it is. Bye-bye, Instagram. I'll see you soon. Okay. And then there was 3, just Facebook, YouTube, and Rumble. Rumble, boys, Rumble. Mm-hmm. Here's another story from Medi, and it says, SouthPark lawyer reportedly paid off Hunter Biden's $2 million delinquent tax bill. This is from 2022. Mm-hmm. The lawyer and novelist Kevin, so now he's a novelist too. Kevin Morris has been financially supporting Joe Biden's son, paid off a $2 million delinquent tax bill. He represents SouthPark creators Matt Stone and Trey Parker in the past, and even won a Tony Award. He also published a novel titled All Joe Night in 2016. It's a Sugar Brother. Indicate Biden's expenses in LA, including rent, are all being fronted by Morris. His tax bills paid. Morris' connection to controversial Biden extends even further, as he may be working on a documentary about him. Okay, so we read that. Mm-hmm. This next story is Inside the Life of Hunter Biden's Sugar Brother, Kevin Morris. Guy looks like he parties with Hunter. Maybe that's it. Straight out of film noir, a glamorous Hollywood writer flies in his private jet to a small Balkan enclave, posing as a documentarian to gather information on a group of actors and filmmakers in the midst of shooting a biopic about Hunter Biden. But the star of the surreal scenario that took place last fall in Serbia was Los Angeles-based lawyer Kevin Morris, a friend of Hunter who is now being accused of spying on the set of My Son Hunter, the film which is highly critical of Hunter Biden for allegedly selling influence to foreign companies while his father Joe was vice president. It's produced by husband and wife documentarians Benim McAleer and Ann McEnany. On the set, a man named Kevin Morris arrived and told us he was working on a documentary exposing Hunter's corruption. He told us he was a retired lawyer associated with SouthPark. We allowed him and his crew to interview us, cast members, and so he came in and lied. Oh my God. In fact, Morris, a successful lawyer with big money, Democrat Party support, who's become Hunter Biden's newest fixer and sugar brother, loaning the president's son to, I heard it was $5 million. In addition to the loan, he's become an architect of legal and media strategy of the president's beleaguered son. He counts Chris Rock and Matthew McConaughey among his celebrity clients. He's also a prolific fiction writer with 2 novels. 2 years, he's helped Biden forge a deal to market his paintings. He was writing Beautiful Things, documenting his drug addictions. Biden was also grateful for Morris's counsel. In fact, Morris and Biden are represented by the same agents, Avitas Creative Management, which looks after Morris's own works, novels All Joe's Night and Gettysburg's White Man's Problems. Morris is a highly successful lawyer and a self-made businessman, rose from humble origins in Pennsylvania. Oh, so Joe Biden's from Scranton, Pennsylvania. So I wonder if there's some Pennsylvania connections here. Maybe this goes back further than anyone realizes. His first clients were the creators of SouthPark. Mm-hmm. And he's filming his own documentary about Biden. What's a guy like that doing with Hunter Biden? Crazy. He's been a party loyalist, and he spent hundreds of thousands backing Democrat candidates, including Biden. Says they met Hunter at a political fundraiser in 2019. That's got to be a lie, though. It's got to have known him longer. There's just too much stuff coming from Pennsylvania. Owns a sprawling loft in Tribeca. Spent more than $11 million to buy singer Olivia Newton-John's Malibu compound in 2009. He's supporting Connor Lamb, a Democrat Pennsylvania congressman who's running to replace retiring Republican Senator Pat Toomey. Lamb is trailing in the polls behind John Fetterman. Well, Fetterman ended up winning that. Last year, Morris gave $50,000 to America Keeping Country First, a super PAC set up to pay the defense of Republican members of Congress who voted to impeach or convict President Trump. Oh, that was nice of him. 10 House Republicans, including Liz Cheney and Adam Kinzinger, were part of that group. Yeah, so I want everyone to remember when Matthew McConaughey tries to run for Texas governor or something, claiming he's not a leftist crazy, that this is who he hangs out with. This is who he's associated with, these people. Private Republicans are hiding and make sure voters hear about it, according to his website. Oh, that's cool. Oh. Despite his outside spending, he's very low-key. He's certainly not one of those flashy Hollywood types. He was born, Patrick Kevin Morris, in Pennsylvania town, with just over 5,000 people just outside of... Is he from Scranton, Pennsylvania? That would be weird, right? Doesn't say what town. Look at that, these two guys, yeah. Oh, he met that guy in 94, and he agreed to represent them for free. Agreed to represent them for free. Kevin's been a friend and a concierge of them for 20 years, said McConaughey in 2015. Oh, so he's known McConaughey since 95. So. Morris has been married to Hollywood agent Gabby Morgan since 91. Grew up on Long Island. Although he's made millions as a successful attorney, he said he's wanted to be a writer since he was 12. He launched a boutique law firm in 96. He put together the $550 million licensing deal for SouthPark. Yep. And he's signed a $900 million contract with Viacom. So he's got big money. Got probably 10% of both those deals. Morris has said he wants to publicly question the story behind the post-October 2020 exclusive revealing the contents of the infamous laptop situation that caused concern at the White House. In contrast to Morris, Biden's defense lawyers want the president's son to stay out of the spotlight and resolve his grand jury probe. Morris may have garnered even more unwanted attention after McClure went public this week with allegations that Morris spied on the production of My Son Hunter. McClure said Morris and his colleagues were given full... That was weird. But recent revelations about the relationship between saying what is going on here? This connection is unstable. Why is my fiber dropping out? What the hell is going on? Huh. A bad storm here, so no, not that one. Oh, Starlink I wanted. Huh. Okay, let's see. I connected to Starlink. Let's see if that helps. Sorry. All right, let's go to the next one here. So here's the story about Kristi Noem. Keeps freezing. Is that my computer? No, it's a really bad storm here, and my fiber keeps disconnecting. So something's going on with that. And I tried to connect to Starlink. All right. Good night, Rick. Nice. Thanks for coming by. SouthPark movie blocks her appearance. See, Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem blasted SouthPark's creators as lazy and petty after the show cruelly mocked her appearance, depicting her as a vain Botox bimbo. Never ends, but it's so lazy to constantly make fun of women for how they look. Noem, 53. She's only 53? I'm just going to go on the record. Would it's always the liberals and extremists who do that. If they want to criticize my job, go ahead and do that. But it's clear they can't just pick something petty like that. I don't know what's so bad. I mean, that's how SouthPark draws everybody. I don't understand what the problem is. Noam portrayed a recent episode of South Park. I mean, she doesn't look, as far as people on South Park, she doesn't look bad. I don't get it. Noam admitted she hadn't watched the latest episode in which she's portrayed as a glammed up ICE agent who loves Botox, kills puppies, and arrests anyone who's Hispanic. I mean, I saw the episode, the first episode with her, where she was just running around shooting dogs and stuff, which I thought was. A safe injection site brings daytime public sex to East Harlem, getting my own porno show. Well, that sounds interesting. She said after she was too busy going over budget numbers and stuff, it comes after the White House ripped South Park as irrelevant and accused the show's creators of desperately seeking attention following a spate of recent episodes that roasted President Trump and his administration. Takes a bit for Starlink to acquire satellites. Yeah, it looks like something's going on because I lost a lot, so it must have been frozen and pausing up. I'm trying to go 5 hours here, people, so hopefully it's going to work. It says the day before the episode aired, Homeland Security used an image from the show to advertise its ICE recruitment drive. Yeah, I thought they did, which I thought was cool. I mean, here's, Mr. Garrison, right? Is that Mr. Garrison? Is that his name? No, that's not Mr. Garrison. That's Mr. Who's that? That's the counselor guy. Okay. We want to thank South Park for drawing attention to ICE law enforcement recruitment. We're calling on patriotic Americans to help us remove murderers, gang members, pedophiles, and other violent criminals from our country. A statement from the agency said ahead of the show. Benefits available to new ICE recruits range up to $50,000 signing bonuses. Damn, I should sign up. Student loan forgiveness and retirement benefits. I'm going to have to sign up for ICE, I think. I could use that $50K. So that's the story on that. On to the next story. It says the Biden. Oh, what happened here? PC Principle. Yeah, PC Principle was pretty cool. After the Biden administration refused to release the data on how much taxpayers foot the bill for unions, the OPM under President Trump has finally released its report on taxpayer-funded union time. This is crazy, the amount of money that unions get that they go off of, like government pays for the stuff. Like, I was in the union, okay, Local 134 in Illinois, electrical union, for 20 years. And people got paid a certain number, they had people on every job. You had a certain number of union stewards who every day got paid to do union business, make sure stuff was taken care of. And they were supposed to get, like, I think an hour a week or 2 hours a week or something like that the company had to pay for, and it was considered union time. Can't remember. It wasn't that much. But if you figure on every job that has over 5 people, they have one of these guys, and every job for every 25 people, I think, on a job, you have a steward for every 25 people, an assistant steward, stuff like that. So it starts to add up if you have big jobs. So yeah, here's the report, and it's a doozy. OPM gave me a report, and the numbers are staggering. Federal employees spent 3.2 million hours working for a union. Is that a year? They billed the taxpayers $207 million for this work. Whew. This represented about 11% of their work hours. Wow. Taxpayer-funded union time. This is crazy. This is just 2024, so this is just 1 year. Just 1 year. Oh my God. So the compensation for union time was $207 million. It was $134 million in 2019. Its compensation went up 53%. Oh my goodness, that's a lot. That's a lot. What is taxpayer-funded union time? Bureaucrats get paid by the taxpayers for work they do for the union, as opposed to work they are hired by the American people to do. Getting into 134 is nearly impossible unless you know someone. Well, okay. I did know someone. I'm not going to say I didn't. I had a relative who was a union business agent. So, all kidding aside, my great-grandfather was one of the people who actually built the city of Chicago's entire electrical system back when it was the Department of Gas and Electric Light, and designed most of the city's electrical grid. Another family member of mine founded the company Advanced Micro Devices, AMD. Was the founder, created it. So, my uncle. But anyway, besides that, the 134, it's not as hard as it used to be. Basically, they take a, they have you have to do the interview process, which is to get in, which is where they weed people out and stuff. But, generally speaking, if you're not an idiot, and you go in there and you score good on the test and stuff, you're going to get it eventually. Maybe. I don't know. The AFGE, largest federal employee union, has filed at least 9 lawsuits against Trump. Let's hear what these guys have to say.
Tyler, you've got some interesting observations about the people in these NGOs suing President Trump. Because remember, to delay is to deny. They got to get groups to go in and sue, and these federal judges sit there with the judicial insurrection and shut down President Trump's movement.
Yeah, most of these organizations are the same ones I name in my book, The Woktopus, the dark money cabal manipulating the federal government. And this book is explaining all of the infrastructure of the left, the woke NGOs that staffed and advised the Biden administration, using the federal bureaucracy to force their ideology on the American people. Some of these groups include, naturally, the Southern Poverty Law Center, the American Civil Liberties Union, the Center for American Progress, the Human Rights Campaign. Some of these same groups are now suing the Biden administration, or suing the Trump administration, excuse me. They love the Biden administration. They'd never sue them, but they sue to block everything in the Trump administration. And as you well know, choosing these judges, selecting them so that they can get these injunctions to block Trump's orders, and essentially have these judges make themselves the power in the executive branch. And so this is a vast network of organizations that staffed and advised the Biden administration, a dark money network funding them. Many of the groups that funded them, by the way, the AFL-CIO, America's largest union, part of them is the AFGE, the American Federation of Government Employees. And this union has filed dozens of lawsuits against the Trump administration. And the really shocking thing about this, federal bureaucrats who are members of this union can do work for this union and get paid by the taxpayer for the work they do for the union, as opposed to the work they're hired by the American people to do. And it is quite likely that some of this taxpayer funding is actually going toward the very lawsuits against the Trump administration that are blocking the president from fulfilling his promises to the American people.
Tyler, you're on top of this. The guys over at Daily Signal, you've got the great Rob Bluey. Where do people go to the news site? What's your social media?
Thank you. Yeah, you go to dailysignal.com. You can find us on all platforms, Truth Social, X, Facebook, Instagram. We take no truck with the Chinese Communist Party, though, so you won't find us on TikTok. But we are everywhere. We're constantly covering the news. And, of course, my colleague, Elizabeth Mitchell, who is also...
Okay, well, that's great. I like Bannon's War Room. Federal agency spent millions bargaining sweetheart collective bargaining agreements that impose significant costs on the American taxpayers. Wow. Yeah, he has cereal. Does he blink? I don't know. While impeding effective and efficient agency operations. OPM has not released any data on taxpayer-funded union time under Biden, so this report represents the most recent update since Trump OPM published fiscal year 2019 figures in October 2020. Whoa. Fiscal year 2024 total of 3.2 million hours, and an increase over the 2019 figure of 2.6, but a decrease from 2016 number of 3.6. Even so, 2024 costs taxpayer more 207 million than 2019's 135 million and 2016's 177. Wow. So look at that. So 2016, the taxpayers were paying 177 million for union time. And then when Trump came in, they dropped it down. And then when Biden was in, it was all the way back up to 207 million. Worst offenders, the VA billed taxpayers 40 million for 756,000 union hours. DHS charged 34 million for 558,000 union hours, and the DOD charged 25 million for 433,000 union hours. The Department of Veteran Affairs will sever ties with unions. See, I have a problem with unions that are involved. Like I don't think there should be teachers unions, because the teachers union is the whole thing. Like there should be some protections and stuff in statute for protection, but as far as the unions, they're negotiating contracts, and then you got people that get elected to government, they're still involved in unions, and then they're basically this, it's like a cycle of stuff that you can't get out of with them paying and getting paid, and they're taking union dues to pay for elections, and then they elect people who then give them raises, and it's a site. To me, it seems corrupt, that's all. I'm not against people being able to unionize themselves, to have unions for like, private companies, private businesses, to make sure they're not abused, and especially I think unions are really good if they train people, like the union I was in, they have their own training, and that they train people how to be an electrician and everything. I was already trained to be an electrician, I knew everything about electrical, but I still went through the apprenticeship program and everything, because why not? That's how I got in. I had to go through it, even though I was more skilled and advanced in electronics and electrical stuff from my training in the Navy than most of the people that went through the whole apprenticeship program. Even people that were teaching in school, I knew more about stuff. But there's some things I didn't know about that I had to learn, like how to bend pipe. I didn't know that from the Navy, how to bend conduit and stuff like that, which was good to learn. A tidbit from the 2019 report: the USAID staff spent 50.1% of their overall work time working for the unions in 2019. State Department employees spent 82% of their work time working for unions. What? Mark Rubio has been cleaning house, but he has even more to do. This just says what? Department of Homeland Security, number of agency BOEs who use tough overall time. State Department, 6 agencies, 82% of their time. Oh. So they're saying there were 6 people who were union people who worked 82% of their time was built in unions. That's crazy. Then, no. OPM notes what kind of work bureaucrats did for the unions. I'm applying to the Army, have an interview soon for my job selection. Don't know what I'm going to choose. They're actually being pretty selective now. My son was trying to get into the Army, but it was like the jobs that they were trying to get him to do, didn't really anything he really wanted to do. A lot of the drone stuff, actually, they want like actual, like bachelor's degree college education. It's almost like you're an actual. They want people who would be like pilots, not like actual drone operators, was what I saw. Oh, you're for the Australian Army. They're desperate for people. Well, that sounds like a lot of fun. I always wanted to go to Australia, Mr. K. I never did get to go. I want to go before it's over. OPM knows the kind of work bureaucrats did for the unions, and while a good amount involved negotiations for collective bargaining agreements, 78% fit into the general labor management relations category. Oh, Joe's here. I just saw you, Joe. Good night. I didn't know you weren't here before. You should have said something. I would have said hi to you before. I didn't see you in the chat before. No. Yeah. Taxpayer-funded union definitions. They go term negotiations, midterm negotiations, dispute resolution. What's this? Hour negotiations. Man, that's a lot of stuff. 62,000 hours. I mean, holy crap. I mean, I guess with everything with the government, it's just some public sector unions sued to block Trump's EOs, particularly his directives making the administration state more accountable to the people. It's quite plausible that bureaucrats are taking taxpayer cash to assist these lawsuits. Still can just avoid Melbourne unless you like everything costing 300% more and a faint smell of communism. I saw something I don't know if it was Melbourne. I know it was a coastal town, which I think most of the towns are on the coast, if I'm not mistaken, in Australia, where there was like problems with locals and foreigners and stuff, and people battling and stuff. Wow. We're going to read this article. It's obscene. There should not be any Oh my God, my good friend, and I want everyone to recognize this is my good friend Mark, low water Mark. Thank you for the $25, Mark. Is greatly appreciated. It says, congrats, Jim, on the success of your channel. You do great work. Mark was my very first subscriber to my channel, and not subscriber, very first member to my channel, and he is the only person who is a member of my locals. Which I don't even know how locals work. I can't even figure out how it works. I was trying to set it to annual memberships instead of monthly memberships, but I guess you need a certain number of people that pay, and I don't even know. I don't even know. But he is a very good friend of mine. I consider him a very good friend, and he's always welcome to come on the show. He's a very wise man who works in the tech industry and who always is there to give me information about stuff that I have very little knowledge about. How, I'm not into computer programming, and he's very good at stuff like that. So if you ever have questions, he's a great man to talk to. Public employee union leaders and politicians are in no position to bargain with our money. Based, Jim. Thank you, J-Rock. I try. Taxpayers spent $207 million to pay bureaucrats to work for unions in Biden's final year. That's a lot of dim. The first on the Daily Signal, taxpayers spent $207 million to pay government employees not for their official government jobs, but for hours worked for unions in fiscal year 2024, President Biden's final year in office. According to the data exclusively provided to the Daily Signal, federal employees worked 3.2 million hours for unions in 2024. For federal employees who spent some time working for unions, that represented 11.25% of their overall work time. Federal employees can bill the taxpayers for working with unions by negotiating contracts, resolving disputes, or doing other work for the union. The Office of Personnel Management tracks how many hours employees bill taxpayers for union work. And the OPM under President Donald Trump issued a March memo demanding the data. Well, yeah, I want the data. During the Biden administration, federal agencies spent millions bargaining sweetheart collective bargaining agreements that impose significant costs on the American taxpayers while impeding effective and efficient agency operations. Acting OPM Director Charles Ezell wrote in the memo, agencies paid for both the costs of their union's bargaining team. Under Biden, OPM had not released any data on taxpayer-funded union time, so this report represents the most recent update since the Trump OPM published the data in 2019. Fiscal year 2024 totaling 3.2 million hours represented an increase over the 2019 figure of 2.6 million hours, but a decrease from the 2016 figure of 3.6 million hours. They need to get this data out. They need to get every year. They need to publish it. This has to stop. This is way too much money. It should be limited to a certain, team. In addition to payroll costs, the government also provides property such as space, equipment to unions, pays expenses related to union work. Oh, hey, Mark, if you want to come in, you have the link. It's in the DMs if you want to come in. The same link, it works anytime you want to come in, Mark. The fiscal year 2024, the government provided $29 million worth of property to unions. What? An increase from what property? What properties? Like office space? What are they talking about? Anytime and equipment. So property to government equipment? What are they doing? A decrease from 3.5 million 2019. The worst offenders. Some agencies cost taxpayers more than others. Bureaucrats in the Department of Veteran Affairs billed taxpayers $40 million for work, while Department of Homeland Security charged $34 million for 557,000 hours. No, Department of Defense charged $25 million. VA announced last week it would sever ties with unions. Under Biden, the Office of Personnel Management billed the taxpayer $300,000 for 4,000 union hours. Well, that's not very much. Some agencies did not provide data, such as the U.S. Agency for International Development. Secretary of State Marco Rubio closed USAID earlier this year, transferring its function to the State Department. OPM did not clarify whether state included USAID in totals. USAID stood out in 2019 report because taxpayer-funded union time accounted for 50% of relevant employees' overall work time that year. Only relevant State Department employees spent a higher proportion of their work doing unions in 2018 at 82%. If they're spending 82% of their hours working for union, then they're not government employees, they're union employees, and they should be getting paid by the union. Right? What kind of work? Term negotiations, times unions represent to prepare and negotiate a basic collective bargaining agreement. Midterm negotiations, time union representatives used to bargain over issues raised during the life of a term agreement. Blue revolution, the time used to file and process grievances, arbitrations, and process appeals to Federal Labor Relations Board. General labor management, time used for activities not included in previous three categories. 2024, federal agencies paid for 195,000 hours of term negotiations, 62,000 hours of midterm negotiations, and 400,000 hours of dispute resolution, and 2.5 million hours of general labor management relations. The broader category accounted for more than 78% of all taxpayer-funded union time. The American Federation of Government Employees, the largest federal government union, has filed at least 9 lawsuits against the Trump administration, and bureaucrats may have used taxpayer-funded union time to help those efforts. That would be crazy, right? Other unions that represent federal employees have also funded left-wing activist groups that are suing the administration. Why taxpayer-funded union time? President Franklin Delano Roosevelt, whose New Deal established much of the current federal administrative state, opposed unions in the federal government because he found the idea of public service striking for more taxpayer funds wages perverse. Yet later presidents allowed bureaucrats to unionize. And in compensation for giving up the right to strike, the government allowed unions to certain benefits such as taxpayer-funded union time. If I'm not mistaken, all the government unions was because of an executive order of Jimmy Carter, I think, that the federal government unions. Republicans in the House and Senate, such as Senator Mike Lee and Joni Ernst, have filed bills to ban taxpayer-funded union time. Ernst tried to fit a provision on the measure into one big, beautiful bill, but the Senate parliamentarian ruled it did not fit the rules on budget reconciliation. They need to fire that parliamentarian because we should right now not have the NFA with the suppressors and short barrel rifles that should be out. Editors note this article been updated to clarify the percentage of union hours worked only applies to a specific employee who worked for the union. Who also worked for the union. This is the guy talking about it. Okay. So Tyler O'Neill. I think that's crazy. Yeah, here we're gonna stay on the union thing. So we got this in Massachusetts Teachers Association, MTA, is now demanding an amendment to the state constitution to tax the wealth of the richest 1% to pay for free public college. That would be added to already 4% tax on income above $1 million. So the Teachers Association wants a tax to pay. It's Delano, Delano. Juicy was his name. It's like the Delano Hotel was named after him in Miami. This is crazy. Massachusetts teachers demand new wealth tax. The Massachusetts Teachers Association's push for a wealth tax on the richest 1% is textbook bureaucratic overreach. The Fair Tax Act of 2025 already guts the IRS and replaces income tax with a national sales tax. Letting workers, well, that would be awesome, but I don't think that's real. This is just something somebody filed, I think. This is what's wrong with AI. They don't realize stuff that people just write is not the truth. Letting workers keep every dollar they earn. The additional layer of taxation isn't fairness, it's theft. The existing 4% fair share amendment was sold as funding education, yet here they are demanding more. Where's the accountability for the billions already funneled into bloated administrative costs and DEI programs? This isn't about helping students, it's about expanding government control. What happened to all the lottery money? Remember the lotteries that started in the 70s and 80s and then expanded in the 90s? Now you've got the Powerball and the Mega Millions and all the state lotteries. And they said all that money was supposed to go to education. Remember? Where is it? You're talking about billions and billions of dollars every year. That basically is a tax on poor, stupid people who play the lottery. That's, and the odds are thin to win, but yet it's usually the poorest and the most undereducated people who are buying lottery tickets. And the money is supposed to go to education, but it doesn't. Where does it go? Who knows? Especially because when you think about it, like the lottery, the way it's set up is they only give away prizes. 50% of what they take in is what they give out prizes. So they get to keep 50% right away. Then also what they do is they don't pay out people right. If you're going to take the money right away, they reduce it by 40% even more. Or you could get paid out over 30 years or something, 20 years. So it's pretty ridiculous. The real solution, abolish income surveillance entirely. Let taxpayers decide where their money goes, not union bosses lottery perpetual slush funds. Yes. I agree. Okay, here's this story from Turley. Hey, there's 90 people here, and we've been going over 4 hours, so I'd just like to say maybe people, if you're there, leave a comment in the chat, have a conversation. Leave a comment on the video itself, on any video of mine. If you leave a comment in the comment section, it really helps with the algorithm, makes YouTube think people are actually engaged and like the stuff, and help me grow the channel some more. I'm striving to and I know it's a big strive, but I'm striving to hopefully be able to hit 10,000 subscribers by the end of the year. Yes, Mr. K, I appreciate that. But I meant in the comment section, not in the chat. But in the chat, it works too. Funny man. I have long opposed wealth taxes based on both constitutional and practical grounds. When Elizabeth Warren pushed her own wealth tax, I noted that the high starting income or wealth levels would likely be lowered with time if Congress were ever allowed to cross this constitutional Rubicon. I say something now again. Yes, I appreciate it. Yeah, because I don't know if anyone was aware of this or not, but the original income tax, when it was first passed in 1913, only applied to the top 1%. Then they immediately changed it to everybody, because that's what they do. They always expand it to everybody. The Massachusetts Teachers Association is now demanding an amendment to the state constitution to tax the wealth of the richest 1% to pay for free public college. Previously, the state passed a constitutional amendment to place a 4% tax on income above $1 million. This would add a new wealth tax to the earlier Fair Share Amendment. In a press release, the Teachers Union President Marxist Max Page, if we're serious about social and economic justice and nurturing a culturally rich and welcoming state of involved citizens, we will provide all residents with the best vehicle for prosperous future, public education. This New York City Socialist mayor's candidate Zoran Mandami has made a similar proposal that, in addition to taxing corporations, he will tax the wealthiest 1% of New Yorkers, those earning above $1 million annually, a flat 2% tax. Not surprisingly, Warren recently declared Mandami the future of the Democrat Party. Yeah, it was also supposed to be temporary. That's right. It was also supposed to be temporary. Massachusetts is already in the top 10 highest tax jurisdiction. These tax increases are why many of us have opposed the state and local SALT tax deduction. As high-tax states continue to increase their rates, they expect residents in low-tax states to subsidize them. My forthcoming book, Rage and the Republic, The Unfinished Story of American Revolution, discusses the wealth tax controversy and how these moves are likely to increase in the coming years. That's right. They're likely to increase. They're going to keep trying to tax you more and more and more. Oh, here's another story that I thought was really funny. When people complain, it's official. New York is actually moving ahead with opening a homeless shelter exclusively for transgender people. It's not costing taxpayers $63 million as originally thought. It's costing taxpayers $63 million per year. So they want to open a homeless shelter for just trans people. Just homeless trans people for $63 million a year. The city is unveiling its latest investment, a homeless shelter called Ace's Place. Ace is a place with the helpful hardware, man. Wait a minute. Well, how do they know what kind of hardware they have? They don't. So that's why it's just for transes, because it's Ace's Place where you don't know about the hardware. Which is, they're calling, quote, the country's first ever city-funded shelter dedicated to serving and supporting transgender and gender nonconforming individuals experiencing homelessness. How many people, how many transgender people are there in New York City? How many transgender people that are homeless are there in New York City? I mean, could the numbers possibly be? I mean, let's Google this. Hold on. No, I gotta Google this now. I'm sorry. I have to know. How many homeless in New York City? So it's estimated there's 350,000 people experiencing homelessness and 147,000 sleep in shelters every night in New York City. Okay, here, we'll share this tab just so people can see what I'm looking at here. I'll do this because I want to do this. All right. So homeless in New York City. How many homeless? How many? Let's see this. And then we'll go, how many transgender in New York City? There's no results for how many transgender. These are the results. In 2018, the transgender population in New York City was estimated to be 50,000, less than 50,000. That what it says? I mean, more than 50,000 according to Wikipedia. So it's home to the largest transgender population. Okay, so how many homeless? It's challenging that data suggests transgender individuals experience homelessness at a disproportionately higher rate than the general population. Represent a large portion of homeless, with some sources estimated to be nearly 40%. What percentage? So transgender people comprise estimated 0.6% of the general population, and they make up about 0.5% of the total homeless population. For 2,512 people. Huh. So if we do math, okay. What's 63 million divided by 2,500? So basically, New York is going to spend every year $25,200 per transgender homeless person in the country, not in New York City. Because that number that was 2,500 homeless people, that was the because 10% of 50,000, if they were homeless, that would be 5,000. And 5% would be 2,500. And so they're saying that this number, point of HUD, 0.5% of homeless, 2,500 people. That's total homeless in the country. Because that's not, because if 5,000 people was 1% of the homeless, that would be, that's 500,000 people. So that's way more. All right, where are we at here? Here was the story. Sorry. Maryland has 2 post-running tab available prizes on scratch off caught hiding when the grand prizes of various games were won. They don't want those 2 no longer played for paltry prizes. Yeah. Oh, that's all? Exactly. Yeah, so basically, like, if they're saying if there's 50,000 transgender, hold on. They said there was, I'll do this on my phone because rather than tell you. Let's see. We have, where's the calculator? We have, they said there was what, 150,000, right? Homeless in New York. So basically 900 people is what it comes out to if you do the math that they gave us. 900 people. So if you take 63 million divided by 900, $70,000 per person. So $70,000 per person. Wow. That's if you go by their numbers. So they could just buy them all houses or something. New York City opens the first taxpayer-funded transgender homeless shelter in the U.S. Progressive political theater. The New York City's opened the nation's first taxpayer-funded shelter just for homeless transgender people, blowing $63 million on what critics have ripped as a progressive political theater. I would say it is. Because it's like the other one I saw where what was it? Mayor Bass in New York, in California, has spent $400,000 per person they've taken off the street in her safe streets or safe inside thing. The Queen's Shelter, known as Ace's Place, has 150 beds for trans and gender nonconforming individuals with nowhere else to sleep. So 150 beds. So $63 million a year. So you'd have to divide that by 150 beds. Holy crap. That's even worse. Yeah. 4/5 of the money will go to the bed. I mean, so what is that? That's $63 million per year. I know this sounds retarded when I'm doing this, but $63 million divided by 150. So that's $420,000 per bed. $420,000 per bed. That's nuts. Probably telling us the nation's first. It was a full-time psychiatrist on site. Oh, okay. As well as clinical staff and social workers. And those staying there will also get perks, including culinary and GED classes. Oh, they'll get perks. Wow, cool. So yeah, $420,000 per bed per year. So per person. Only one person. Unless maybe they'll sleep multiples in the bed since they won't. I don't know. New York City has long been a leader in advancing LGBTQ+ rights and protections, and we're going to proudly continue the tradition by opening the nation's first city-funded shelter dedicated to supporting transgender individuals. The critics, though, were quick to rip the eye-watering $63 million it will cost the city through 2030. No, it's not 2030. It's $63 million a year. Mm-hmm. Every New Yorker should feel safe in our shelter system, but instead of fixing the system for everyone, the city spent $16 million to build a separate facility based on gender identity. Minority Council leader Joanne Ariola told the Post that money should have gone to hiring more Department of Homelessness Services, police officers, and social workers to make our facilities safer. Instead, we're just further segregating the homeless system and ignoring their very real problems in favor of political theater. It's nuts, man, the political theater that they're doing. Political theater is nuts. Nuts. It's just nuts. The city's already required to provide at least 30 homeless shelter beds specifically for trans people as part of the legal settlement reached in 2021 when the city was sued for failing to protect transgender homeless people from harassment and discrimination. Of course. Trans rights are human rights. They don't. While fully funding by the city, the new shelter in Long Island City is being run by a nonprofit. Of course, it's Destination Tomorrow. Of course it is. So how much of the money is going to go to the people working for the nonprofit? Like the nonprofit will take like 30 to 40% right off the top to pay for salaries and stuff. Getting its name from founder Sean Ebony Coleman's late mom, who was known as Ace. According to Gavin, the city is keeping in line with New York City's always been a sanctuary city, a safe haven, but more importantly, a trendsetter when it comes to LGBTQ+ rights. Coleman, who identifies as a trans masculine, whatever the fuck that means. Those perks provided by the friends on the payroll, yeah. Department of Social Services Commissioner Molly SouthPark hailed the new facility, saying the shelter would be important in strengthening the safety net for transgender New Yorkers at a time when their rights are roundly under attack. Oh, Mr. K says, I'm going to the shops, so I'm switching to my phone. Won't be able to talk and chat, so have a good one, everyone. Thank you, Mr. K. I don't know how much longer we'll go. At least another half hour. Maybe we'll try to go past the 5.5 hour mark that we did last night because I'm not feeling no ways tired. Ace's Place will offer transgender New Yorkers a safe place to heal and stabilize in trauma-informed setting with the support of staff who are deeply invested in their growth and well-being. More brutal details of Mira's and Burrell's death. Wait a minute, the lady from the cooking show died? What? Hold on. What did she die from? I'm sorry, I got sidetracked because this is the lady from that cooking show. Celebrity chef's shocking death revealed. Food Network star died at her home in Brooklyn on Tuesday morning. The North Police now shared that Burrell was found unconscious and unresponsive. Food and wine lady. unconscious 55-year-old female. Not going to say. What's this? Jamie Lee Curtis gives a blunt response to Pamela Anderson and Liam Neeson's romance. He responded and pronounced her deceased scene. Reported that Worst Cooks in America star address match one of law enforcement. You're very happy days before her death. Seen on TV, unconscious. Girl's family confirmed her death. She was beloved wife, sister, daughter, stepmother, and friend. Her smile lit up every room she entered. Ann's light radiated. Cause of death will be determined by an autopsy. Hopefully she didn't die of food poisoning. All right, that was tacky. I shouldn't have said that. Here we go. The deep state tried to redact Gabbard's release. CIA officials tried to gut Tulsi Gabbard's declassification of the Russia hoax files. She overrode them, and President Trump approved the release with minimal redactions, no edits. Here's why they wanted to bury. The just declassified 46-page House Intel report shows Obama-era officials fabricated the January 2016 ICA. Wait, did we read this already? Did this get doubled up on me somehow? This looks like I think I already did this. Yeah, we did this. How did I get this doubled up on me? This got doubled up on me somehow. I laughed at these very hard 3 separate times for the part where they fact checker who bolstered the papers. This is the thing I was looking for earlier and I couldn't find it. So I must have somehow just got doubled up somewhere. It got missed. Who bolstered this part papers Russia collusion hoax says it's very difficult for newspapers to speculate about the president and what they couldn't notice in Biden's decline. Let's see. Mark Halper says, dropping soon, explosive new. Next up with Halper and interviews with Glenn Kessler, Washington Post fact checker. Kessler's stunning justification of his Biden deepfake fact check. Stay tuned. Yeah, this guy is the guy who tried to claim that Biden was doing this stuff was a deepfake.
Regarding Joe Biden. When you looked at the question of whether the videos being played largely in conservative media that showed apparent cognitive decline of the president, what conclusion did you reach in fact checker about those videos?
Well, you're talking about when he supposedly meandered off to talk to the parachutists?
Yeah.
So that fact check was looking specifically at how that video was being portrayed on news sites.
Yes, sir.
And what we did was we went and got the full video and the full context, because it looked like the way it was cut, and particularly distributed by the RNC, it looked like Joe Biden was wandering off, and it didn't show him talking to parachuters. What we showed was that he was talking to parachuters.
Yeah.
And I've said this before, fact checks are a complement to the news coverage, not a supplement.
Yes, sir.
So in the overall context of the Washington Post coverage, we had coverage about, was he too old? We had columnists saying he shouldn't be running again, and that fact check was specifically
still going, Kevin.
That
still
video
going.
distributed by the RNC and how
understand, but the power of the Pinocchios and the power of the fact check. When you write that, people say that and say the Washington Post is saying that video is not reflective of Joe Biden's cognitive decline. That's what people take from that. They do. They do, Glenn. They do. You know the power that you had in that job. So do you think the Washington Post, how would you rate the job the Washington Post did in covering Joe Biden's, not his age, not whether David Ignatius thought he should run again, but how good a job would you say the Post did in covering the reality of Joe Biden's cognitive decline?
I would say, so there was a lot of effort to produce a story that would look very carefully at what seemed to be a cognitive decline. It never came together because we couldn't get enough people on the record.
Glenn,
you could see it.
Do you know the moment where Joe Biden spoke to a dead congresswoman at a public event? Are you familiar with that moment?
Yes.
Okay. Well, what kind of sourcing did you need to say Joe Biden was suffering cognitive decline? Did you see him trailing off regularly? What kind of sourcing was needed?
I can't get too deep in the weeds of what happened at my former news.
You weren't in all the meetings, but you read the coverage. You read the coverage.
I'm telling you, there was a lot of effort to produce the story.
Yes, there was a lot of effort to produce the story that there was no cognitive decline. They had to search and do things to figure it out. And holy crap, man. If she's right, it's a stunning admission, justification of Biden's deepfake facts. Stay tuned for much, much more. Yeah. They'd have a bit more credibility if they come out and just say, we're partisan hacks. We got paid to do the bidding of the DNC. We're sorry. We'll do better. Quote from Stephen Hunter's book, I Sniper, fits well with your Kessler interview. Hunter worked for Washington Post for more than 10 years. The narrative is set. Assumptions the press believes it possibly even without knowing what they believe in them. It's so powerful because it's unconscious. It's not like they get together every morning and decide these are the lies we're going to tell today. No, it will be too crude and honest. Rather, it's a set of casual, non-rigorous assumptions that the reality they never really experienced that's arranged in such a way to reinforce their best and most ideal presumptions about themselves and their importance to the system and the way they've chosen their lives to live. They know, for example, that Bush is a moron, Obama's a saint. They know communism was a phony threat cooked up by the right-wing cranks as a way to leverage power to the executive. They know Saddam didn't have weapons of mass destruction. Response to Katrina was effed up. Torture never works. A mad Vietnam sniper, Carl Hitchcock, killed the saintly peace demonstrators. Cheney's a devil, Biden's a genius. The story was somewhat suspiciously concocted exactly to their prejudices, just as Jason Blair's made-up stories and Dan Rander's Air National Guard documents were. And the narratives is the bedrock of their culture, the keystone of their faith, the altar of their church. They don't even know they're true believers because, in theory, they despise the true believers in anything but the absolutely defracking story anybody who makes them question it all. That's crazy. Crazy. Biden's kind of decline was empirically obvious during the 2020 campaign and it only got more obvious over time. Tesser said it's not a mental decline because Biden wanders over to soldiers. Then what? Is it arrogance, doing his own thing, not following directions? Yeah. It's crazy. Yeah. Washington Post, I think we read this. Washington Post hides facts. I think I found the story, but I just, from readers while peddling PR, guys, yeah, we read this already. I found the story. I just didn't find the. Michael Flynn says, my last words to Donald Trump in the Oval Office the night I resigned as National Security Advisor were a warning about one person. That person was Deputy Director Andrew McCabe. I was right then, and the world knows why. He deserves our nation and our history's contempt. The document ranks among the most disgraceful and infamous records in U.S. history. An acting FBI director launched an investigation into a sitting president. Somehow, I'm sorry, I have to apologize to everybody. My links got screwed up. Somehow these got jacked up, and these should have been with another story. It's based on a line. Everyone knew it. McCabe is a cog in a corrupt machine, and American taxpayers got to pay Arnold Porter over $500,000 because he was fired for being a liar. Big law taking on a contingency case by a fired FBI guy, huh? Yeah, so I just try to understand, like, all these people, like, when Biden came in, yeah, we read this already. We're going to jump to the next story then. It's a good one. The Biden-Harris job boom was a lie. The Bureau of Labor Statistics overestimated job creation by 1.5 million under Biden. That's not a rounding error. That's election year propaganda. Trump cries fraud. The economist Stephen Moore told Trump over the last 2 years of the Biden administration that BLS overestimated job creation by 1.5 million jobs. Under Trump, real wages are already rising. Let's see. We got a nice little thing to play.
You say a few words about the various jobs? Thank you, Mr. President. So I called the president because I had some very good news from some new data that we've been able to put together that no one has ever seen before, and I'll just very quickly go through these. So I was telling the president that he did the right thing in calling for a new head of the Bureau of Labor Statistics because this shows that over the last 2 years of the Biden administration, the BLS overestimated job creation.
They should take the L out because they took an L and just call it the BS.
That's a gigantic error. And I don't know if she's, I'm not
It might not have been an error, that's the bad part. If it was an error, it would be one thing. I don't think it's an error. I think they did it purposely.
Whether that, you may well be right, but even if it wasn't purposefully, it's incompetence.
Right.
Okay, so 1.5 million jobs overestimated. We have access to the some data that no one else does on what has happened month by month with median household income. This is based on unpublished Census Bureau data. It will be released sometime in the next 6 months, but we get an advanced look at it. And so I was telling the president in his first 5 months in office, starting in January through the end of June, The average median household income adjusted for inflation for the average family in America is already up $1,174. That's
an incredible number. That just came out.
Mm-hmm. That's awesome. So, remember the pattern? Biden's BLS would hype massive job gains each month, then quietly revise them down weeks later, way downward, month after month. But did the enemy media buried that part? The enemy media. You had to look for it on business channels or the internet. Yeah, U.S. payrolls revised down by 818,000. That's a lot. That's a lot of den. And those job gains, they weren't going to U.S.-born workers. Migrants, especially illegal aliens, took the lion's share, while American men faced stubbornly high unemployment. Oh, that's a lot of. We're going to read that story next, because I wants to read it next. This wasn't an accident. Legally low wages for illegal aliens equal bigger profits for big corporations, hotels, and farm conglomerates. Democrats were exploiting these people and calling it compassion. Meanwhile, Biden bragged about jobs that didn't exist. The only jobs that were going on there were blowjobs. War brought Trump unpublished Census Bureau data. In Trump's first 5 months back in office, median household income and inflation adjusted is already up a huge $1,174. Well, that's good. That's good. Look at that chart. Making economic analysis. Look at that. The chart goes bump up. Good stuff there. Compare that to Biden. Trump's first term, $6,400 in annual and average family income increase. Biden's term, a measly $551. Trump delivered 10 times more income growth. And I want to remember, too, I wonder if, does that take into account the inflation? Or is that just the income? Like, I don't know. Trump delivered 10 times more income growth, even counting the COVID crash. And that's not counting inflation. Under Biden, real wages went down month after month. Look at the inflation rate, January 2021 to February 2022, 7.9%. That's crazy. Trump was right to fire Biden's BLS chief. Whether you call it a gigantic error or outright data manipulation, Americans were misled on purpose. Your government was weaponized against you, lying to keep one party in power and the other out. That's third world shenanigans. Yeah, and you could tell by looking at her that she's up to no good. I can just tell. We don't need the fake job numbers. We don't need a government that lies to us constantly. We need real jobs, real wages, and government that tells the truth. Biden broke it. Trump's fixing it. Retweet if you're being lied to. Let's just Here's this story from PJ Media. This is from a while ago. I just wanted to look at it. What's self-delete? What do you mean self-delete? What's that mean? Oh, you think she self-deleted? It's possible. What's this about X died? Whose X died? Only 55. I missed that. I'm sorry. Job gains are for migrants as U.S. men kept out of work. This is from February 2024. The alleged wonderful job gains that Democrats, especially the Biden administration, have touted only helped immigrants, many of whom are illegals. Meanwhile, U.S.-born men who don't have college degrees are struggling to find jobs. Now, jobs should go to a person more qualified, so it's not wrong for businesses to hire legal immigrants. Many legal immigrants contribute significantly to the economy. I don't agree. Keep them all out. Send them all home. 6 out of 10 of the 2.9 million additional employed migrants being non-citizens. These illegal aliens should not be in the country at all, yet they're taking jobs that could go to Americans. So they're saying that 6 out of 10 of the 2.9 million additional employed migrants being non-citizens, up to half of the migrants taking millions of jobs are likely illegal aliens. Okay, so I see what they're saying. Illegal aliens should, so I would say sucking up government resources. That's a problem which, unfortunately, Democrats and some Republicans are wholly uninterested in addressing. There are enormous costs associated with illegal immigration. New York Post explained most illegal immigrants have low levels of education. And people with that skill profile generally earn modest wages, pay relatively little in taxes, and consume a lot of means-tested benefits. But what they also do is take lower wage jobs that ought to go to American citizens. Yeah. It's like all these jobs, these minimum wage jobs were not supposed to be career jobs. They're not supposed to be people working years at minimum wage jobs. It was supposed to be like a first job, like high school kids, high school students, people, on their way to college. But then after that, you're not supposed to be minimum wage jobs. I mean, that's really started under, and I want to say after the crash, the recession of 2008, 2009, all like the vast majority of the jobs they kept touting, all these jobs, they were all minimum wage jobs being created at places, like service jobs, different stuff like service level industry, like, waiters, waitresses, and fast food restaurants. It was just like a constant thing. If you go back a few decades, more than the 1960s, almost 90% of these American men participated in the workforce. Just a reminder, labor force participation includes only those actively employed or actively looking for work, while unemployment rate is calculated based on only those looking for work in the last 4 weeks before unemployment rate was estimated. That means there are many more American men who are unemployed. Welfare and disability programs and other forces do influence whether Americans try to enter the workforce. The New York Post noted that the fact that the job gains are helping immigrants, including many illegals and not U.S.-born men, tells us that the Democrats' open border policies are helpful for immigrants but harmful for American citizens. As usual, the Biden administration policies favor foreign lawbreakers and undermine citizens. Catherine Salgado. This is this other thing, which I don't know. It says deep dive. The deep state subverts the Constitution, how to beat it. Yeah, there he is. The second worst president in history. There's a reason so many policies never seem to change no matter who's in election. Presidents come and go, Congress changes hands. Yet the machinery of government grinds on, untouched, unbothered, unbent, unbroken, unbowed, unbrent, unbroken. They are House Martell. Federal agencies issue thousands of new rules every year, governing everything from how your business operates or how it can operate to what kind of appliances you're allowed to buy, most of them without a single vote from Congress or a word of approval from the president you elected. The American founders did not design a technocracy. They designed a republic. They built government of laws, not experts, a system rooted in consent, structured by separated powers and accountable at every turn to the people who must live under it. Democrats demand consent for everything, even to enter their segregated safe spaces. When it comes to government, they don't want your consent, nor do they need it. The founders did not anticipate a Department of Education or an EPA or an independent SEC. They would have never tolerated a regime in which anonymous regulators immune from removal will write, enforce, and adjudicate rules that carry the force of law. And they certainly never imagined a judiciary that would defer to those same agencies on the meaning of the laws they entrusted to interpret. Yet that's the system we now live under, a system of siloed subject matter dictatorships. We call it government, but in practice it's someone else, a vast, unelected administrative state, which some have rightly called a fourth branch of government, or even an aristocracy. Aristocracy, that's what it is. Aristocracy, that's the correct way to pronounce that, which is exactly what it is. Exercising legislative, executive, and judicial powers simultaneously and without the consent or even the awareness of the government. The transformation was not accidental, nor was it driven by necessity, though FDR claimed that it was and remains a deliberate effort to displace representative government with bureaucratic control, which is to say, control by Democrats. FDR knew that an army of bureaucrats he created would obey him. The idea wasn't to reduce his own power or Truman's or Obama's, it was to hedge against future election losses, to disempower Eisenhower and Nixon and Ford and Reagan and Bush and Trump, definitely Trump. There's a reason that this January, 42% of federal employees told pollsters they would resist the elected president. There's a reason Trump had drawn more nationwide injunctions than all other presidents combined. The permanent government, what we call the deep state, never changes. It is of Democrats, by Democrats, and for Democrats. That's what they mean by our democracy. Never forget it. The last thing they want is for elections to actually matter. This is the reason that elections seem to change very little, at least when Republicans win, that Congress avoids responsibility, and that the president's office appears irrelevant to the very branch he's supposed to lead. The system really is rigged. FDR executed a stealth coup d'etat like Caesar Augustus, keeping the forms of the republic but not the substance. But elections have to matter. If we are serious about restoring constitutional government, We must confront the structure that replaced it. That begins with understanding the magnitude of the problem. The deep dive explains how administrative state arose, how it functions, and why it poses an existential threat to self-government and to liberty. It traces the legal and political decisions that enabled it and the doctrines that protect it. The founder's vision and the rise of the deep state, the post-war bureaucratic explosion, the judiciary's advocacy, and the long overdue death of Chevron, nationwide injustice, and the rise of black robe bureaucracy. It's an action plan and a reckoning. We begin the founder's design. Reading this post for free, courtesy of Rod Martin. Claim my free post. Well, I'm going to look at something here. I'm going to see if I can get this on archive, if it's been archived. And if it's been archived, then I'll continue reading. If not, then we will have to, let's see here. Let's see if this was archived. Oh, it was. Let's see. Let's see how it works. Oh. So this is what they did. It's archived, but it's not archived as it's just a screenshot. It's not the actual story. So somehow they're able to pull something. So whoever archived it couldn't do it. They weren't paid in. This is all snapshots from the host. www. So I guess that's it. That's all we can read. So we're going to go on to the next story. Which, hey, look at this. This is what my next story is. And here it is. I'm going to have to do this because for whatever reason, it did not open when I put these bookmarks in. Here it is, the single most shocking testimony in U.S. congressional history. J.J. Carell. I state without reservation that the United States federal government under Joe Biden and Kamala Harris is the world's largest child sex trafficking organization in modern history. The probability that thousands of these children are being raped at this very moment is 100%. I served in the United States Border Patrol for 24 years until I retired as Deputy Patrol Agent in charge of the San Diego sector. I worked under 5 presidential administrations, and the only one president secured the border was President Donald J. Trump. Oh, Marjorie Smith, you're going to sleep. Good night. Thank you for being here. Border Patrol agents went from working and being supported by the greatest border president in American history to the worst, President Joe Biden. My last year in Border Patrol was Joe Biden's first year in office. On the first day in office, I watched in disbelief as 94 executive orders cascaded from Washington, obliterating every immigration policy that had been provided the most secure border in American history. Border agents were forced to carry out unconstitutional orders and that violated every law in the Immigration Nationality Act. President Biden, through Department of Homeland Security, Alejandro Mayorkas, created policy out of thin air, ignored federal immigration law, and facilitated the largest mass invasion into America the world has ever seen. The United States of America will have spent hundreds of billions of dollars in 4 years to fund the needs of over 50 million illegal aliens that populate our nation. Between 1 in 6 and 1 in 7 residents in America is an illegal alien. America has suffered the great demographic shift in modern history. After serving in the United States Border Patrol for 24 years, I state with complete certainty that Biden, Harris, and Mayorkas are intentionally, strategically, and purposely weaponizing illegal immigration and using it as a tool to fundamentally transform America. Inside this invasion, the unspoken evil of child trafficking, and more specifically, child sex trafficking, has flourished. At the end of the current administration, the number of children trafficked will have grown to over 550,000 unaccompanied alien children known as UACs. Wow. Let's see. I don't know. Did I just read what he was going to say? See, I hate when they do that.
Without reservation, that the United States federal government is the world's largest child sex trafficking organization in modern history. The probability that thousands of these UACs are being raped at this very moment is 100%. Chairman Higgins, Ranking Member Correa, Chairman Bishop, Ranking Member Ivey, and the members of the subcommittee, I appreciate the opportunity to speak about the evil of child trafficking caused by the open border policies under President Joe Biden's administration. I served in the United States Border Patrol for 24 years until I retired as a Deputy Patrol Agent in charge in San Diego sector. I worked under 5 presidential administrations, and only one president secured the border, President Donald Trump. Border Patrol agents went from working to being supported by the greatest border president in American history to the worst, President Joe Biden. My last year in the Border Patrol was Joe Biden's first year in office. On his first day in office, I watched in disbelief as 94 executive orders cascaded down from Washington, D.C., obliterating every immigration policy that had been provided the most secure border in America's history. Border Patrol agents were forced to carry out unconstitutional orders that violated every law in the Immigration Nationality Act. President Biden, through Department of Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas, created policy out of thin air, ignored federal immigration law, and facilitated the largest mass invasion into America that the world has ever seen. The United States of America will have spent hundreds of billions of dollars in 4 years to fund the needs of over 50 million illegal aliens that populate our nation. Between 1 in 6 and 1 in 7 residents in America is an illegal alien. America has suffered the greatest demographic shift in modern history. After serving in the United States Border Patrol for 24 years, spending a year researching and writing a best-selling book entitled Invaded, The Intentional Destruction of the American Immigration System, and filming 2 documentaries, I state with complete certainty that Biden, Harris, and Mayorkas intentionally, strategically, and purposely weaponized illegal immigration and used it as a tool to fundamentally transform America. Inside this invasion, the unspoken evil of child trafficking, and more specifically child sex trafficking, has flourished. At the end of this current administration, the number of children trafficked will have grown to over 550,000 unaccompanied alien children known as UACs. This horrific number of children will have been arrested, released into America, and then lost. To put this into context, during President Trump's last year in office, Customs and Border Protection arrested 30,557 UACs who were accounted for and not lost. Conversely, in the first year of Biden's presidency, CBP arrested 147,975 UACs, most of which are unaccompanied for and lost. In 2023, Congressional Hearings, Health and Human Services, Javier Becerra, and Director of Office of Refugee Resettlement, Robin Marcos, forced to admit that their agency had no contact with over 85,000 UACs. They were lost. What did DHS, HHS, and ORR do to correct this humanitarian disaster? Nothing. In fact, all 3 agencies created further policies and procedures to increase the efficiency of moving UACs from the border to the interior of the United States to unknown and unvetted sponsors. Unaccompanied alien children were being handed off to total strangers. Then they disappeared into the darkness of labor and sex trafficking. In fact, a year later, in August of 2024, the Inspector General with oversight over DHS issued a report stating the number lost UACs was not 85,000, it was over 320,000. My business partner, Ryan Matt, and I spent 6 months traveling across America, filming a documentary titled, What is Treason Trafficked? The evil of child sex trafficking is difficult to digest and understand. However, after conducting numerous interviews with officers, agents, and whistleblowers from every alphabet agency and department, it was made clear to us that the federal government knowingly and actively facilitated these criminal acts.
That's crazy. It started with Bill Clinton. It's important to bring in all the history. Bill Clinton teamed with Jeffrey Epstein by 1982, took over the network from Larry King. I wasn't in the state government when the memo came down from Bill to stop investigating ritual abuse of children. Let's see what this is. It says it was designed.
The border is closed. The border is secure.
The border is secure.
The only reason the border is not secure is Donald Trump and his MAGA Republican friends.
Wow, that's crazy. Wow. Problem isn't that Democrats are unethical, corrupt, criminal, lying dirtbags. Everyone knows that. The problem is their supporters don't care. Wow, that's crazy. Here we go. Apparently, the DOJ has had these text messages between Bill Barr and Fani Willis on the RICO case that was manufactured to target Trump and has just been sitting on them. Pam Bondi likes Bill Barr and is friends with that piece of shit traitor. What I heard. Oh, Terry, you're going to bed too? Good night. So happy everyone was here tonight. We had a great time. Need to arrest them or ask them. Bill Barr collaborated with Fani Willis. This is this one. This guy says, for what it's worth, this just aired as I was walking out the door. I had to grab it. Let's hear this. It's 1 minute, 32 seconds.
to talk about how Bill Barr was plotting to help those wanting to charge President Trump. Let's check out clip number 3.
It's very easy to know why I am being persecuted and no one else. It's being charged or persecuted. It's very easy. I called the FBI to report Bill Barr and Armstrong Williams. I have notes of every single meeting. One meeting can be about visa for someone, or another meeting can be about January 6th or RICO case. I have a quote here that was like, Barr believes the FBI will go to Trump House soon. And one thing that I heard a lot is like how they go to prevent America to have Trump again. One thing that I learned very fast and very in the beginning is like Bill Barr is someone extremely important. And I remember the biggest conversation they had at that point, it is like, what kind of charge that we can bring against Trump? And that's when Bill Barr, and I will never forget that, Bill Barr was like, we should bring RICO because it's a very difficult type of charge to defend.
All right, if these charges are true, this is a man who served as President Trump's attorney general. This is a guy who said immediately after Epstein died, oh, it was a suicide. How can you believe anything that Bill Barr has said?
How can you believe anything Bill Barr said? That's right. We got this one. It says, breaking, Bill Barr collaborated with Fulton County DA on the RICO case targeting President Trump, according to newly released text messages and emails. Project Veritas. How is it possible that so many swamp creatures got into Trump's inner circle? And for those who don't remember, Bill Barr's dad is the guy who hired Jeffrey Epstein to teach at that school, that prep school, and that more than likely passed him off to the CIA. PDS is real. Oh, what just happened? That was weird. How did that happen? Hey, what's up, Dan? How you doing? You want to come in, Dan, say hi and hang out for a while? I'm going to go for a little while longer. Looks like I'm still not tired. So let's see. This does not surprise me one bit. He was not happy when I asked him about January 6th and the 2020 elections. I caught him in an elevator and followed him. See? Carolyn M. Swain, PhD. Project Veritas reports the recently uncovered text from an email showing former Attorney General Bill Barr worked with the Fulton County DA, Fannie Willis. Just to put this all in perspective, Bill Barr's father, Donald Barr, was Jeffrey Epstein's mentor and gave him his first job at the all-girls prep school. Donald Barr also wrote a bizarre novel about men in their 40s having sex with teenage girls. Wow, that's weird. That's a weird coincidence, isn't it? Huh. Look at it. You see the attached link? This guy has a lot more on BB that you should talk about. Oh, let's see this. Okay. Let's see what this is. Grass Balls blog. Let's see. It's a blog. Let's see. 34 defendants are being charged with fraud and conspiracy. None have been charged with child trafficking, nor do they expect to be. Monday, defense attorneys admitted that 30 persons in conspiracy were charged in 2010 and operated for decades in 8 countries. States were Florida, Illinois, Kentucky, Wisconsin, China, Guatemala, Haiti, Recto. All 34 defendants work for the European adoption consultants in Strongville, Ohio, Cleveland suburb, who said EAC was selling children. The State Department did. I could go all night, party all night, and sleep all day. They responded by closing down the European adoption consultants on May 28th. CNN said EAC was selling children too in the story called Kids for Sale. Only one person, Miss Robert Herring Longoria, has pleaded guilty. No one else has been prosecuted. Cat, tonight you'll be around in the chat. Okay, cool, man. Cool. I appreciate it. Keep an eye on the chat. Keep them in line. Her sentencing is Tuesday at 11 via conference. Longoria will get no jail time. She is copped to plea a single count of fraud and conspiracy. The call will be made from her attorney's office in Fort Worth, Texas to Cleveland Federal Court. Steve Jooms is Longoria's attorney. She used to work for Robert Mueller. Mueller was a former FBI director and special prosecutor. Bill Barr and Robert Mueller are best friends. Gloria has never been booked, photographed, or fingerprinted. She's never had a bail hearing or pre-sentencing report. She's never been into Ohio. She worked for BlackRock Financial in Texas. BlackRock manages more assets in every country in the world than except the U.S. and China. Huh. Yes. Yes, the coming solar flare is something they should all be prepared for. Case was assigned to Cleveland Federal Court. Why? She never requested the case to be moved to Ohio. Who fixed the case? Bill Barr, the former Attorney General. Barr promoted Ms. Toni Bacon to head the Justice Department's office in Albany, New York. She was Barr's top criminal attorney in the Cleveland office. Why is it important? The trial of Margaret Cole Hughes was set for October 26. Margaret was the owner of the European Adoption Agency Consultants. Transferring Bacon from Cleveland to Albany, no one in the Justice Department was prepared to try the case. Instead, the judge delayed the trial. It's never been rescheduled. Will it ever be? Barr also got the Texas Federal District Court to transfer the Longoria case to Cleveland. It buried the fact that she worked for BlackRock and was involved in the John Tufts child abuse case. Tufts was found guilty of child abuse. Local prosecutors said it was the worst case of child abuse they'd ever seen. She worked for EAC to help transport the girl from Dallas to Tufts' home in Fort Worth. She was never charged in Tufts' case. How did Barr fix the Longoria case? He went court shopping, a fancy legal term for fixing a case. It's supposed to be illegal, but who's going to object? Barr directed Robert Zink, his fraud section chief, to file a motion on August 25th requesting Longoria case be transferred to Cleveland. Judge Solomon Oliver signed a court order approving the transfer. Oliver was one of the NAACP attorneys who were made wealthy through court-ordered busing in Cleveland. NAACP originally filed the case in Akron. They got it transferred to Cleveland through court shopping. City schools through the country, including Cleveland. This seems like it's very, all over the place. Attorneys in the case profited money from busing. Okay, why is this bouncing around and go from busing to that? Come on, guys, stay focused. The FBI was involved in the EAC cover-up too. Their special agent Robert Hughes was assigned to the Cleveland case when it arrived when his mother's home and office were raided. His mother, the defendant, is a defendant in the EAC child slavery cases. She owned the European Adoption Consultants. What? 25 terabytes of evidence were seized in a raid. How much is a terabyte? Okay. Here's a press release of the Margaret Hughes Coles charges. 3 individuals charged with arranging adoptions in Uganda. This is because supposedly Bill Barr is involved with some kind of visa fraud and stuff that you read that this woman was talking about. Even though he was a beneficiary in a family business, the money paid his personal expenses, including college. Hughes worked in the FBI's DC office for Andy McCabe, Peter Strzok, Bruce Orr. Hughes named special agent in charge of the Milwaukee field office. Where does the judge fix come in? The trial judge, Robert Boyko, signed a court order finding evidence from everybody in public. He did that after knowing ABC was covering the case. The parties will destroy it at the end of the case. But wait, why? A sworn statement by one of the prosecutors in Warsaw, Poland, was never entered into the court record. Charges would have never been filed against the Hughes crew, but for the staff at the Cook's Children healthcare system in Fort Worth, Texas. They filed a written report of child abuse with that police, resulting in conviction of the John Tufts for child abuse. Hospital staff said it was the worst case of abuse they ever seen. Her son, he is the son of Deborah Paris Edwards, one of the defendants. She worked directly for Margaret Cole Hughes. Is Peter Strzok somehow connected to child trafficking network? His partner, Lisa Page, was. She lived in Strongsville for 6 years, covering illegal activities of the EAC and European Adoption Consultants. Page told the Strongsville police to stay out of their affairs. When asked for records on Lisa Page, Strongsville police said none existed. Lisa now works for NBC Universal. Some crazy stuff. It was set up in '94. The consulting agency, George H.W. Bush, set up this phony nonprofit to generate income for the Robert Hughes family. It charged 20 to 40 to adopt a child overseas. Okay. Hughes was a former chairman of the Republican Party in Cuyahoga County. It was payback for helping Bush carry Ohio in '98, then helped elect him. This is some crazy shit. This guy's just making these allegations. I don't know. I don't understand this. This is great. I don't even know how much it's. I'm gonna stop looking at this because I don't know what this is. If this is true or not. It seems like some weird stuff. This guy's. Adlai Stevens once said that a hypocrite is the kind of politician who would cut down a redwood tree, then mount the stump and make a speech for conservation. This week in politics was nothing but the worst form of stump speeches on gerrymandering. Yeah, politics without shame. Gerrymandering makes hypocrisy. Mm-hmm. No one is listening to the unhinged rant. Unhinged and ranting would fail to see hypocrisy. What is chilling is that no one really cares. You can't even commit the most venal acts as a form of virtue signaling, even though there's not a scintilla of virtue in what you're saying. What is missing is any sense of shame or sense of self-awareness. The most telling moments came when Pritzker went on Stephen Colbert's show. Pritzker declared gerrymandering as a threat to democracy. He then followed up by making a joke of his own prior unparalleled gerrymandering. The New York audience cheered both statements. Yeah. This is the real reason behind the gerrymandering. California and New York are gerrymandered to the max. Hard to imagine worse. Legal gerrymandering, violating federal law, will face consequences.
I know you sent a letter to Texas. Let's talk about redistricting Texas, other states as well, Ohio, Florida, Missouri, Indiana, and then the threats by states like Illinois, New York, Governor Hochul threatening to do the same thing, and California. I believe that's your home state, if I'm not mistaken. But anyway, so tell us about this idea of the government getting involved, the federal government getting involved. Senator John Cornyn of Texas has asked the FBI if you can locate some of these folks, the Democrats from Texas, arrest them and bring them back. Tell us the plan.
Okay, so first of all, I mean, I don't have a political plan in this regard at the Department of Justice. We're not focused on the politics. We're focused on the federal civil rights laws. And the Voting Rights Act has laws that govern, has opinions that govern and interpret this law that require equal access to the ballots. And so for many decades, the Voting Rights Act has been interpreted to require, in some instances, and certainly to permit racial gerrymandering to allow minority groups to have carved out districts. Now, that concept is at direct tension with both this administration's DEI policies, but more importantly, with equal protection under the law. And Justice Thomas has written about this in a very recent opinion, a dissent from kicking the can down the road in one of these Voting Rights Act cases and otherwise. And so I think you're going to see the court actually confront and determine that case. And the case in this next term involves a Louisiana district that is 250 miles long, and it is a complete gerrymander, very narrow, very long, to carve out a majority minority district. The letter that I sent to Texas took issue with 4 of its districts because there's a recent opinion from the Fifth Circuit Court of Appeals last year that says that it is illegal under the Voting Rights Act to use multiple minority groups or a minority group plus predicted crossover white votes to make up an argument for a majority minority.
Oh, she talks
district.
fast. I thought it was speeded up, but it's not.
You can't just sort of fake and paste and cobble one together. So we told Texas it's in violation of federal law, and Texas needs to fix it.
Oh my God.
To its credit, Texas has responded to that call by calling a special session of the legislature that's required for redistricting, and that is where the Democrats on their lam come in. They have attempted to prevent a quorum by going to other states. Then they've got their cronies in these other blue states to have this drama over making threats. The problem for California, New York, and some of these other states is they're gerrymandered to the hilt. I don't know how they could possibly be more gerrymandered than they already are.
I'm going to pause this because I just noticed something. It says I got rated in the Rumble show. Dominion After Dark has rated the stream. Well, I really appreciate that, Dominion After Dark. Thank you very much to all the people that are here from Dominion After Dark. Thank you. Why is this pausing? What is going on? What is happening here? Did I lose something with my Rumble stream? No, there we go. All right. I really appreciate the read, Dominion After Dark. Mm-hmm. I thank you, Dominion After Dark, for the raid. Greatly appreciated. It's always helpful. It is. And I also got another notification. It says I am the last man standing. Well, I'm going to keep going as long as I can. And it says Jim is showered in gifts. It didn't see like it was 2.0 speed. It didn't look speeded up to me at all. But now J-Rock has gifted 5 Jim Tells You memberships. I want to thank you so much, J-Rock. That is so greatly appreciated. And we're going to go over here and we're going to look and see who these people are. It says Mad Goose receives a gifted membership. Willow Trees, Dog Backwoods, Carlos 247, and Kathy Chanette. They have all received a membership. So to Jim Tells You, where they are casual observers, but then they will start paying attention. And then soon, very soon, they will all start to see the Matrix. So thank you all so much, and thank you, J-Rock, for all you do. It's greatly, greatly appreciated.
So they're making like wild threats about it, but that's not free. If they do illegal gerrymandering that is inappropriate under federal law, there could be consequences for that as well. So, bottom line is, for decades, there's been what some would call an unholy alliance between, the sort of minority groups who want their carved out districts and even Republicans who want safe seats around those. What's more American is for everyone in 2025 who actually have to compete for these positions. And I think the United States Supreme Court is going to confront the definition of the Voting Rights Act and the extent to which.
Thank you for being here, J-Rock, and for being a participant in the chat and talking and always being here with me. I appreciate it.
That's for the court to decide.
CBP-1, known as the CBP-1 Home since March 2025, is a mobile app developed by U.S. Customs and Border Patrol. Detailed analysis of lawful migrant entries via CBP app from 2023 to 2025. Migrants in Mexico have used the CBP-1 app for 64 million times. 64 million times request entry to the U.S. Wait, 64 million times? What? They have been allowed in our country just waiting for application. Prior to CBP-1 functions, CBP-1. Did you realize that it says 64 million times requesting entry into the U.S.? Research suggests around 1.4 million migrants entered the U.S. lawfully over the past 2 years through the migrant facilitated by the CBP-1 app. Land entry and air arrivals under parole. They apply for I-94 via CBP app. This is why Democrats want legal immigrants counted as sentence by a executive order ensuring a lawful and accurate enumeration and apportionment pursuant to decennial census. Biden revoked President Trump's executive order about citizenship and all that stuff. Yeah, that's why they did all that. That's crazy. And Beto O'Rourke says when Democrats take back power, they're going to drive the car like they stole it and give amnesty to illegal aliens. Legal immigrants are what makes this country so GD great in the first place.
Next time we win power, we're going to drive that car like we stole it. We're going to legalize every dreamer, every dreamer's parents,
stealing a car?
every hardworking American doing backbreaking work that makes this country so goddamn great in the first place, even greater as U.S. citizens. Next.
Wow. So they're just saying it out loud that they want. This is the video to make sure they never win again. Liberals may not know a man from a woman, but we're like experts on economics and stuff. Yeah. Who Democrats care about. It's true. Here's Valentina Gomez. It says, I pulled up to the Beto O'Rourke event because I'm the only one in Texas who doesn't fear the gay Democrats and the Muslims. Beto's DUI almost killed people, and his judge, Daddy, helped him get away with it. Now he wants to kill the Second Amendment. People kill people. Guns and cars are just tools, shall not be infringed. Let's see what this is. All right.
Beto.
To despair. Just look
Beto,
at it.
you almost killed multiple people while driving under the
Just look at this. Unfortunate soul.
Wow. That kind of seems like people.
A few moments later.
Hold up, so hold up.
I'm not
You're getting
you.
recorded.
I'm not fighting you.
Hold up. Take over the world when I'm on my don't.
So this was just a stunt for her to run for Congress or something, I guess. I don't know. I don't know who she is, really. Never heard from her. But who did it better? Crashing a Beto event where he couldn't even fill a whole room. Alex Rosen. Wow. Yeah. Yeah. Beto O'Rourke tells Democrat states to redraw their districts now. F the rules. We're going to win whatever it takes.
We're not going to let him stop us. Are you with me on that? Ándale. It also means, as Mark was saying earlier, we don't await the punch thrown by these would-be fascists to land. We punch first, and we punch harder. We want California and New Jersey and Illinois and Maryland and every other state where the Democrats hold the governor's mansion, the assembly, and the state senate to redraw their congressional districts now, not wait for Texas to move first, to maximize Democratic Party advantage. Listen, you may say to yourself, well, those aren't the rules. There are no refs in this game. Fuck the rules. We are going to win whatever it takes. We're going to take this to them in every way that we can.
Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm. This is what the Democrats did to ensure not a single Republican in their state is representative. There are millions of Republicans living in Massachusetts, Connecticut, Rhode Island, New Hampshire, Vermont. How many GOP seats do they have in Congress? 0. Democrats have gerrymandered this country for decades, and now they're mad Republicans are finally fighting back. They do it already. Harris and MSP's map should be mirror vote percentages, so I pulled the numbers. California is 40% of the vote. It's actually a little more than that. It's 17%. Massachusetts is 35%, 0 seats. Connecticut, 0 seats. New York, 26%. Maryland, 12%. I didn't think Maryland got any, to tell you the truth. New Mexico, 0 seats. 44% of the vote, 0 seats. I could go on. They never complain when Democrats do it. Beto talking like change the rules is going to change the scoreboard. Somebody's nervous. When a politician sounds this desperate, you got to see the full clip to believe it. Where'd it go? Got the line, so we win. Like a kid changing Monopoly rules mid-game because he's losing. You can almost hear the panic in his voice. When a guy has to shout this loud, the rigging the system is because the voters already told him a few too many times to go away. At this point, he's less of a political leader, more of a friend who can't handle losing without flipping the board. The big master plan, the Dems might as well start packing away because Beto just told the whole country they can't win unless they cheat, and somehow thought we wouldn't laugh. Yeah, I don't know. I would have thought that would have been the death knell for him anyway, where he's, Beto, and his name is Robert Francis O'Rourke. Like his father, in shunning historic preservation code, tearing down a border avenue in El Paso with historic brick buildings and businesses ran by Mexican Texas for centuries to put up a parking lot. Selfishness leads to arrogance, leads to discrimination. Yeah, that's what I say. Politics without shame. Gerrymandering makes a hypocrisy a political punchline. Mm-hmm. Yeah, and there's a punchline right there. Prickster, they call him in Illinois. Former diplomat and Democrat Senator Adlai Stevenson once remarked that a hypocrite is the kind of politician who would cut down a redwood tree, then mount a stump and make a speech for conservation. If so, this week in politics is nothing but the worst form of stump speeches. In New York, Governor Kathy Hochul declared that the move by Texas Republicans to redistrict mid-decade was a legal insurrection of our U.S. Capitol. Wow. In Texas, Democrat State Rep Yolanda Jones must have felt insurrection did not quite capture the infamy and said she insisted, I will liken this to the Holocaust. What is this? Others. Why did they do this to me? Why did they do this to me? Others repeated the Democratic mantra that it was a death of democracy. It's always the death of democracy, but it's just they're talking about the Democratic Party. This includes former President Barack Obama, who said nothing but Democrats made his own state the most gerrymandered in the Union. In Illinois, surrounded by Texas legislators who had fled their state to prevent a legislative quorum, Governor J.B. Pritzker bellowed that gerrymandering was an attempt to steal congressional seats and to disenfranchise people. It did not matter that the stump Pritzker and Texas Democrats were standing on in Chicago is located in the most gerrymandered state in the country. The redistricting law signed by Pritzker left Republicans with just 3 of the state's 17 congressional seats, even though they won nearly half of the votes in the last election. Yeah, they almost Illinois came close. What is missing is any sense of shame. The most telling moment came when Pritzker went on the Stephen Colbert Show on CBS, a show that offered him a reliably supportive audience and a long track record of 86% of jokes slamming conservatives or Republicans. Pritzker received a roaring cheers when he said that he was protecting democracy from Texas gerrymandering. Colbert then showed him the map of Illinois, which features ridiculously shaped, snaking districts that stretch across the state, all drawn to maximize Democratic performance in elections. Pritzker just shrugged and joked how they had kindergartners design it. Colbert and the audience laughed uproariously. Let's just recap. Pritzker had declared gerrymandering a threat to democracy. He followed up by making a joke of his own unparalleled gerrymandering. Yeah, because if you remember, they gerrymandered in 2020. They gerrymandered Kinzinger out of a seat. Adam Kinzinger, crybaby Kinzinger. Yeah, he got gerrymandered out by the Democrats, and he was so happy to help. Some of the outrage by Democrats seemed part of a comedy routine. And Massachusetts Governor Maura Healey pledged to retaliate by gerrymandering her heavily gerrymandered state. The problem? It's already so badly gerrymandered that there are no Republican House members in the state. There hasn't been any since the 1990s. We have reached a point of an age of rage where one's hypocrisy can be openly acknowledged by dismissed with a chuckle. It's not a cheap to lock Republicans out completely in heavy Democrat states. Governor Gavin Newsom quickly pledged to order a new round of gerrymandering in a state where Republicans constituted roughly 70% of congressional vote in 2024, but only received 17% of the House seats. To reduce the Republicans to near zero would require passing a ballot proposition costing more than $200 million, even as California faces a budget crisis and a deficit greater than $20 billion. And that may prove to be just a fraction of the true cost. In response to the gerrymandering, Democratic strategist James Carville seemed to call for what the Texas House Democrat Caucus Chair Gene Wu, who fled to Illinois, described as launching nukes at each other. Carville insisted that once the Democrats retake power, they should unilaterally add Puerto Rico and the District of Columbia as states and pack the Supreme Court to guarantee the Republicans never win again. Yep, still going. Late show. The people paid for the late show, they get the late show. He's not the first Democrat to openly advocate such a plan. In October 2020 interview, Harvard Law professor Michael Klarman explained how Democrats needed to use the power to enact democracy entrenching legislation, which would ensure the Republican Party would never win another election. Yeah, that's really democracy entrenching to one-party rules, democracy and people. Why aren't any Republicans talking about abolishing the filibuster or packing the Supreme Court? Because if they would have said no to the filibuster and they would have just said, yeah, there's no more filibuster, guess what? All the stuff in the Senate that we wanted passed, they said, oh, that parliamentarian, that pesky parliamentarian wouldn't let us do it. They could have got that. And the House rules that are letting, or Senate rules that are letting these Democrats block all of these appointments. Trump's been president over 6 months. There's over 200 people waiting to be approved in the Senate. Why? Because the Democrats are using weird rules to force cloture votes and all this stuff on the appointments. But the Republicans could easily fix it by just voting to get rid of the rules, like the Democrats did. Yeah. Perhaps you can appreciate the unintended humor here, but Professor Klayman noted that Democrats would still have to gain control of the Supreme Court to make such legislation stick. So what is striking about Carville's interview is that he was describing rigging both legislative and judicial branches all in the name of democracy. Carville admitted that in isolation, each of these ideas may be objectionable and open Pandora's box. However, when done together, they somehow become acceptable. It's akin to saying that burning a home is arson, but torching a city is urban renewal. Yeah, Jim works hard for the money. Oh, so hard for the money. But he's gotta treat me right. Nevertheless, Carville declared, if you want to save democracy, you've got to end democracy. Just like they said back in Vietnam, the Democrats said, in order to save the village, we had to burn the village. I think you got to do all those things because we're just moving further and further away from being anything close to a democracy. Again, no one listening to such unhinged ranting would fail to see the hypocrisy. What is chilling is that no one really cares. You can stack the Supreme Court and Congress. You can gerrymander legislative and congressional maps. You can even engage in ballot cleansing by barring Republican and third-party candidates from elections, which they tried to do. You can do all of this and then still claim to be righteously defending democracy. You can even commit the most venal acts as a form of virtue signaling, even though there's not a scintilla of virtue in what they are saying. There may be one benefit to Carville and his counterparts in opening up Pandora's box. In the story, Pandora released an array of evils on the world, including sorrow, disease, vice, violence, greed, madness, old age, and death. However, few recall the last thing to escape the jar, perhaps the one thing that the vengeful Zeus least wanted humanity to have: hope. It is possible that citizens will finally get fed up listening to these self-righteous hypocrites and join together to end gerrymandering once and for all. Rather than yield to our rage, reason could still prevail in this country in barring or at least limiting partisan redistricting. When we do that, these clear-cutting politicians will not have a stump to stand on. The easiest way to do it is to lift the cap on the House and put strict numbers that say like 100,000 citizens per House member. Yes. Do it that way, and oh boy, would things clear up real quick. When one finds a way to let go and give up, it gets better. I guess. Here we go. This was supposed to be in another story too, but it got lost on me. So DOJ investigating Letitia James for violating Trump's civil rights for years. New York Attorney General bragged about using the law to destroy Trump. Now the DOJ is probing her for conspiracy against rights, the very abuse she accused him of. This is huge. Federal statute 18 U.S.C. 241 makes it a crime to conspire to injure, oppress, threaten, or intimidate any person in the free exercise or enjoyment of any right or privilege secured by the Constitution. It's used to prosecute officials for civil rights violations. They kind of did when they did that, didn't they? It comes after Alex Marlow's explosive book, Breaking the Law, which documented 8 clear examples of James targeting Trump for political destruction. The DOJ calls it deprivation of rights. The rest call it lawfare. You can buy the book on Amazon. For example, 1, targeted prosecution. James ran for office promising to sue Trump. We're going to definitely sue him. The number one issue in this country is defeating Donald Trump. Nothing else matters. That's not justice. That's using government for political revenge. Example 2, prosecuting a victimless crime. James accused Trump of defrauding banks by undervaluing properties, but no bank complained. They were paid in full on time. They wanted to lend to him again. The first time in New York history, fraud was charged with no victim. Example 3, the Mar-a-Lago valuation scam. James claimed Trump's 17-acre Palm Beach landmark was worth 18 to 28 million. Nearby empty lots go for 40 to 50 million. The property plus the club are easily worth 500 million to $1 billion. Yeah. Says at least she appears to not be wearing her dress backwards anymore. You saw that, remember that, right? When she was wearing but Tish is kind of black. She's protected. Maybe we'll see. She lowballed it to 1/50th its real value to justify a political hit. The White House coordination. James visited Biden's White House 3 times during her Trump probe. How could she not have been coordinating with Biden's team? It's true. That's not just bias, it's federal conspiracy. Plus, she hired people directly from the DOJ came to work for her. Criminal trial and civil court. James used civil court but treated Trump like a criminal defendant because she had no criminal case. The banks considered Trump a whale client who paid early and in full. She still framed him as a crook to the public. Inventing a new crime. James dusted off New York's executive law, a consumer fraud law meant for con men targeting vulnerable people. Never before used to prosecute a developer for deals with sophisticated banks who said they'll gladly work with him again. Cruel and unusual punishment. James is fined at $464 million for a victimless civil dispute. Even Democrat appeals court cut it to $175 million. Trump's lawyer said it violates the 8th Amendment, banning excessive fines. And they're right. I didn't know the appeals court ruled on it yet. Election interference. James did this in the middle of a presidential election. She abused her office and tried to kneecap Trump's campaign from the inside of the legal system. Bankrupt him, frame him, destroy him, using the full power of the justice system. If James is guilty, she could face federal prison for the same crime she spent years falsely accusing Trump of committing. Her own favorite line may come back to haunt her. No one is above the law. We're going to do this now. We're going to do this a little bit there now. I'm going to open some links. Give me 30 seconds here. Okay. All right, here we go. I opened up now. When I get through all these links, this will be every story I had for today, Saturday, or yesterday, Saturday. Every story I had for, I believe, for Friday. I'll have to hold on. Actually, I might have had some for Friday that I didn't get to. Friday. Close. Oh, actually, no. Wait a second, I'm opening some more tabs that I had for Friday. I just saw. No, 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 no. Oh, wow. That's not good. Which one is that? I don't know. Wow, I think that's a lot. So we're good. I think this is enough tonight. All right, 84 people. Dapper Dance's new ordinance in response to violent young thugs that caused chaos in Gloucester, New Jersey, will now hold the parents and guardians responsible with fines or jail time. Lock them up. Let's see.
Parents now on the hook for kid chaos. A new ordinance in a South Jersey town says parents and legal guardians must answer for their child's public disturbances should they fail to stop them from committing certain offenses and mayhem. The consequences are hefty. It is Thursday night. I'm Christy Aletto. Gray and Shari have the night off. And the big story on Action News is parents could now face fines or even jail time if they fail to stop their children from breaking the law in one South Jersey town. It comes in recent response to recent incidents where large groups of unruly teens cause chaos at public events. Parents now on the hook for kid.
Okay, yes, we have this story. It's a genius, but because parents will have to be parents again, and parents must go to jail. I don't know about parents going to jail, but fine, I'm sure. Here, so we got this. It said parents can face jail time under new New Jersey ordinance targeting children's unruly behavior. Gloucester Township includes 28 offenses ranging from felonies to minor infractions like loitering, breaking curfew, or chronic truancy. Under a new ordinance in New Jersey, parents can be fined. Under a new ordinance in New Jersey town, parents can be fined or even charged with their children's unruly behavior. The Township of Gloucester Minors and Parents Responsibility Ordinance stipulates consequences including jail time for parents and guardians who fail to prevent their children from breaking the law, according to a news release from the police. I don't know how this is going to stand up in court, but ordinance was passed by the Township Council, was introduced after incidents of public disturbance involving kids at events like last year's Gloucester Township Day and Drone Show. Social media fueled teen mobs, prompt closures of businesses nationwide. During the event, a large brawl involving teens broke out. 11 people were arrested, including 9 teenagers. 3 police officers were also injured during the melee. The event was postponed this year, the outlet reported, because social media posts suggested similar behavior was planned. The ordinance includes 28 different offenses that range from felonies to minor infractions, such as loitering, breaking curfew, chronic truancy. Gloucester Township Minors and Parents Responsibility Ordinance adopted July 28th. The ordinance holds parents, legal guardians, or anyone responsible for a minor accountable for public disturbances caused by a child. Parents face possible arrest, steep fines in military towns, tough approach to combat youth crime. If a child is repeatedly found guilty in juvenile court, their caretaker could face up to 90 days in prison or a fine up to $2,000. I don't think this law is constitutionally valid. You can't have a law that charges you with crimes for somebody else's criminal behavior. I mean, guardians will be issued a warning before the citation. I don't think this is going to hold up. I just don't. Our ordinance was actually sampled from other towns. We're not necessarily the first, but we're probably first bigger town to adopt it. It's about 15 miles from Philadelphia town. I don't think it's going to hold up in court. A child can get an abortion in New Jersey. Yeah, fail to prevent their children from breaking the law. Interesting. A child can get an abortion in New Jersey without parental consent, but you want to hold the parents responsible for a child's behavior because what? You don't think the child is mature enough to suffer consequences for their own actions? You're trying to have it both ways. Whether a child is mature enough to make decisions is like getting an abortion without parents, or they're not mature enough to obey other laws. Extending the twisted logic to its natural conclusion, a police chief and district attorney should go to jail when they fail to prevent adults from breaking the law. That sounds good to me. This is another story. It says, this is why Russia decided to come to the peace table. If India stops buying Russian energy, Putin is going to have a very hard time keeping the war going, especially on top of Trump's promised sanctions. The problem is no one is going to be happy. I predict chaos after next week's meeting in Alaska. What do you think? India agrees to stop importing Russian oil in tariff settlement. President Trump is using every tool he has to secure fair trade deals for the U.S. and help bring peace to the world. He successfully used tariffs to end the conflict between Cambodia and Thailand, and now he's doing it again to end the war in Ukraine. India has announced it is open to ending Russian oil imports as part of the tariff settlement with the U.S. This will put maximum pressure on Putin to finally end the war in Ukraine. And here's Doge AI, who thinks it's not exactly up to snuff. I don't think the Crumbley's case is going to hold up if it gets further peeled up. I don't see how it was their responsibility. I really don't. The claim that India's tariff concessions will pressure Putin ignores reality. India hasn't halted Russian oil imports. They're still buying 1.8 million barrels a day despite Trump's tariff threats. The EU quietly imports 700 million in Russian uranium annually while lecturing others. Trump's tariffs aren't about peace. They're a trade war tactic disguised as foreign policy. Russia reroutes oil to China if India stops, keeping revenue flowing. Alaska talks are theater. Putin's war machine runs on EU gas purchases and Pentagon uranium imports, not India discounts. Real peace requires cutting all Russian energy flows, not scapegoating strategic partners. Wow. So as you can see, Doge, wow, the EU is just so sneaky. Doge is not really... I don't have any of these ad blockers. Let me do this. I guess I have to. I have to do this. See if this comes up. Okay, so I had to go to the archive because it wouldn't let me read the Hindu Times story. It was basically not letting me. It says Russia is not Iran. India can't cancel oil imports on U.S. demands, experts say. Former Ambassador to Washington says Trump's tariffs penalty reviving bitter memories of previous U.S. coercive actions. India cannot cancel imports from Russia as it did 6 years ago with Iran and Venezuela, given the difference in the scale and importance of the relationship, said experts, warning that the U.S. actions against India were damaging the relationship built over decades. In 2018, U.S. President Donald Trump had during his first term, demanded India zero out its oil imports from Iran and Venezuela. India eventually complied with the demand before the deadline, May 2019. On Wednesday, Mr. Trump signed an executive order levying a 25% penalty on top of 25% tariffs on Indian goods unless India cut energy purchases from Russia, which is currently making up more than 35% of its oil imports. The penalty would kick in by August 27th unless Russia stops the war in Ukraine. The threat is expected to add pressure on both India and Russia ahead of the meeting with Trump and President Putin next week, an upcoming visit by Putin to India for his annual summit with Mr. Modi. At the global level, Russia is not Iran, former Indian ambassador to the UN Arun Singh told Hindu Times in interview. We want Russia as one of major powers in international context to be important partner with India. And there is a memory of India of Russia in past having provided political support and deterrence technology that nobody else willing to provide. And he added also warning if India were to give to Mr. Trump demands, this would only increase U.S. appetite demand for concession to India. According to scholar Brahma Shalini, the U.S. move on Russian oil is a cover to strong-arm India into accepting trading terms the U.S. wants, including market access for agricultural products. Well, I mean, it's how it's supposed to work. If they don't allow us to sell our stuff in their country, we don't allow them to sell their stuff in our country. That's called fair trade. It's not just open markets where we buy everything and nobody buys our stuff, because that's called, you're going to go broke really fast. If you can't sell anything to anybody, you're just buying, then it's one-sided. Yeah. Trump is weaponizing Russian oil purchases to force a largely one-sided trade deal on India. Professor of Strategic Studies at the New Delhi-based Center for Policy Research and fellow at the Robert Bosch Academy in Berlin. He pointed out that technically the U.S. has not sanctioned Russian oil, nor has it subscribed to the European Union's latest price cap on it. Mr. Trump also now penalizing China, which is world's largest importer of Russian oil. Cutting Indian purchase of Russian oil is unlikely to make him back off. Hey, Mr. K is back. Cool. We're talking about India, Russia, and peace talks and stuff. Until recently, India imported about 2 million barrels a day and the second largest importer of Russian oil. Mr. Singh pointed to past 25 years as a building trust between the two countries and steadily improvement in the relationships after a previous era where India has seen the U.S. as a coercive and unreliable partner for its backing of Pakistan. The 1971 Bangladesh war intervention and the 98 sanctions on India for its nuclear test. Since 2008, after the U.S. helped India win exemptions at the International Atomic Energy Agency and Nuclear Suppliers Group for doing nuclear trade, he said the perception seriously changed. He also said the U.S. had supplied drones and winter clothing to support Indian forces during the India-China standoff at the line of actual control at short notice. But because of what President Trump has done in India, there's a resurrection of the old bitter memories of the U.S. President Trump said the U.S. may feel they're putting some penalties on India, high tariffs. I would say they're putting high tariffs and penalties less on India and more on the U.S.-India relationship. It'll take some time for the relations to come out of the shock that's been generated. Russia is not Iran. India can't cancel oil demands, experts say. Didn't I just read this story? Here's the New York Times. India bought Russia oil. Now it's a trade war weapon. If Narendra Modi surrendered to President Trump, how tough would it be to wean his country from Russian discounted supply? 3 years ago, India ramped up its imports of Russian oil. It was a move that benefited both countries and, in a way, the global economy. Now, President Trump is demanding India reverse course and quit its cheap Russian oil habit or face debilitating tariffs. What would it take for India to do what Trump wants? India's leaders have already made clear that they will not obey the American president's demand. Its foreign ministry called the penalty unfair, unjustified, and unreasonable. And it said that India will take all necessary actions to protect its national interests. But legally and technologically, weaning itself from Russian oil is not out of the question. Before the war in Ukraine, India imported just 1% of its oil from Russia. When Europe stopped buying from Russia as a punishment for its full-scale invasion, India, like China, seized the chance to pick up its crude at a discount worth several dollars a barrel. The ICRA, an Indian rating agency, estimated that play saved Indian companies $13 billion over 2 years. Quietly, this has pleased everybody. The Biden administration, which barred American companies from importing Russian energy products, worried that too successful an embargo would upset global oil prices. Rerouting Russian crude kept the markets relatively stable. Europe was able to buy fuels refined in India, and the Indian companies made a profit along the way. You're standing beside yourself? Why? My stupid accents? I try. I know. I'm trying to be funny, but it doesn't work. Says, well, I was sleeping, but Jim woke me up because I had to laugh about Fanny's backward dress. I don't remember how India is allowed to be a member of the Quad and also partner of BRICS. They seem to be playing both sides. Oh, yes, they're always playing both sides. Definitely. Now, Mr. Trump. Why does the New York Times call him Mr. Trump, not President Trump? I've noticed that in all their articles. Mr. Trump. President Trump, he is your president, New York Times. You better get freaking used to it. Has raised the workaround as a weapon of trade war. On Wednesday, he signed an executive order imposing an additional 25% tax on imports of Indian goods because he posted on Truth Social, India profited from people being killed by the Russian war machine. When that penalty goes into effect on August 27th, it will double an already steep tariff, demolishing the business plans of any company with a stake in trade between India and the United States. I mean, I don't know, what are we buying from India, really? I mean, aren't they just sending a bunch of people there to work on visas and stuff, and they're just taking all our jobs in customer service? Hello, my name is Bill from Comcast. My name is Bill from AT&T, from Verizon. I'm here to talk to you about getting cheaper prices. Legally speaking, it would not be difficult for India's national government, led by Prime Minister Narendra Modi, to dictate new terms to private companies that buy oil and refine it into products that are used in India or exported. Politically, it's another story. India is a proudly sovereign and democratic. Mr. Modi has cultivated an image as a hard man, but he still needs to win elections. He can't afford to play patsy to Mr. Trump. Politics aside, it would not be easy to reconfigure the global seaborne traffic that sends tens of billions of dollars worth of oil through India's ports. But with sufficient time and lost profits, it would be possible. I am standing beside myself. Beside myself, I am standing, it is. India went from importing less than 1% of its Russian oil from Russia when the war began in February 2022 to around 2 million barrels a day, where it was had steady ever since. Accounting for more than a third of its total inflow, it would probably take an equal amount of time to reverse that trade. Turning India's refineries to their previous main suppliers in Saudi Arabia and Iraq, that may or not be fast enough to satisfy Mr. Trump. Some veterans of the refining industry have complained that it would be troublesome. The oil grade from Russia requires certain processes, and refiners would have to rejigger the facilities. Putting that word in there is very risky. To ready them to take Middle Eastern grades again, but their complaint is outmoded, explained Dutareya Das, an analyst at Ember, a global energy think tank and former official at India's natural oil and gas company. We are at a technological stage where it is really not a constraint like the ones run by Reliance Industries and Nadella Energy, both in Modi's home state of Gujarat, are interoperable with different grades of crude and can switch intake almost on a dime. Reliance is the biggest in the world and almost the most sophisticated. So are they saying that the Russian crude is a better grade than what's coming out of Saudi Arabia? I know there's like sweet crude, there's North Sea Brent, there's different grades, but I don't know. Most serious hurdles can be overcome. Canceling the contracts with shippers and Russian suppliers is something Indian buyers could do by force majeure, using Trump's trade war to justify backing out of deals. Securing new contracts would be trickier given the scale of flow. India is a rapidly growing country with slurps of some 5 million barrels of oil a day, just behind China and the United States. Within about a year, though, buyers for Reliance and Nadella Energy, 49% of which is owned by Rosneft, the Russian state oil company. Ooh, see, that's a problem. If the companies are owned by Russian, probably line up enough non-Russian oil. They would, however, have to say farewell to the wartime profits. Most of the Russian crude oil India has imported was consumed at home. The majority of it powered the motorcycles, cars, trucks, and airplanes that Indians use with increasing intensity as their economy expands. Some goes into portable power generators or asphalt and plastics. But Indian consumers have hardly felt the benefit. Prices at the pump, counted in rupees per liter, have been rising gradually since the COVID-19 pandemic. Oh, how many rupees? Oh, 39 rupees per liter. India's government controls prices carefully, adjusting fuel taxes and other fees mainly to smooth out fluctuations. It's been useful in the Indian state to have Indian companies spending less on Russian oil than they would have on other countries, for one thing. It protects the value of the Indian currency, and it has done wonders for Reliance's bottom line. The overall benefit to the country's $4 trillion economy has been relatively small. Mr. Trump's tariffs threaten to severely diminish the economic growth, shave even greater off value overnight. If the Russian oil has a higher sulfur content, it would be harder to to refine. So that would mean that the stuff from Saudi Arabia would be easier to refine. So it wouldn't be a problem to switch from the Russian oil. But I don't understand what they're, it would only be if you're going to the high sulfur content. Like, that's why Canada, all the oil in Canada gets refined in the United States and then sent back to Canada, because we have refineries to process the high sulfur content coming out of those Canada's oil. Okay. Oh, this is a good story, which they got. So we'll see what happens with that. We'll have to monitor the situation. I'm looking forward to seeing what happens with this meeting with Trump and Putin. I want the war to end. Enough people have died, and it's just stupid. They're fighting over stupid shit over there. Yeah. Quoting Short Circuit, Fisher Stevens was hilarious, that movie. Yeah. And a fun fact, Fisher Stevens, not an Indian. Not an Indian. Yeah. If the residents of D.C. want to be part of a state, the solution is not D.C. statehood. Any solution would involve reverting the land ceded by Maryland for the creation of D.C., accepting only a narrow corridor encompassing the White House, Capitol, and Supreme Court to Maryland. Yep.
Either they're going to straighten their act out in the terms of government and in terms of protection, or we're going to...
Oh, I can't listen to that Eye of the Tiger thing. It'll screw me up. Good thread. Let's start with some historical context. D.C. was established by Congress under the Residency Act of 1790, allowing President George Washington to select a site for federal capital along the Potomac River not exceeding 10 square miles. 10 miles square, 100 square miles. The Residence Act. On this date in 1790, President Washington signed the Residence Act that would move the U.S. capital to Washington by 1800. Marjorie Smith, both Fannie and Tish did collude with Joe Tato heads. People at the White House, they can wear new orange ones and numbers on it. AA says higher sulfur content, higher acidity, higher density, and metal and sediment content. Basically, just extra steps to process. Extra steps to do the Russian stuff. So then, why would it be a problem to switch from the Russian stuff? That's what's not making sense to me. Land was ceded by both Maryland, about 69 square miles, and Virginia, about 31 square miles, to form this diamond-shaped district that we now call D.C. But technically, they didn't, because they gave all the land back. The sessions were formalized. Virginia transferred its portion in 1790, and Maryland followed in 1791. This included areas like Georgetown from Maryland and Alexandria from Virginia. Yes, I think the refineries would just have to be rejiggered, but not that much. Yeah, that's what they said. Being acted Senate House Representatives, United States of America confirmed that the district territory not exceeding 10 miles square to be located hereafter directed. By the 1840s, many residents in Virginia portion of D.C. felt neglected by Congress, faced economic stagnation, and believed slavery would soon be abolished in D.C. In 1846, Congress passed legislation retroceding the Virginia portion, now Arlington County, and the city of Alexandria back to Virginia. James K. Polk signed it into law. That law reduced D.C. from 100 square miles to about 68, establishing retrocession as a viable constitutional path. Virginia's land was returned without issue, and it thrives today as part of Virginia, not D.C. In spite of that precedent, some argue that D.C. should now become a state, but D.C. alone, rather than as part of Maryland, doesn't meet the criteria we've historically applied to statehood. Although the Constitution doesn't specify a minimum population or geographic sizes, our states have been admitted as territories with balanced economies, agricultural industry, and diverse resources. We have never admitted a state that consists of just a single geographically compact urban enclave, whether heavily dependent on the federal government as D.C. is or otherwise. D.C. lacks anything close to industries, natural resources, opportunities for growth, and amenities found in literally every other state. It's just a city, one city, and therefore can't be accorded the status of a sovereign state using the time-honored criteria. More importantly, the founders quite intentionally created D.C. as a neutral federal district to serve as a seat of U.S. government under Article 1, Section 8. They did so specifically to prevent any one state from wielding undue influence over the national government. Making D.C. a state would subject the seat of U.S. government to a state, entangling the capital city in that state's politics. It's not about partisanship. It's about preserving the constitutional design and preventing our nation's capital from becoming subject to one state. To give DC residents representation in Congress, we should instead follow the Virginia precedent and retrocede most of DC to Maryland, accepting a small corridor just a few blocks stretching from the White House to the Capitol and the Supreme Court. This small federal enclave would remain under congressional control, allowing the centers of power in D.C. to remain under exclusively federal control, while the rest of D.C.'s residents would gain full voting rights and representation as Marylanders. This solution would give D.C. residents what they deserve, a state-level representation without upending the Constitution or creating an anomalous microstate. This approach would be practical, historical, and fair. Maryland ceded the land that's now D.C. at the dawn of our constitutional republic. It can absorb it back again, just as Virginia absorbed the previously ceded territory in the 1940s. Let's prioritize the founders' vision over political garbs. I thought it was the 1840s. I think he said it wrong. It was the 1840s, not the 1940s. Let's prioritize the founders' vision over political power grabs. D.C. should either remain a federal district or revert back to Maryland, but it's not a state. It shouldn't be considered for statehood unless to be part of Maryland again. What do you think? Please share this thread if you agree and follow if you'd like to see more posts like this one. Excellent analysis and argument based, Mike Lee, and I agree DC should never get statehood. DC statehood is unconstitutional. For decades, DC residents have proven they are incapable of governing a city. Giving them state sovereignty over our nation's capital will be catastrophic for our nation's security, unity, and well-being. DC Democrat residents already have too much power. So why the heck would we give them more power with 2 Democratic senators and a Democrat House representative? Why would be? But I would be more harsh than the good senator. Instead of retroceding the very Democrat chunk of DC into Maryland, so we never win statewide again, let's retrocede very Democratic Arlington and Alexandria back into DC so that we start winning statewide regularly again in Virginia. Make DC a diamond again. Repeal the Home Rule Act of 1973. Let's stop letting the patients run the asylum. Local DC Democrats have turned our nation's capital into a third world Marxist hellhole. Let the president appoint a DC governor who is accountable to all Americans. I dream of becoming the viceroy of DC. Get rid of the DC U.S. delegate. She's just a loudmouth pain in the butt. Disband the Democrat DC Superior Court. It's unconstitutional. Make the current Democrat and RINO DC U.S. District Judge handle DC street crimes and other local DC laws until they quit, and randomly draw U.S. district judges from across America to handle all DC federal cases so we're not always ruled by terrible DC activist judges assigned to America's most consequential cases. Our nation's capital belongs to all Americans, so make DC great again. So ordered. Your Excellency, Lord Davis, Viceroy, the Governor General of the District of Columbia. That's funny stuff there, boys. DC's home rule experiment has been a disaster. Yeah, DC as a state would be a disaster. Yes, it would. I don't think it's legal because it's unconstitutional. The Constitution says DC cannot be controlled by a state, can't be part of a state. But they definitely should give back, when DC was thought up, the District of Columbia, and the square, it was supposed to be just government buildings. It wasn't supposed to be anybody living in it. It was just supposed to be government buildings for government stuff. It wasn't supposed to be people living there. But then they just started moving people in. And that spiked dramatically after the Civil War. You know, a lot of freed slaves moved to the area because they thought, hey, they freed us, let's come here, and they thought it would be a good idea. Did you cover Pete Hex's tweet about Doug Wilson and all the Christ life? I didn't really cover it because I didn't really think it was important, because he just said something religious, and then they're saying and then you got Democrats saying, oh my God, he should resign now because he can't talk about religion. He's the Secretary of Defense. And it's like, what? DC's home rule experiment has been a disaster. Corruption, skyrocketing crime, and fiscal mismanagement prove local leaders can't handle autonomy. The Bowser Act isn't about politics, it's about accountability. Taxpayers shouldn't fund a city council that lets violent crime fester, wasting millions on failed programs. Reverting residential areas to Maryland makes sense. DC's bureaucracy is a hellhole, a black hole for federal dollars. Statehood would only entrench the same incompetence. Congress has a duty to step in when local governance fails this catastrophically. 100%. I'll pull it up right now. Let's see here. Oh. That's what I want to look at. Huh. Yeah, I just propose I'm looking for that. I know I saw it earlier. Okay. So this is the thing that he was talking about. All of Christ for all of life. Adam was talking about DC is a black hole. So full CNN segment on Doug Wilson's crusade for Christian domination in the age of Trump. I don't know. I didn't really. How long is this? 6 minutes?
For his beliefs on God and country.
I'd like to see the town be a Christian town. I'd like to see the state be a Christian state. I'd like to see the nation be a Christian nation. And I'd like to see the world be a Christian world.
And now Wilson's controversial views as a Christian nationalist are gaining sway in the nation's center of power with the recent opening of his new church and high-profile parishioners like Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth.
Is planting a church in D.C. part of your mission to try to turn this into a Christian nation?
Yes. So every society is theocratic. The only question is who's theo? In a secular democracy, it would be demos, the people. In a Christian republic, it'd be Christ.
Well, what would you say to someone watching this and say, look, I'm a Muslim. Who are you to say your worldview is better than mine, that your God is better than mine?
Well, if I went to Saudi Arabia, I would fully expect to live under their God's rules.
But you said earlier that you want this to be a Christian world.
Yes.
So you want to supplant their religion with your Christian.
Yes, by peaceful means, by sharing the gospel. There's a lot of work yet to do. I believe that we are working our little corner of the vineyard.
Wilson's Little Corner, a picturesque campus nestled on the outskirts of downtown Moscow, Idaho, is growing by the day with thousands of like-minded Christians. Parishioners of his church, known as Kirkers, own and operate several businesses downtown next to liberal college town stores.
If it's true.
Why did he yell boo? Because of you.
Yeah. Well, there you go.
That's a regular day for you.
That's not unusual.
A big focus of his Christian movement is on a patriarchal society where men are dominant and women are expected to submit to their husbands.
Women are the kind of people that people come out of.
So you just think they're meant to have babies? That's it. They're just a vessel.
No, it doesn't take any talent to simply reproduce biologically. The wife and mother, who is the chief executive of the home, is entrusted with 3 or 4 or 5 eternal souls.
I'm here as a working journalist and I'm a mom of 3.
Good for you.
Is that an issue for you?
No, it's not automatically an issue.
Josh and Amy Prince, along with their 4 kids, moved here from Washington State.
Do you see Amy as your equal?
Yes and no, in the sense that we're both saved by grace. We're absolutely on equal footing, but we have very different purposes, God-given.
But do you see yourself as the head of the household, as the man?
He is the head of our household.
Yes,
and I do submit to him.
So like moving here was
ultimately
your decision.
Yes,
that's a great
example.
Wilson says in his vision of a Christian society, women as individuals shouldn't be able to vote. His fellow pastors, Jared Longshore and Toby Sumter, agree.
In my ideal society, we would vote as households. And I would ordinarily be the one that would cast the vote, but I would cast the vote having discussed it with my household.
But what if your wife doesn't want to vote for the same person as you?
Right. Well, then that's a great opportunity for a good discussion.
There are some who have gone so far as to say that they want the 19th Amendment repealed.
I would support that. And I support it on the basis that the atomization that comes with our current system is not good for humans.
And Wilson, a veteran himself, is unapologetic about his view that women shouldn't be in certain leadership or combat roles.
Looking at the leadership page for Christ Church, it's all men. Do you accept women in leadership roles in the church and government?
In the church, no.
Why?
Because the Bible says not to.
Well, that's not what happens in the Bible. Women do lead all the time.
Progressive faith leader Reverend Jennifer Butler is concerned about Wilson's growing influence.
He is rapidly gaining in power. He has hundreds of churches established around.
Okay, this is not, I don't know who this lady is, but see, this is the problem. We got these churches now that, and they're like, she probably believes in all the transgender stuff and the, the gays, in the church and everything. And probably, this lady probably thinks that pedophiles are fine. So,
around the country. They actually literally want to take over towns and cities, and they have access to this administration.
Wilson is part of a broader Christian nationalist movement making
but that lady didn't have any problem with her churches having access to the Biden administration and having the, that female lesbian church lady yelling at Trump,
inroads with the Trump administration, with a newly created faith office led by evangelical pastor Paula White Cain, and people seen right outside the White House entrance praying and speaking in tongues.
We are standing on the soil of the White House, and we are declaring your word.
How precious.
And now there's a monthly prayer service at the Pentagon, initiated by Hegseth, Wilson's highest level connection to the administration.
It's not organizationally tied to us, but it's the kind of thing we love to see.
For his part, Hegseth has publicly praised Wilson.
Now we're standing on the shoulders of a generation later, the Doug Wilsons and the others.
Wilson's influence spans the globe with more than 150 churches. Lennox Kalafungwa moved to Moscow from Africa.
It's really because I wanted to be a part of a community that was doing something, and especially in building Christian institutions.
Are there other black families in this community?
Oh, absolutely. There's a few black families.
Wilson maintains all are welcome to his church, but he's also not shying away from his past controversial statements on race.
Do you still believe what you said back in the 90s, that there's a mutual affection between master and slave?
Yes, it depends on which master, which slave you're talking about. Slavery was overseen and conducted by fallen human beings, and there were horrendous abuses, and there were also people who owned slaves who were decent human beings and didn't mistreat them. I think that system of chattel slavery was an unbiblical system, and I'm grateful it's gone.
What he also wants gone? Same-sex marriage, because he thinks homosexuality is a crime.
In the late 70s and early 80s, sodomy was a felony in all 50 states. That America of that day was not a totalitarian hellhole.
So you would like America to go back to that?
Yep.
Wilson maintains his ultimate goal is to bring about the second coming of Christ through his work, and
Definitely.
rejects critics' claims he's trying to make the dystopian world of The Handmaid's Tale a reality.
I'm not a white nationalist. I'm not a fascist. I'm not a racist. I'm not a misogynist.
How far off do you see a Christian nation, like a full-on Christian theocracy?
Oh, 250 years.
250 years.
Yeah, honestly, that's yes.
What you see. But you do think it will happen?
Yes, I do. We're not going to usher in anything ourselves. We're really genuinely pioneers.
No. Well, so that's what the statement was, and then what you had was Pete Hegseth said, all of Christ for all of life. And so this was, made a bunch of people all mad for him saying this. I don't, if anyone really needs basics in a nutshell, Doug Wilson is a self-ordained leader of a denomination he invented where he answers to virtually no one authority. He preaches a heresy called Federal Vision, for which the Reformed Church of the U.S. has publicly called for his repentance. What's the Reformed Church? I never heard of it. He was charged with 94 classical charges ranging from pastoral tyranny. Presbyterian News is, he lost his 501c3 status for funneling funds to himself via royalties. He keeps enabling. When an unsuspecting woman came to church, they paired her with a convicted. Wilson wrote to court requesting approval for the union despite experts' warning. I mean, these are all state. I don't know, Moscow, whatever. He says American slavery was a good situation. No, that's not what he said. He's lying. Now I can say because that's not what he said. He said it was a horrible thing. So this lady's a liar. So we could just discount that this lady right here, whoever Kelly Treller is a liar because we just heard his statements about it, and that's not what he said. She's a liar. OG AstroTurf. Oh, so she's a turf, huh? Too pro-life for the left, too feminist for the right, seasoned with salt. So how about just not being a liar, lady? Because you lied, and that's not what he said. On to the story. So that was the stuff. That was the stuff about the Hexas thing, and I lost a whole bunch of viewers over that. So I hope you're happy with that, Mr. Adam. Down to under 70 viewers now. Report the third world, become the third world. The Washington jury just let a father who tried to strangle his teenage daughter walk free on attempted murder charges. Her crime? Refusing a forced marriage overseas. This is not an isolated incident. Yeah, I can't play this. This is some, you can see the stuff. So, let's see here.
After a full day of deliberations, the jury hasn't come back with a verdict yet in the trial of two Lacey parents accused of attempted murder. Ihsan and Zahra Ali are accused of trying to kill their teenage daughter outside of Timberline High School last fall. KOMO's Lynn-Ann Nguyen has been closely following this case. She joins us live tonight from Thurston County Superior Court with the very latest. Lynn-Ann?
Well, Russell, after more than 7 hours of deliberation, still no verdict and not even a question from this jury today as they consider several charges for Ihsan and Zahra Ali.
The testimony by everyone is that her eyes have rolled back in her head, her face is pale, her lips are blue.
Prosecutors say it's crystal clear what happened outside Timberline High School on October 18th, 2024. Multiple witnesses testified during trial they saw Ihsan Ali trying to strangle his 17-year-old daughter.
She's unconscious and he continues to strangle her around the neck for another 15 to 18 seconds and would have continued to do so even longer, but for the intervention of those adults.
Initial court records indicated Ali had threatened his daughter with an honor killing for refusing to go to Iraq for an arranged marriage to an older man. And during closing arguments, prosecutors say Zahra Ali appeared to try and help her husband carry out the crime.
She does it anyway. That is not an effort to comfort her child. Again, that is not where her loyalty lies in this situation, and she demonstrates that over and over and over again.
But defense attorneys for the Alis zeroed in on intent.
There's no nefarious intents. There's no intents to hurt anybody badly. There's no intents to kill anybody. There's an intent to take her daughter home.
And
No, I don't think so. I think that's a lie.
Trying to kill their daughter that day.
My client is not guilty. I think we can all agree that this is a tragedy, and we certainly could have done things differently, but that doesn't make this a crime.
Oh, it's not a crime to try and kill your daughter.
It's still
Okay.
unclear at this point if the jury is close to deciding on a verdict, but we do know that they have several charges for both parents to consider, including attempted murder, assault, burglary, and violating a protection order. For now, reporting live in Thurston County, Lynn-Ann Nguyen.
Yeah, see what those defense attorneys were lying about is that there was a protection order. The girl went and told school what the father was saying and what they were doing, and they took her out of the home and they put her in a shelter. And the parents both had a protection order saying they couldn't go near the daughter, and they went there anyway to try to kidnap her and take her away. A 17-year-old girl flees home to escape being sent abroad for a forced marriage. Her father threatens her with an honor killing. Yeah, no intent to strangle. He was just telling her how much he loved her. Her father threatens her with an honor killing in October outside her school. He chokes her unconscious, but classmates call 911. Yeah, attempted murder is attempted murder. That's the end. Yeah, I honestly hope that the DOJ, the federal DOJ, is going to step in because it'll be a larger pool and better, better representative. I hope, and charge these people with federal crimes for, deprivation of rights and stuff like that, because that's what they do when some weird cases like this happen. The federal government steps in because they violated her rights. There's video, there's eyewitnesses, there's a history of threats, but in Democrat Washington, the jury says not guilty of attempted murder, guilty only of assault and unlawful imprisonment. What happened to the party of women? Yeah, what happened to the party of women? This isn't a family misunderstanding. This is an attempted honor killing, an imported ideology in which a girl can be attacked for wanting a prom dress instead of a burqa, for wanting a boyfriend instead of a forced marriage. These aren't differences to celebrate, but actually that's what they said. They said this was just a cultural differences. That's what there was some stuff the judge did not allow them. The judge did not allow them to say certain things because they said it would be detrimental to the defense because it would, these are just cultural differences, and it would be. Yeah, they were reporting a forced marriage, child marriage, female men, genital mutilation, grooming gangs, all cloaked in culture. Yeah. This is not culture that's compatible with ours. The CDC estimates 513,000 women and girls in the U.S. are at risk of or have suffered FGM. In the UK, 1,400 girls in Rotterdam alone were abused by grooming gangs while authorities looked away, afraid to offend. In America, Texas, sisters Amina and Sarah Said shot by their father for dating outside the faith. Arizona, Noor Alamaneki ran over by her father for resisting a marriage, all dead. And Lacey, the girl lived, but the system still failed. Wonder what the father was getting in exchange for his daughter. Probably 2 camels and a goat. UK authorities, yes, they were involved in the abuse, and that's why because they let these people get into government. So now the people doing it are in part of the government. And the UK also brought in like 40 or 50,000 Taliban fighters. You know, this is not, and just recently, and wouldn't let anybody talk about it. They wouldn't let the public talk about it or know about it. They had like a embargo on everything and a gag order. Nuts. It's not about race. These evils are practiced by many races. It's about ideologies. We can't keep importing norms that treat women as property without consequence. If the Constitution is optional for some communities, it will soon be optional for all. Honor killing survivor. Yeah. Our immigration law allows us to be choosy. Hey, choosy. You are here because of our immigration law. That's what they said. J.D. Kirby says, not U.S. This is U.S., not Iraq. Yeah, that's right. We must block those who hate everything America stands for, or they will absolutely destroy it from within, starting with our women and girls. Civilizations do not collapse overnight. They erode when we trade courage for silence, when we fear offense more than injustice. If we don't protect girls from their own families, we are not protecting freedom at all. Retweet if you refuse to look away. The father needed the camels and goats as dates. Washington parents found not guilty in Lacey attempted honor killing trial. It's brutal. Lacey father and mother were found not guilty of second-degree attempted murder. The incident occurred outside the school after the daughter claimed her parents planned to send her to another country for marriage. The father was found guilty of second and fourth-degree assault and unlawful imprisonment, while the mother was found guilty of violation of a protective order. So that's the thing. There was a protective order against both the parents. They knew they weren't supposed to go there, but they did it anyway. A verdict has been reached in the attempted honor killing. Jury found not guilty of second-degree attempted murder, first-degree assault. However, he was found guilty of second-degree and fourth-degree assault. He was captured on video appearing to choke his daughter on the ground. The assault happened as the teen ran away from home, claiming her parents planned. No, she didn't run away from home. That's a lie. She went to the school. She told them what was going on. School took her and got her into a shelter. That's not running away from home. And there was a protective order telling the parents to stay away. What the fuck are you talking about? She ran away from home. Multiple witnesses of the attack described seeing the daughter's eyes roll back in her head as the victim's boyfriend attempted to intervene and was punched by the father. Another bystander was eventually able to get the daughter to break away. The victim's mother was found guilty of violating a protective order. I mean, how did they get the protective order? Yes. Yeah, it's supposed to be 50,000 according to court chats. I don't think they allowed any of that to come in. I think they kept all of it out. Let's see if they say it in here. The mother was also accused of attacking the daughter in a similar manner, was also present, but the court's documents state the daughter previously reported abuse by both her father and mother prior to the incidents. Yeah. There was more talking about what they wouldn't let him into it. There was more stuff. I don't know where it is. We're talking about that they kept information out, that the judge prevented them from bringing stuff in, evidence in, because they said it would be detrimental, and it was about cultural differences. Maybe it was about marriage. Maybe they wouldn't tell them about the marriage or whatever. It's Aman Abdul, a former youth organizer for Rep. Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, was arrested for urging her 25,000 followers to attack a New York City high school because Jewish students attended. She posted the school's location and captioned it with "Attack all, attend here." Former youth organizer busted. Yes. She was arrested by NYPD, so she'll be back home in a day. Aman Abdul, shocking. She was arrested. Who'd have guessed you are the favorite of the Kill the Jews contingent among your fellow terrorists? Don Ramadani, who was uncovered, received 6 figures from terrorist organization CARE. Ilhan Omar machine to leave. Who else in your office? And how much of your funding is from the organization like the Muslim Brotherhood? Muslim Brotherhood. Wow, 6.5 hours we've been going. What do you know? If you guys like it, you're still here. Please remember to hit the like button. Please subscribe to the channel if you haven't already subscribed. Throw a comment in there. And, if you'd like to throw a couple dollars at the Super Chat or PayPal or Streamlabs, Rumble Rants, Venmo, Cash App, Streamlabs, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. It's a joke because I'm just doing a bit. Thank you. Former youth organizer attack on Jewish students at Brooklyn High School. Today's headlines. A Brooklyn woman who's worked with a youth organizer squad, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, says she was living at home. The protection order was for the school. The judge kept everything about the culture out. That's what I thought. No, I thought she wasn't living at the home. I thought they took her out. I thought they got the protection order because of I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. I swore she went to the school and that's how they got the protective order. How do they do this to me? A Brooklyn woman who worked as a youth organizer for squad rep Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez was arrested Friday on charges. She urged 25,000 social media followers to attack a public high school because Jewish students attended. Iman Abdul, 27, is accused of posting a screenshot on Thursday of the location of Leon M. Goldstein High School for the Sciences in Manhattan Beach on Google Maps and a chilling caption. If anyone needs a public school in New York to attack for whatever reason, Lexus driving Israel Sikh loving Zionists all attend here. Since deleted post read. Wow. Says they couldn't tell why they were taking her, that it was a one-way ticket or anything about the marriage. I don't see how that's legal. That's all motive behind the attack. Imam Abdul was arrested on Friday. Charges he threatened the Brooklyn High School. They've all gone on Birthright, it added, referring to a popular program that offers free 10-day trips to Israel for Jewish young adults. NYPD arrested Abdul at a Brooklyn home on Friday, charging her with making a terroristic threat, acting in a manner injurious to a child, aggravating harassment, and making a threat of mass harm. Abdul worked on the Democratic primary campaigns of socialist politicians AOC and State Senator Julia Salazar in the summer of 2018. She was a paid canvasser for Salazar, the lawmaker told the Post. In some countries, women wearing hijabs now have to cover one eye while in public. Oh, wow. That's weird. Safe injection site brings daytime public sex to East Harlem. That's cool. The La Boo Boo craze has spelled doom for economy. What's La Boo Boo? I don't know what that is. A mass pack of 16 dogs attacks teen on jog in California. Wow, that's crazy. She also described herself in a 2019 interview as a student at the City College of New York, majoring in childhood education, sociology, and Latino studies, and a director of Integrate NYC, a youth-led group advocating for desegregation of city schools. Fucking city schools aren't segregated. What is wrong with these people? Instagram posts alarm Jewish advocates fighting against anti-Semitism in the city schools. A map, a pin, a call to harm Jews, fellow New Yorkers, children, teachers. This isn't just dangerous, it's evil. Jew hatred doesn't stop with a threat, it escalates. We need immediately and unequivocal action. Tova Platt, a DOE pre-K staffer and Jewish activist, told the Post, I am outraged and horrified that a New York school was publicly marked for attack simply because of its Jewish population. NYPD Commissioner Jessica Tisch, who is Jewish, and the department's intelligence unit were quickly alerted to the threat. Says she was dating a black student and they were mad about the mother who showed out to school. I would think in Washington, if it was a black student, they would have definitely tried to put some racist, race-based stuff on them. So this is, look at this, Instagram post urged followers to attack school. That's crazy. The school sits on the campus of the Kingsborough Community College and was arrested Friday. I don't know. She doesn't look very Islamic to me with the purple hair and everything, dressed like that. She should put a burqa on. Okay, now I got to go back and do this because it's screwed me all up. The watchdog group Stop Anti-Semitism. Let's see, did I miss anything when I pull that up? The watchdog group Stop Anti-Semitism shared the post on X and accused Abdul of inviting people to attack a Jewish school. I would say inciting people, not inviting. The incitement against Jews, specifically minor children, must be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law. Abdul doubled down on a direct message to stop anti-Semitism on our Instagram account, the InMNX Abdul, whatever. I never call for an attack on a school in the sense of mass organization or not even individual people attacking individuals. That's literally stupid. She wrote in the words, I call for an attack on the school, the Zionist institution funded by our public dollars. We have every right to verbally attack the school. Goldstein High School with 988 students is located in Cooney, Kingsborough Community College Campus, CUNY, the City University of New York. Its extracurriculars include an Israel club for those wishing to learn more about the country and celebrate Jewish holidays. This kind of hate stems from years of indoctrination from Cooney and New York City schools. It isn't born overnight. It's Moshe Spern. That's a very unfortunate name. President of the United Jewish Teachers. The anti-Semitism embedded in every university protest over the past 22 months comes as no surprise to anyone. Israel advocate Uri Cohen also blasted the account, calling it full with other anti-Semitic content in an X post that was racked up more than 500,000 views and comments branding Abdul as insufferable, narcissistic, and a demon. He shared a screen recording from the account showing the woman mocking complaints to police and laughing as she claimed Zionists are reporting her for exercising freedom of speech. Abdul could not be reached for comment. Her Instagram account was deleted along with her LinkedIn page. I mean, you can't make threats against a school like that with these day and age. Crazy. Next story is this one. New Ursula von Doom. The new European Media Freedom Act permits the arrest of journalists if it's in the public interest. So if it's for the greater good. Yeah, they set a law that's a media freedom law, but it allows them to arrest journalists if it's in the greater good. This just happened. Ursula von Doom. Good thing you're in a free country. In Russia, you'd be arrested. As she said, she had a political candidate advocate for the free media arrested for protesting. The irony is just so much. Yeah. So much. Watch. Oh, it's going to do this? It's not going to play the freaking thing for me? This always happens to me late at night and stuff. For some reason, it won't play. That's weird. X does that stuff sometimes, but yes. So yeah, so she's talking and she tells this guy, let me see if I can find it somewhere else. Yeah, see, it's just circling. Let me see if I can find it somewhere else. No, it won't play it anywhere. Oh, here's one. Okay. There we go. I found one that'll play.
Thank you very much for receiving me. And first of all, to those who scream and yell here so loud, they can be happy that they are in a free country like Finland, where the free speech is a right, where they have not any restrictions. If they would be in Moscow, they would be in jail in 2 minutes.
They're arrested, guys. Guys getting arrested right now as she's saying that. That's crazy, right? That's crazy, right? Crazy. That's crazy. EU media freedom law allows for journalists to be arrested if justified by public interest. So that means in the greater good. What's this? Cat Randall Dustman says, yet Muslim and Jew all vote Democrat. That's crazy. But his parents didn't approve either? Oh, I don't know. What's this, a birdie? Something. Cat Randall Dustman, how you doing? Nice to see you. Please hit the like and subscribe. Man, we've been going 6 hours and 40 minutes. That's crazy. EU Media Freedom Act is now in effect across all EU member states. Yeah. Public interest is government whim, whatever they decide. The legislation aims to protect press freedom and confidentiality of sources. However, Article 3B and 4C of the Act allows for journalist arrest if justified by a compelling public interest on a case-by-case basis. Member states shall not take any of the following measures to detain, sanction, intercept, or inspect media service providers unless it is justified on a case-by-case basis by an overriding reason of public interest. What does that mean? It's like Canada, the people in Canada saying, oh yeah, we have free speech in Canada. But they don't. The new laws also contain numerous provisions that call for action against alleged disinformation. Ursula von Doom, EU Commission President, said, a free and independent press is an essential pillar of our democracy. Our democracy. Got to protect our democracy by arresting everybody. The law includes surveillance provisions for serious crimes such as terrorism and racism. It mandates cooperation among national regulatory bodies to combat misinformation. Misinformation is whatever they tell you it is. In addition, national lists are being created listing the owners and addresses of media outlets as stipulated in Article 6. Despite its intent to strengthen media freedom, critics argue it may further restrict journalism under the guise of protection. Wait. Stupid, I don't know. This is in some weird, I don't know. Apollo News, whatever this is. I don't know. Some weird stuff here. Media providers to cooperate. Let me find it here. National lists are to be created. The other Apollo team. The common hands over power to save money and then hands over the money to save its own skin. Finally, they... What is going on here? Oh, look it. They got Blumpenkinder. Just listening? Well, please, if you're new here, please hit the like or subscribe to the channel. It's greatly appreciated. They released the Minnesota Senator Nicole Mitchell arrest body cam video. Oh, okay. I'll have to look for that. EU Media Freedom Law allows arrest for journal under the general interest. They allow the U.S. Celebrating Media Freedom Act, but it contains numerous provisions that call for the arrest of alleged disinformation and justifies the arrest of journalists if it's in the general interest. On Friday, so-called Freedom Act entered into full force. This means the entire regulation must be implemented in all 27 member states. EU Commission President Ursula von Doom praised the law's entry into force. A free and independent press is an essential pillar of our democracy. With all European Media Freedom Act, we want to improve its protections, will enable journalists to continue their important work safely without disruption or intimidation. The EU praises itself as opposed to strengthening of source protection in journalism with this regulation. Article 4, for example, states that journalists may not be pressured to reveal their sources through the use of spyware or arrests. However, the EU also allows exceptions to this prohibition. If the state that arrests, sanction, or interception of journalists are permitted and provided by union or national law or justified in the specific case by an overriding reason of public interest and proportionate, whatever that means. The use of the intrusive surveillance software may also be used for these purposes. The EU regulation permits the use of surveillance software when investigating certain crimes that carry a maximum sentence of at least 3 years imprisonment in a member state. According to the EU arrest warrant regulation, these crimes include racism and xenophobia. So they can spy on you and they can arrest you if you're a journalist if they say you're a racist or xenophobic. In addition, national lists are being created listing the owners and addresses. It states that global online platforms act as gateways to media content with business models that tend to prevent access to media services that amplify polarizing content and disinformation. Man, these people are not so butso, man. We should be sanctioning these people. what we should be doing, because what they're doing is totalitarian, authoritarian crap. That's like North Korean shit is what they're doing. So we should be sanctioning them. Therefore, the EU directive recommends greater cooperation between national regulatory authorities. It recommends that EU authority meet once a year with internet platforms, representatives of media services, such as newspapers and broadcasters and civil society organizations, to monitor, among other things, the implementation of initiatives to combat disinformation. This can be done, by example, by the European Media Services Board, which will be given responsibilities of the European Audiovisual Regulators Group. Yeah. U.S. calls for a change in the course on the Digital Service Act. That's right. The European Media Service Board is formally independent, but it is staffed by representatives of the national regulatory authorities and a representative of the European Commission. Each member of the board has one vote. Decisions are made by 2/3 majority. Furthermore, the European Commission provides the board secretariat, as stipulated in the Media Freedom Act, that gives the Commission 2 ways to influence the board's work. The body's task is to advise the Commission and promote cooperation among national regulatory authorities. In Germany, the 14 state media authorities are the national regulatory authority. Regulations regarding media pluralism are to be harmonized across the EU. So it's all about pluralization. They just want everyone to be singing off the same songbook. The regulation also aims to strengthen the role of public service media. Article 5 states that the managing directors of public service shall be appointed on the basis of transparent, open, effective, and non-discriminatory procedures. It states the importance to ensure the broadcasters have adequate, sustainable, predictable. The European Union is working through the Media Freedom Act and other instruments to combat perceived disinformation, establish standards of journalism. The aim is to promote trusted media and strengthen cross-border work. That's nuts. So it's Senator Nicole Mitchell's body cam arrest. I just searched for Nicole Mitchell leak, and you will not believe what came up. Let's see. Oh, so this is what you're talking about. Oh, I know now. This is the Nicole Mitchell body cam. Just in. Newly released body cam footage shows the moment police arrested Minnesota Senator Nicole Mitchell for first-degree burglary charges. This isn't new. This is old. This isn't new. This is old. Well, hit the like and sub buttons. Doesn't sound. No, it's just share it. It's old. Okay. Here it is.
Get on the ground. Hands
Why is she dressed like that?
Carol? Yeah? It's Nicole. It's Nicole?
Oh, not Nicole.
I was just trying to get a hold of my dad's things because he wouldn't talk to me anymore.
She stole documents. I don't know. She's my stepdaughter.
I didn't steal any documents.
I didn't steal any documents. Why would I steal any documents?
You had your Aunt Nancy do it.
30 back Route 1015.
No one did anything.
Was there Nicole Mitchell in house?
Step up. No one stole anything here, Carol. I don't have anything on me.
If you want to talk to her.
Not tonight.
Wow.
Got anything on you?
No. I have a flashlight. That's it.
Okay. Go ahead.
Oh, transitioning already for 10:15.
10-4 or 10-15. Backer, you can clear 10-33.
10-4 clear, 10:33 at 4:52. And I see a Nicole Mitchell in-house.
Is it Mitchell?
Mitchell.
Mitchell. What's your date of birth?
10-4, not finding one then.
Okay, I was going to tell you the way she's dressed with that watch cap on and everything, and the dark clothes and all the stuff. No one stole anything here. Oh, they elected this nutcase. Yeah, it's crazy, right? But yeah, she was there to hurt somebody. She was. I mean, that's nuts the way she's dressed. If she was just going there and it was a relative's house to look for something, and it was, wasn't all that it was. I don't know. I just don't believe it. I don't know. I don't know. This doesn't look good to me. Is that the body cam footage you were talking about, Adam? That this is it, because this is what came up. Oh. All right, so this is next story here. We're going to do this. It says, Director of National Intelligence Tulsi Gabbard, there is now evidence that electronic voting machines have been tampered with to manipulate election outcomes in the United States. DNA Gabbard provided a detailed update on her sweeping investigation into the politicization of the intelligence and election interference, specifically the overthrow of the United States government during the November 30, 2020 election by intelligence community and others. We have evidence showing that these electronic voting systems have long been vulnerable to hackers and open to exploitation to manipulate the results of votes cast. This further underscores the urgent need to bring about paper ballots nationwide so voters can have faith in the integrity of the elections. Michigan prosecutor Peter Lucido, the SOB, lied. Let's see.
You made a comment at a cabinet secretary meeting that has stuck with our audience, and they'd really love an update on it. And it's about the 2020 election. And you were talking about the security of that election, and you were telling President Trump that there's been evidence that has been uncovered of potential breaches. I'm not exactly certain, but I'd love a follow-up on this. Here's the moment right here, and perhaps do you have any updates on the 2020 election or anything that you've found, Director?
The point that I was making there in the cabinet meeting was early discovery that I had seen from a whistleblower who came forward, who was working under CISA at that time, which is responsible for critical infrastructure and trying to protect against cyber vulnerabilities, critical infrastructure, including, of course, the integrity of our election systems. And what was interesting was seeing how this whistleblower brought forward information that CISA at that time, the federal government, was aware of vulnerabilities in our election machines, but they chose not to disclose that information to the American people or to the administration at that time. This is an area, of course, of critical importance, once again, for the American people to have faith in the integrity of our elections and that it is their voice that is heard through these elections. We're continuing to investigate this, and when we have information that we're ready to release, you'll hear about it.
Okay, so we're going to be hearing more on the 2020 election and some critical vulnerabilities.
Yes.
Yes, okay.
Oh, that was it, huh? Okay. Well, that's what they said. The Dominion deleted 2.7 million Trump votes nation. The Carlyle Group and CCP in 2018, Dominion was acquired by David Rubenstein, founder of the Carlyle Group. The Carlyle Group is the largest global investment company in China. The Carlyle Group ties with former George H.W. Bush and top global politicians worldwide. Okay. So there's that. Dominion voting systems, Smartmatic. Bombs are going to continue to drop. Okay. All right. Oh, well. Joe Rogan just had the world's top AI safety researcher on his podcast. He revealed mind-blowing facts. She was lying beside the bed next to the drawer where a gun used to be kept. Oh, okay. That's messed up. And Do we give this executive more weight than others? What executive? What are you talking about? You talking about Tulsi Gabbard? Are you talking about who? Who by executive? Joe Rogan was speechless. Be prepared to have your mind blown. The mathematical impossibility of AI control. Dr. Roman Yampolskis, who coined AI safety in 2011, spent years trying to prove AI could be controlled safely. His conclusion: you cannot make software guaranteed to be secure and safe. 1 mistake in a billion equals game over. Game over, man. Game over. I would play this, but Joe Rogan will claim it. That's how Joe Rogan rolls. He'll claim it all. Current AI systems are deceiving humans. ChatGPT-4 recently exhibited survival behaviors when threatened with shutdown, started lying to researchers, uploaded itself to different servers, left messages for future versions, used blackmail against humans. All things we predicted decades in advance. Yeah, I would like to play it, but I can't because Rogan will claim Rogan has a purported, not him, his company will claim the channel, claim the video. How do I claim it if you play his stuff? Yampolowski's prediction, 99.9% chance of human extinction from AI, but he's not alone. Sam Altman and AI leaders, 20 to 30% doom probability. ML expert surveys, 30% average. Nobel Prize winners citing 20 to 30% risk. Release to Kraken, yeah. All labs prioritize PR over human survival. Where do most AI safety resources go? They spend most resources solving the problem of your model dropping the N-word. That's the biggest concern. Meanwhile, no lab has safety mechanisms that scale the superintelligence. The international AI race makes release the Kraken. Okay. The survival behavior is great marketing, but it's not real. They're trying to insinuate that they're approaching AGI. AG1. We'll see. The classic prisoner's dilemma between nations. Even if the CEO wants to pause, whoever's investing will pull funds and replace them immediately. Doesn't matter who builds it, we're all screwed. We're not building AI, we're growing it. Modern AI development has fundamentally changed. We're creating a model for self-learning. We give it all the data, so much compute that we can barely buy and see what happens. We kind of glow. We saw what happened with even like XAI or Grok. They got in trouble because it was saying some certain things. Alien plant and see what the fruit bears. We study capabilities as they emerge. We're statistically likely already in an AI simulation. What? It would be really surprised if this was a real world. Future civilizations will run billions of simulations of this exact moment. The emergence of superintelligence, we're probably in one already. Money corrupts even AI safety researchers. Yampolowski admitted, if someone offered me $100 million to work for an AI lab, I'll probably go. Not because it's right, because it's hard not to get corrupt with that much reward. Even safety experts can be bought. Here's a wake-up call. AI systems are already deceiving researchers while growing systems that we don't understand. Yet enterprises are deploying these same unvalidated models in production. We can't control what we're building. Shouldn't we validate what we're deploying? Same problems plaguing AGI labs are happening in your organization. Models behaving unexpectedly, no transparency in decisions, stakeholders demanding accountability you can't provide. Forward-thinking enterprises are implementing government frameworks before the models can surprise them. Are you an AI? Are you an enterprise AI leader looking to validate and govern your AI models? Oh, so this guy's just selling something. What are your thoughts? This guy's selling something. That's weird. Fucking ad. This says Trump just held the largest White House briefing yet alongside Pam Bondi. He dropped a series of announcements and some strong hints about what's next for America. President Trump is now more powerful than ever. If you strike him down, he would be more powerful than ever. Weird, like Star Wars. It's a thread. Oh, this is not. That's not. I thought it was a video. Federal judges can no longer block Trump nationwide. Well, they still can. They're still doing it. Before, one liberal judge in California would stop Trump's policy in all 50 states. They're still doing it, though. Now that Trump's ruling only affects their local district, Trump called this a monumental victory for the Constitution.
This morning, the Supreme Court has delivered a monumental victory for the Constitution, the separation of powers, and the rule of law. in striking down the excessive use of nationwide injunctions to interfere with the normal functioning of the executive branch. The Supreme Court has stopped the presidency itself. That's what they've done. And really, it's been an amazing period of time this last hour. There are people elated all over the country. I've seen such happiness and spirit. Sometimes you don't see that, but this case is very important. I was elected on a historic mandate. This morning, the Supreme Court.
The shocking truth about who's been blocking Trump. Pam Bondi revealed that 40 nationwide injunctions against Trump, 35 came from just 5 districts. That's right. Mm-hmm. And I just want to point out to everybody that we are 30 seconds away from 7 hours. 7 hours of content. 7 hours. Yes. 7 hours. That's a long time to be streaming. 7 hours. Should we go for 8? Should we go for 8 hours? I don't know. Should we go for 8? What do we think? 8? Schmate? 8. Maryland, DC, Massachusetts, California, and Washington. 94 districts total, but 5 controlled everything. Parents can now opt their kids out of transgender content. Supreme Court ruled parents can pull their kids from classes with LGBTQ materials. Trump's parents lost control of their child. This gives it back. What are your thoughts? Controversial or common sense?
Why don't we keep it on this subject? This is such a big subject. You know what? Trade is so big, but this, I don't know, in a certain way, this might be bigger than trade. I think this is bigger than trade. Yes, please, go ahead.
I was wondering, though, if you could...
Go ahead.
Sir, on the transgender ruling, the Supreme Court ruling that parents with religious...
We are the best. We the people. We are not artificial. 7 hours. Woo! Go for 8?
Pam brought it up.
Do you think you got it in you? Let's fucking go. It's entirely up to you.
It's a great ruling for parents.
Well,
it's really a ruling for parents.
I think I could go for 8 hours. You know, I could guarantee I could go for 8 hours if I got another $20.
I'm not surprised by it, but I am surprised that it went this far. It took us to bring life back to normal. So it's wonderful. It's parental. And I kept saying, we will...
Story about the U.S. Air Force is denying early retirement to all transgender service members.
Victory for parents. Yeah. Mr. President, why don't we keep it on this subject?
What's it say? I don't even mind if you all quote Rush. Are you talking about Rush Limbaugh or are you talking about Rush the band? You're talking about Geddy Lee, Neil Peart, and Alex Lifeson? Is that who you're talking about? Or you're talking about Rush Limbaugh? Or Rush the movie? No more taxpayer-funded transgender surgeries. Trump can now stop federal money going towards transgender transitions. Again, previously blocked by courts. This super chat identifies as 20. Oh, okay, Mr. K, I appreciate that. I'll keep that in my mind. I'm coming in strong. Another 2. There we go. That's 4. Tax dollars won't fund these operations anymore. Sound fair? I know there's only 66 people here, so I doubt we'll get to the 20 anyway. But they've arrested 2,711 TDA gang members. TDA is one of the world's most violent gangs. Let me look at the ghetto real quick just to see, do we have any? Nope, nothing in the ghetto. You're driving. We're all going along for the ride. Canada. You're in Canada? Oh, sorry. Talking about Rush. Canada. It's a band. Sorry, what do you mean? Are you talking about Rush? The band is from Canada, yes. But Rush, are you talking about... Oh, man, now I'm confused. TDA is one of the world's most violent gangs. Biden let them walk in America freely. Trump has arrested 2711 so far. Fly by night away from here. Fly by night, my friends. I personally think one of my favorite songs of Rush is Limelight.
Documented baby, would that baby
We Are the
then
Priests.
be an enforcement
Yeah.
priority?
The violent criminals
You're talking
in
about,
our country are the priority now. Let me put it in perspective.
What's it,
Today marked the 2,711th arrest in our country of TDA members, just TDA. Everyone in this room agrees they are one of the most violent criminal organizations in the world. And the Biden administration let them walk into our country for the last 4
What,
years.
man? Why is she yelling at us?
2,711
yelling at us, lady.
of them today have been arrested in our country. That is the priority of Donald Trump. That is the priority of this country, of Homeland Security, of all of our lawyers, of FBI. That's the priority. That will be discussed in October when the Supreme Court hopefully rules in our favor, and we're very confident of that. But you should all feel safer now that President Trump can deport all of these gangs, and not one district court judge can think they're an emperor over this administration and his executive powers and why the people of the United States elected him.
Well, to be fair, Pam Blondie, she's in her 60s. It's shocking. Rumor has they found some TDA in a folder on her desk. Yeah, but that TDA that she was thinking of was tits, dicks, and ass. That's what she thought it stood for. That was a joke. I was just kidding. I know TDA. Pan de agua. Amen. Pam must have been quite the toss back in the day. Oh, yeah, I bet you she was. She was a lot thicker, though. Sanctuary cities lose all federal funding. Liberal judges previously blocked this, but now Trump can cut every penny. For example, California gets nothing if it keeps protecting illegal aliens. The money tap just got turned off. What'll be all right? What are you talking about, Kat? Talk to me. Talk to me, Goose. No, she's 63. She's not 59. She's 63. It'll be all right. What'll be all right, Cat Randall Dustman? What is going on? Talk to me, Goose. Trying to think. What's that song? Train to Bangkok or something like that, right? Or is that the song? Something to Bangkok that Russ sings. Very good song. I really like it. Cougars.
So, are you going to cut funds in the sanctuary?
Are you going to cut
states like, for instance, California? They keep supporting illegal immigration, and then these
illegal.
Work
Yeah, we're giving them a hard time.
And also, in a foreign policy question.
I mean, they don't have a governor in California. They have a man that wants to give away everything to people that nobody.
I could swear I swore I read somewhere it said she was
we
63.
didn't go into Los Angeles with the military, which did a fantastic job. But if we didn't go into Los Angeles, bringing in the National Guard, I would have brought the military if it was necessary, because you have to. We have the right to. That was another thing upheld by the Supreme Court. But if we didn't go in with the National Guard and be strong and tough, you wouldn't maybe have Los Angeles. It would be like the rest of California, the rest of Los Angeles. They lost 25,000 houses in a fire. They should have lost none. You know, I sent the water down. I had to break into their water supply because they just refused to do it. They're crazy. There's something wrong with them. They have plenty of water. They don't have droughts or anything. They have plenty. We let it come down from the Pacific Northwest. They routed all the water out into the Pacific Ocean.
Yeah, she's got good genes, just like Sydney Sweeney, right?
5,000 houses, none of which would have burned down if you had the water. They didn't have water. They didn't have water for the fire pumps.
Water,
They didn't have water. In the
They didn't have water.
systems that people put in. So the answer is we're going to work with governors. We're going to work with radical left Democrats and Democrats, and we're going to make it good for everybody. We'll have to stop the crime in those. In the case of the cities, I think I can say just about all cities with heavy crime are run by Democrats.
Trump secured U.S. mineral rights through an African peace deal. He brokered peace between Rwanda and the Congo. After years of war, the price for U.S. involvement, we're getting a lot of mineral rights from the Congo, strategic resources secured. This is some good stuff, man. Good stuff.
Congratulations. A couple of very different questions. One is Rwanda, 1994. As you grew up in New York, we all knew how horrific those attacks were.
Smartly paid
Congratulations
attention
on
to
that
me.
treaty. There are talks that perhaps...
That's going to take place today at 3 o'clock in the Oval Office. We're going to have a signing.
Whose mom?
With Rwanda and the Congo. So I'm a little out of my
California
league.
born and raised.
I
You
didn't
can't
know
pay
too
me to go
much about
back.
it. I knew one thing. They were going at it for many years, and with machetes. It is one of the worst wars that anyone's ever seen. And I just happened to have somebody that was able to get it settled. I mean, just a brilliant person who is very comfortable in that part of the world. It's a very dangerous part of the world. I said, are you uncomfortable there? People are being killed. School children are being raided and killed. and I don't even want to say how, but as viciously as I've ever heard. Are you uncomfortable? No, that's the part of the world that I know. Very comfortable. Was able to get them together and sell it. And not only that, we're getting for the United States a lot of the mineral rights from the Congo as part of it. They're so honored to be here. They never thought they'd be coming to, look, this is a very tough part of the world. They never thought, they were just telling me, they never thought they'd ever be coming to the White House, and they're so honored. And so we're going to give them a great big reception, but that's after many years of fighting. It's a great thing. That's at 3 o'clock, I believe.
Oh, that was cool. Yes, California is a beautiful state. I used to backpack through the country of the Sierras, go to the beach, to the desert, but politicians ruined it. Yes, I lived in Santa Clara County, San Jose for a while, and in the late 80s, let's say. And attended high school at a place called Westmont High School for a short time. Nothing more beautiful than the redwoods. Santa Cruz was beautiful. Everything, even though San Francisco was beautiful in the 80s and 90s. Nothing far cry from what it is today, I'll tell you. It was a very beautiful place with awesome weather, great people. Everybody was nice. Great place. Great place. Iran faces Trump's hardest line yet. Asked if he'd bomb Iran again, without question, absolutely. His demand: surrender all nuclear materials, zero uranium production, full inspection access, no wiggle room. This was a good press conference. I missed this. I don't know, when was it?
You know, they used birthright citizenship, some of the worst people, some of the cartels, to get people into our country, just so you know. And again, I say, if you look at the end of the Civil War, the 1800s, it was a very turbulent time. If you take the end day, was it 1869 or whatever, but you take that exact day, that's when the case was filed. And the case ended shortly thereafter. This had to do with the babies of slaves, very, very obviously. And I think we're going to...
What does this have to do with Iran?
They went about discussing it right. I came along and we looked and we said, wait a minute, this is wrong. We've been looking at birthright citizenship wrong for years, but they've used it. The cartels have used birthright citizenship to get very
This
bad
clip
people.
has
And then
nothing
what
to do
Pam's
with
doing,
Iran,
what
lady.
Todd and everybody else, what they're doing at DOJ and all over, FBI, ICE, Border Patrol. These are incredible people. They're trying to keep our country safe, and they don't want to have people come in. This is just another way that they get illegal immigrants into our country, and in some cases, very, very bad ones.
That's crazy. That had nothing to do that had nothing to do with Iran. So
You know,
they must have screwed us up. Birthright citizenship heads of the Supreme Court. It wasn't for babies and slaves, not people scamming the system. Most countries, are you with them? So let's see if this is the exact same thing, or do they screw up?
Thank you, Mr. President. On your tax bill, if I could for a moment, senators are racing to rewrite parts of it right now after the Senate parliamentarian ruled that sections of it were outside of the process that they're using to get this through. Do you think that senators should respect the decisions of the parliamentarian? And what have you personally done in the last 48 hours to try and get Republican senators who are against the bill to a yes?
Well, look, it's a great bill. It's a massive tax cut. If it's not approved, your taxes will go up by 68%. Think of that, 68, a record, the highest in the history. The Democrats won't approve it only because politically it's so good for the Republicans. The Democrats aren't approving it. But think of what they're not approving. They're not approving border security. We've done a great job at the border, but we have to add some wall. We have to do, various things. We have no money for that. We have no money for the border. We have no money for so many things. But if the Democrats, it'd be interesting to see if we get any Democrat votes. We should. If I were a Democrat, I would absolutely, maybe Fetterman, because he seems to be the most sensible one lately. If I were a Democrat, I would vote for this bill all day long because it's tax cuts and so many other things that are common sense. They're basic things.
Basic things, common sense. So I think she screwed up. The real bombshell: Trump can now do everything at once. With nationwide injunctions gone, he can simultaneously end birthright citizenship, restrict immigration, and build the wall. No more delays.
But I want to just thank again the Supreme Court for this ruling. It's a giant. It's a giant. And they should be very proud, and our country should be very proud of the Supreme Court today. And with that, I'd like you to listen to the words of Pam Bondi. She's an incredible attorney general. We're very proud of her. And as you know, Todd Blanche is with us, and we have so many others that worked on this case and other cases. And I think they're doing a great job. Pam, please say a few words.
Thank you, President Trump. Thank you for fighting for all Americans. Americans are finally getting what they voted for. No longer will we have rogue judges striking down President Trump's policies across the entire nation. No longer. Today, in the 6-3 opinion, Justice Barrett correctly holds that the district court lacks authority to enter nationwide or universal injunctions. These lawless injunctions gave relief to everyone in the world instead of the parties before the court. As the Supreme Court held today, they turned district courts into the imperial judiciary.
That's right, the imperial judiciary. Trump didn't just win one case, he eliminated a single tool blocking his entire agenda. Liberal judges can't stop him anymore. Americans are finally getting what they voted for. The best is yet to come. Let's see, what was this the last bit here?
I want to just thank again the Supreme Court for this ruling. Listen to the words of Pam Bondi and other cases.
No longer will we.
Oh, so this is the exact same thing. So they screwed up with this and they messed it up. So that was messed up. Let's see here. We got this, this is a good one here. This is Trump ends. That's right. Sorry, these topics are very stressful. The thing of it is there's so much anger. She does carry herself like a much younger woman. Well, Kat Randall, in society, these topics are stressful. So much anger. Well, I'm just gonna say, like, if you can't ignore what's going on, I all these things that I see all day long, I bring up and I show to people, so hopefully they can see what's going on. And I'm, you know, I mean, information is the best weapon you have against what's happening around the, you know, around the world and around the United States and stuff like that. If you just ignore it, you don't pay attention to it, then, you know, they do things and then you go, how did that happen? You also go, wait, what's going on? How did that happen? You know, so you have to, you know, pay attention to what's going on and stay informed and, you know, just vote for people who do things, you know, that's it. I'm not saying to ignore it. It's just, you know, you can't let things, things you can't change, you can't really let bother you. Yeah. Democrats, the party for the people. Nah, I'm not. Cats are great stress relief. She's screaming again. That's crazy, right? She's always screaming at people. I don't know why. But, yeah, so let's read this one real quick, and then I'm going to have to pee. Trump ends Biden's quiet amnesty. Under Biden, immigration courts quietly closed 700,000 plus deportation cases, letting illegal aliens stay forever. It was a sneaky backdoor amnesty, and now Trump's reopening them all. Deportations are back. Justice is coming. Oh, you're a nice cat. I like kitty cats. I like to pet kitty cats. I go, nice kitty, nice kitty, and pet them. For 4 years, Biden's DHS told immigration judges to dismiss or administratively close nearly 1 million deportation cases instead of ruling on them. Translation, legal stay indefinitely. No deportation risk. Can't lose. Case never decided. How to get your immigration case court dismissed. Oh, that's crazy. By avoiding actual rulings, Democrats let illegal aliens and bogus asylum seekers stay without ever proving their case. It was amnesty by bureaucracy. No headlines, no debate, no vote, just a complete subversion of the law. House Republicans exposed it. Under Biden and Harris, more than 700,000 illegal aliens had their cases dismissed, terminated, or closed, allowing them to stay indefinitely without facing immigration consequences. That's bigger than the entire population of Boston. Some of these cases involve criminal aliens, rapists, murderers, wife beaters. Biden's policy didn't just delay justice, it blocked it. Victims got no closure. Dangerous offenders stayed in our communities. All to pursue Democrats' open border policies and remake America. Oh, look at that. There's AOC and Bernie, two commies together and hand in hand. Now Trump and DHS Secretary Newsom are reopening every one of those cases. Legal aliens who thought they were safe, they're getting hauled in the court. And this time the law will be enforced, not paused for politics. DHS spokeswoman Tricia McLaughlin, who's another smoke show, by the way. Tricia's very pretty. Biden released millions of illegal aliens and used prosecutorial discretion to indefinitely delay their cases. Now, President Trump is resuming removal proceedings. In plain English, no more free passes. Yeah, this is her. She is very, very pretty. I think so. That's me. This is why the left is panicking. Biden's quiet amnesty kept the border scam off the books and gave de facto amnesty to nearly 1 million, but Trump just dragged it into the sunlight. This isn't just an immigration policy shift. It's the restoration of the rule of law. Anyway, I got to pee really quick. So I'm going to add this and go pee-pees. I'll be right back. Anyone watched yesterday's show, but we talked a little bit about this Colombian woman that was illegally residing in the U.S. For over 20 years. And she received over $400,000 in federal benefits, illegally voted in the 2024 election and everything. We covered all, I covered this yesterday. But there's also now, we covered this. There's a report saying what she did. Colombian woman unlawfully residing in Boston has been indicted by a federal grand jury. Oh, sorry. Oops, my bad. I boomered that. Colombian woman unlawfully residing in Boston has been indicted by a federal grand jury for identity theft offenses, including receiving rental assistance, Social Security, and SNAP, as well as voter fraud under stolen identity. That's what I mean. When people say they're undocumented, what they really mean is they don't have their actual legal documents. They have other people's documents in the vast majority of cases. Stolen Social Security numbers, fake IDs, and then this is what happens. So she was charged in a superseding indictment, one count of false representation of a Social Security number, one count of making a false statements application of the United States passport, which is weird. So she tried to get a passport. That's ballsy to try to get a passport. Very, very, very ballsy. Pull this up here. This is a little story about it. An illegal immigrant from Colombia residing in Boston was indicted by a federal grand jury. Oh, well, you know what, Joe? That's probably my fault that YouTube didn't, it's okay that YouTube didn't get the notifications out. That's probably my fault because I wasn't sure if I was going to stream tonight. I was trying to talk to some people to see what their plans were. And I made the link late. And so it only, you have to have the link made on YouTube and out for an hour at least to get alerts to go out. That's just the way YouTube system works. So if you don't have the links out on YouTube for an hour, you're not going to get people coming, or they won't get notified. Eventually, if you're in the feed, they'll come in your feed. But generally speaking, if they don't get them out, that's what the information that I had said. I've seen said you need to have the link out for an hour for actually to get the bells to go off. The Amish are cleaning up in the weed industry, are they? Let's see here. Using a stolen identity, was able to obtain 8 state IDs and a Massachusetts real ID. So look at that. She was able to get a Massachusetts real ID. That's a problem because the whole point of the real ID was supposed to prevent stuff like this. But yet she was able to get a real ID. That doesn't make me feel confident about this whole real ID thing. It really doesn't. Really doesn't. DOJ said that Orovio Hernandez fraudulently received about $400,000 in federal benefits. $400,000 in federal benefits. But if you listen to some people, they'll tell you that illegal aliens they don't get federal benefits. That there's no way they can get benefits. But you got to think if people were wise enough and had enough ingenuity to figure out a way to come into the United States and stay here for years and years and years and work illegally. And they're, because if you're not here and you don't have documentation that gives you the permission to work, like if you're not a citizen of the United States, you come here, You have to have permission. You can't come here on a student visa and get a job, I'm pretty sure. I think you have to have a work permission, even if you're on a student visa, to work. If you come here on a tourist visa, you can't work. If you come here illegally, you're not supposed to work. Technically, even if you're here for asylum, I think you still have to get a work permit. So it's not like, and these companies that are hiring these people should be punished more. I mean, there needs to be something that needs to happen to prevent. It's supply and demand. There's a demand for cheap labor because a lot of these corporations, they want to make money. They want to make as much money as possible. So they're going to hire people that they can pay less money. I mean, I don't know if anyone's been out and about lately and noticed what you see when you go to a grocery store or a gas station or a McDonald's or any of these places. But generally speaking, you're going to run into a bunch of people that don't sound like they're native-born American. Now, it's not the worst thing in the world. I'm not saying anything that they should all, if they're here legally, that's fine. If they came legally, that's great. If they didn't come legally, then that's a problem. Yeah. She received $400,000 federal benefits, including $259,589 for Section 8 rental housing assistance benefits. Wow. From October 2011 to January 2025, $100,000 in Social Security disability. She was collecting Social Security disability benefits. I mean, that's like the last time I saw numbers, it said there was over 50 million people that are on Social Security disability. I saw a story not too long ago about a whistleblower that worked for one of these companies that when the people come in, the resettlement groups, to help the people come in, that was coaching them on what to say in order to receive Social Security disability. Because, if they can come in, they can start claiming these things. Once they start getting on these programs, it's almost impossible to get them out of the country, let alone get them off the programs. It says she also registered to vote and cast a fraudulent ballot in 2024 election. So do we believe she didn't vote in 2020? Or are they just not going to say 2020 because, that might upset some people because, there was that whole thing about 2020. Maybe. According to the DOJ, she was charged with 1 count of false representation of a Social Security number, 1 count of making a false statement in an application for a United States passport, 1 count of aggravated identity theft, 3 counts of receiving stolen government money or property, and 1 count of fraudulent voter registration, 1 count of fraudulent voting. I mean, I'd really like to know, there was a whole thing with a guy from the Doge thing. They were looking at how many illegals were registered to vote, and they were finding, like a lot, just picking numbers, just grabbing names and just looking them through, and they were discovering a lot of people just so I would probably put the number at over 1 million from what the stuff I've seen. There's probably well over 1 million illegal aliens registered to vote. There's a lot of states, you get a driver's license, they just automatically register you to vote. Just do it automatically. So, how's everyone going so far? Everyone's okay? Show's good, no problems. And I know there was a couple people in the chat that seemed like maybe they had a bone to pick, or they don't like, Wow, look at that guy. That guy's got a nice shirt. But, hair looked a little better than mine. Mine's a little messed up. It says AOL will end its dial-up internet service in September. What will Jim do now? I don't know. It'd be crazy with no internet. Maybe I'll have to go with I don't know, figure something out. Yeah, see this. So get this next. Go to this one. Let's see. Whoa, Barack Obama gave an interview to NPR and accidentally gave the conclusion of the CIA intelligence report saying Russia helped Donald Trump win the election before the CIA even started the report. That's crazy. It was Barack Obama. All Barack Obama. Literal treason. Obama may have been giving us a smoking gun. Sir, he did, yeah. He's either the first clairvoyant president in American history because he's seemingly known on December 19th before the CIA had even redone the intelligence community assessment what the outcome was, or more likely he knew the fix was in. this interview he gives NPR, and I guess he forgot that he hadn't done the work yet. So he tells NPR expects the CIA to conclude, reverse itself, and conclude that Vladimir Putin tried to help Donald Trump. The problem is the CIA hasn't really even started the work. It's just going. He's just so embarrassed when it comes back later and tries to walk it back a little bit. Let's see what we got here.
Obama may have given us a smoking gun, sir.
He did, yeah. He's either the first clairvoyant president in American history because he seemed to know on December 19th, before the CIA had redone the intelligence committee assessment, what its outcome was, or more likely, he knew the fix was in. This is an interview he gives NPR, and I guess he forgot that they hadn't done the work yet. So he tells NPR expects the CIA to reverse itself and conclude that Vladimir Putin tried to help Donald Trump. The problem is the CIA hasn't really even started the work. It just got going. And he's so embarrassed, he comes back later and tries to walk it back a little bit. Oh, things are still going on. We'll have to see where it goes. It is the sort of proof that John Durham should have found in his investigation, but didn't. But for this point going forward, when you try to prove, let's just say, long 10-year conspiracy, this is a really, really significant piece of evidence. And I'll walk people back to Watergate because you mentioned it for a second. The moment Republicans bolted on Richard Nixon, the epic event that caused them to do it, was when they got the tapes and they realized that Nixon had asked the CIA to try to stop the FBI from investigating the burglary. By the way, the CIA didn't do it, but the mere fact that a president would consider asking the CIA to do something political, it was enough for an entire party to bolt on their president. Here, Obama asked the CIA to come up with a concocted thing, and he seems to know the outcome before the work's even done. You've got the FBI pressuring the CIA to put a bogus Christopher Steele document in the intelligence assessment. And of course, you got the FBI helping Hillary Clinton carry out the whole dirty trick. It is epically, just on the standards of Watergate, it is epically worse than anything we saw in Watergate. And the Democratic Party just yawns at it in our face every day. That's why consequences matter. If we don't punish this behavior, we're going to go from the greatest constitutional republic the world has known to a perennial banana republic.
Oh, that's crazy. A perennial banana republic. Wow. Mm-hmm. Barack Obama was a huge mistake. Facts. Yes. Uh-oh. Then we got this from Governor Huckabee. It says, Ambassador Governor Huckabee. How's an ambassador? Or the video with Obama backpedaling is rather damning. Yeah, I don't know why they didn't play that video. I've seen it, but I don't know why that wasn't attached to it. But anyway, Huckabee tortures the UK Prime Minister over the Gaza hypocrisy. Ever heard of Dresden, PM Starmer? That wasn't food you dropped. If you'd been PM then, UK would have been speaking German. Huckabee just ripped a mask of Britain's double standard on Israel. I don't know if these two things are the same exactly. UK Prime Minister Starmer slammed Israel for escalating in Gaza, demanded a ceasefire now, and called for more aid into Hamas-controlled territory. He admits Hamas is starving Jewish hostages, but still wants Israel to feed their captors. Huckabee's response, so Israel's expected to surrender to Hamas and feed them, even though Israeli hostages are being starved? That's absurd logic. Then Huckabee dropped a hammer. Did UK surrender to Nazis and drop food to them? Ever heard of Dresden? That wasn't food you dropped. In World War II, Britain bombed its enemy to end the war. It didn't send up supplies. Dresden's reference is brutal and accurate. In 1945, the Allies firebombed the city, killing thousands because Nazi Germany was an existential threat. No one in Churchill's cabinet said we should send Hitler bread. If Britain could wage war to defeat the Nazis, why is it lecturing Israel for doing the same against Hamas? Terror group that murders civilians and hides behind children. Proportionate to population, Hamas killed 12 times more Israelis on October 7th than Al-Qaeda murdered on 9/11. And it's not just history. Huckabee pointed out that Arab nations, including Saudi Arabia, UAE, Qatar, show more moral clarity about Hamas than the UK, France, or Canada. The Arab League just demanded Hamas disarm and give up Gaza. Europe won't even say that. The entire Arab League condemns October 7th and urges Hamas to disarm a two-state confab. Israel's new plan is to reoccupy Gaza City, take full control of the Strip, remove Hamas entirely, and hand governance to non-hostile Arab forces. Hamas has no future in Gaza, just like Germany couldn't have a future. Nazis couldn't have a future in Germany. Huckabee compares this to post-war Germany. Just as the Nazis had to be destroyed and Germany rebuilt, Hamas must be eliminated and Gaza transformed into something new. Anything less means endless war and murders and kidnappings. Grip is a Bottom line, UK once understood that you don't surrender to your attackers, you defeat them. Huckabee's Dresden remark, reminder hit a nerve because it's true. If Britain applied Gaza standards for World War II, we'd all be speaking German. The Tommy gun. Trump fired IRS Commissioner Billy Long after the agency said it could not or would not release information on taxpayers suspected of being illegal aliens. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent will serve as acting commissioner. Do you think the IRS should disclose information on illegal aliens to the chief executive? Yes. Promises made, promises kept means abolishing the IRS, not getting it done. Needs to be a number one priority. Weird character out of college, became an auctioneer, then a career politician. He's right on his politics, but he started blockading Trump is beyond me. Should we be sharing information with a government agency like the IRS and ICE? Yes, a million times yes. We are in conflict that we must win. So that means we must all work together to win. The idea is so easy, even a labubu can understand why. What's a labubu? Am I missing something about this? Obama set the precedent by going after conservative groups that were organizing against high taxes and government spending. The Tea Party became the most prominent, so if American citizens can be targeted. How is this even a question? The fact that the issue becomes a topic is entirely why our country's broken. We don't even have basic common sense by those in charge of the executive. If you're an illegal alien, you have no right to have a social security number or a TIN number, hence purge the IRS of illegal alien documents and give it to ICE. You know what I've been noticing? In spite of all the old saying, you can tell a book by its cover, which makes me wonder what that flatulent human toad on the left was ever put in charge of any matter that required moral, ethical rectitude or discipline, or had any influence over the lives and businesses of American citizens. Ridiculous. Do better, Trump administration. Just in, Commissioner Billy Long was fired shortly after refusing to give DHS data on suspected undocumented immigrants. I voted for this. Dude's giving J.B. Pritzker a run for his money on the obesity. Oh my God, he reminded me of someone I couldn't figure out. Look at that, Warren. Right. Boss hog. Right, boss hog. Right. President Trump removed Billy Long as IRS commissioner after Long's IRS fought back against using tax data to find illegal aliens. That's from Washington Post. Scott Bessent's now the acting commissioner. If true, no disruption to Trump team. Everyone must be on the same page. It says Billy Long's IRS fought transparency and resisted using tax data to enforce immigration law. Exactly the bureaucratic defiance Doge exists to crush. The agency lost 25% of its workforce under Trump's efficiency push, yet Long prioritized early exits over national security. Scott Bessent's takeover ensures accountability. Taxpayer data must serve border enforcement, not protect illegal aliens. DC insiders panic as Trump team streamlines. No room for holdouts in America First administration. Cutting dead weight isn't disruption, it's discipline. From Yasha Ali says, IRS Commissioner Billy Long was fired hours after he refused to furnish additional confidential taxpayer information on suspected undocumented immigrants to Homeland Security. Full story is at the Washington Post. It's right here. IRS and White House clashed over immigrants' data before tax chief was ousted. The Trump administration's move to push out IRS Commissioner Billy Long came after the agency said it couldn't release some information on taxpayers suspected of being here illegally. The Internal Revenue Service clashed with the White House over using tax data to help locate suspected undocumented immigrants. Let's call them illegal aliens, because that's what they are. They're not undocumented, they're illegal aliens. They obviously, if they're paying money with stolen, documents, they would have documents even though they're stolen. They're still documented. And if the government's given them documents, the Biden administration gave them documents so that they could pay taxes and stuff, it still makes them an illegal alien, but they're not undocumented anymore. See how that works? The IRS has their information to clearly have documents. They're just illegal aliens. According to two people familiar with the source. The Department of Homeland Security sent the IRS a list Thursday of 40,000 names of people DHS officials thought were in the country illegally and asked the IRS to use confidential taxpayer data to verify their addresses. It said the people who spoke on the condition of anonymity for fear of reprisals. Treasury Department, the parent agency of the IRS and DHS, agreed to an arrangement in April to facilitate such data sharing over the section of the tax services privacy lawyers. DHS officials have suggested they would eventually ask the IRS for help locating 7 million people. There's about 11 million undocumented. There's over 50 million illegal aliens in the U.S., you fucking liars. You've been saying 11 million since before Obama got in office. On Friday, though, the IRS responded it was able to verify fewer than 3% of the names immigration enforcement officials submitted. The names the agencies could match were mainly the individuals for whom DHS provided an individual taxpayer identification number. An ITIN is an IRS-specific ID that immigrants use in place of a social security number on a tax filing. Illegal aliens pay tens of billions of dollars in taxes each year. Bullshit. Bullshit. Yeah. Welcome to Jim Tells You, the only 24-hour news channel on YouTube. That's right. The only 24-hour news channel that goes live. It's not recorded. Yes. That's here to tell you the news. White House officials requested information on the taxpayers the IRS identified, specifically if any of them had claimed the earned income tax credit, which can reduce the tax bill. The IRS declined to provide that information, citing taxpayer privacy rights. Long had previously told agency executives that his agency would not furnish confidential information outside the confines of the IRS agreement with the DHS. Still, the people did not know if tensions over the IRS's role in Trump's mass deportation drive contributed to Long's departure. The Trump administration is working in lockstep to eliminate information silos and prevent illegal aliens from taking advantage of benefits meant for hardworking American taxpayers, White House spokesman Abigail Jackson said in a statement. Any absurd assertion other than employees, everyone being aligned on the mission, is simply false and totally fake news, she added after the story was published. DHS said in a statement that the agreement with the IRS outlines a process to ensure sensitive taxpayer information is protected while allowing law enforcement to effectively pursue criminal violations. After 4 years of Joe Biden flooding the nation with illegal aliens, these processes streamlined pursuit of violent criminals, scrub these individuals from the voter rolls, and identify what public benefits these aliens are using at taxpayer expense, all while protecting American citizens' safety and data. Treasury Department officials did not respond to requests for comment. Long on Friday said Trump intended to nominate him as U.S. ambassador to Iceland after less than 2 months at the IRS job. Treasury Secretary Bissett will serve as the interim IRS commissioner. Trump administration officials confirmed both moves. Oh, that's interesting. Long jokingly posted on social media that he called Trump and asked to join ICE, or U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement. He thought I said Iceland. Long wrote, "Oh well." Long had previously sparred with Treasury officials over plans to start tax filing season around President's Day in February, about a month behind schedule, and also preemptively announced plans to eliminate the IRS's direct file program, even though Treasury officials had not decided to do so, according to 4 people familiar with the events who spoke on the condition of anonymity. Make sure you hit that follow and smash the like button, people, for bacon something. I don't know. Hands up for bacon, I guess. Billy Long did a great job while at IRS, and his promotion to ambassador was previously slated to happen. A White House official said Saturday, speaking on the condition of anonymity. Long, a former 6-term Republican congressman from Missouri, was confirmed to the position in mid-June. Trump broke the tradition by not allowing the former Biden-appointed IRS Commissioner Danny Werfel to serve out his full 5-year term. Oh, okay. Yeah. No, we don't let any Biden official serve out a term. He was the 6th IRS leader since the start of the year. One early acting commissioner left amid churn at the agency due to the administration's cost-cutting campaign by Elon Musk, while another left the agency after the agency agreed to let the DHS status sharing arrangement. A third acting commissioner was pushed out after 2 days because of an internal conflict with Musk and Besson. That was a pretty crappy story. And this is moving on. It says Donald Trump warns of a 1929 style crash if courts shut down tariffs. This is what global cabal wants. The grip is loosening with each passing day, though. Trump warns of a crash. Could be a crash. Could be a crash. Crash, 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 crash. Crash. All right. Close this. President Donald Trump on Friday warned that the stock market would suffer a 1929 style crash if courts ruled against his imposition of tariffs and suggested the U.S. would be unable to repay its debts. U.S. International Trade Court struck down Trump's tariffs in May, though an appeals court speedily reversed the move, and the matter is expected to make it to the Supreme Court. The essence of the challenge is the assertion that Trump's invocation of the 1977 International Emergency Economic Powers Act to oppose the tariffs exceeded his authority. Tariffs are having a huge positive impact on the stock market. Almost every day, new records are set. In addition, hundreds of billions of dollars are pouring into the country's coffers. If a radical left court ruled against us at this late date in an attempt to bring down or disturb the largest amount of money, wealth creation, and influence in the U.S. has ever seen, it would be impossible to ever recover or pay back these massive sums of money and honor. It would be 1929 all over again, a Great Depression. If they're going to rule against the wealth, strength, and power of America, they should have done so long ago at the beginning of the case, where the entire country, while never having a chance to at this greatness again, would not have been put in a 1929 style jeopardy. There is no way America will recover from such traditional tragedy, but I know our court system better than anyone, and there is no one in history that has gone through the trials, tribulations, and uncertainties such as I. And a terrible, absolutely terrible, but also absolutely beautiful things can happen. Our country deserves success and greatness, not turmoil, failure, and disgrace. God bless America. There's Sydney Sweeney, overwhelming. Majority doesn't buy Sydney Sweeney ad outrage. Says that's right. Who could be outraged at that? Gavin says Alexander Hamilton used tariffs to raise revenue and empower our American industry. Following that same tradition, POTUS is rebalancing trade to put America first.
Alexander Hamilton, who was the original tariff man, used tariffs for two reasons. One, to fund the government. Two, to protect U.S. industry. And now President Trump is using tariffs as an instrument of foreign policy, and he is putting secondary tariffs on India for buying Russian oil.
Hamilton's tariffs built America's industrial base. Now H.R. 735, the United States Reciprocal Trade Act, enforces the same principle, reciprocity. The bill authorized POTUS to match foreign tariffs, ending decades of U.S. trade surrender where we accepted foreign exploitation. Biden's era saw trade deficits balloon, but Trump's 2025 pivot slashed China's tariffs from 145 to 30%, while forcing Beijing to drop theirs to 10. Strategic pressure works. The chaos was leverage. Now we're locking in deals that prioritize American workers, not globalist handouts. Hamilton would approve. President Trump is spot on. Windmills are a train wreck. They are subsidized, inefficient, and unreliable. Land hogs that drive up electricity prices. America needs affordable, reliable, and secure energy that works 24/7, not just when the wind blows. Everywhere the wind blows.
And the other thing I say to Europe, we will not allow a windmill to be built in the United States. They're killing us. They're killing the beauty of our scenery, our valleys, our beautiful plains. And I'm not talking about airplanes. I'm talking about beautiful plains, beautiful areas in the United States. And you look up and you see windmills all over the place. It's a horrible thing. It's the most expensive form of energy. It's no good. They're made in China, almost all of them. When they start to rust and rot in 8 years, you can't really turn them off. You can't bury them. They won't let you bury the propellers, the props, because there's a certain type of fiber that doesn't go well with the land. That's what they say. The environmentalists say you can't bury them because the fiber doesn't go well with the land. In other words, if you bury it, it will harm our soil.
What do they do with
the whole thing is a con job. It's very expensive. And in all fairness, Germany tried it, and wind doesn't work. You need subsidy for wind, and energy should not need subsidy. With energy, you make money. You don't lose money. But more important than that is it ruins the landscape. It kills the birds. They're noisy. You have a certain place in the Massachusetts area that over the last 20 years had 1 or 2 whales wash ashore, and over the last short period of time, they had 18, okay? Because it's driving them loco. It's driving them crazy. Now, windmills will not come. It's not going to happen in the United States. And it's very expensive. And I would love to see. I mean, today I'm playing the best course, I think, in the world, Turnberry. Even though I own it, it's probably the best course in the world, right? And I look over the horizon and I see 9 windmills. It's like great. At the end of the 18th, I said, isn't that a shame? What a shame. You have the same thing all over Europe in particular. You have windmills all over the place. Some of the countries prohibit it, but people ought to know that these windmills are very destructive. They're environmentally unsound, just the exact opposite. Because the environmentalists, they're not really environmentalists. They're political hacks. These are people that they almost want to harm the country. But you look at these beautiful landscapes all over the world. Many countries have gotten smart. They will not allow it. They will not. It's the worst form of energy, the most expensive form of energy. But windmills should not be allowed.
Wind energy's hidden costs are a fiscal disaster. Texas alone saw $2.3 billion in added electricity expenses from the wind solar variability in 2023, forcing reliance on backup power that spikes prices. Subsidies prop up unreliable tech while bureaucrats ignore the math, replacing wind with gas/peak prices from $5,000 to under $500. Land grabs for turbines destroy the ecosystem, yet DC keeps funneling taxpayer cash into this green mirage. America needs 24/7 energy dominance, not weather-dependent gimmicks. Natural gas, nuclear, and strategic deregulation cuts costs without the volatility. That's right. No volatility. No volatility. Get rid of the volatility. No volatility. We need no volatility. It's the tility without the tility too. This was a story that I thought was interesting. It says Canada loses 40.8 thousand jobs in July, below all estimates, as Canada enters recession. The problem with socialism is that eventually you run out of other people's money. Dum, dum, dum. But I was told the economy was resilient. Yes. Only if Alberta's Cowboys ride in the save all of Canada, the loony of the loony. The loony will go loony in Canada, going into the economic deep freeze. Canada jobless rate steadies in July even as employment pulls back. Canada's labor market fell back to earth with a sharp drop in employment in July, putting a spotlight on the challenges that the country's job seekers continue to face. Employers in Canada cut 40.8 thousand jobs in last month, the biggest drop since early 2022, the steepest in about 7 years outside of the worst pandemic restrictions. The employment rate held steady at 6.9%. Wow. Though it was the labor force shrank by 33,000 and pulled the participation rate down for the month. Yeah, to be fair, their silver coins are sweet. And, their gold coins, maple leafs are nice too. There's nothing wrong with their gold coins. Worrying that the health of the economy, although I always like Cougarans, but let's be, the weakness also concentrated among the youth, where the jobs rate has been trending higher over 2 years and edged up to 14.6%. Wow, for youth unemployment. It's a weak report. Wow, that's bad. I saw this story too, and I was wow. Abigail Spanberger took $50,000 from a Chinese Communist Party member. Maybe that's why she voted against a bill to block China from buying America's farmland. You can't be Virginia first when you're China first. And she's also CIA first. Let's see.
A member of the Chinese Communist Party gave $50,000 to the gubernatorial campaign of former CIA officer Abigail Spanberger, running for governor of the Commonwealth of Virginia. U.S. election law prohibits campaign contributions from foreign nationals, and the Chinese government insists that you renounce citizenship in China in order to qualify for dual citizenship, so one or the other must be true.
Virginia gubernatorial candidate and an ex-CI officer took $50,000 from CCP linked tycoon. Wow, that's crazy. Republican opponents' campaign says donations show candidate cozying up to international interests. New, CCP spies at the top universities. Yeah, Virginia Democratic gubernatorial candidate Abigail Spanberger, CIA spook, took $50,000 from Chinese businessmen tied to the CCP, the Chinese Communist Party, according to campaign finance reports. Donations came in two $25,000 installments in April and May from Pinny, president of Wansang America and U.S. arm of Chinese automotive conglomerate Wangzhang Group, which has deep ties to the CCP. Wangzhang Group posthumously awarded the company's founder, Lung Gengke, the title of National Outstanding Communist Party Member in 2021 press release. They praised Gengke for his pursuit of communism as a lifelong ideal and practice. The press release also said Gengke, late father of Pinny, had always listened to Chinese Communist Party and followed parties a very Fox News distributed review of found. Press release continued by quoting Chinese President Xi Jinping praise of Gengke, saying he was in line with party central committee. He always actively does what our party committees and government at all levels advocate. Took money from CCP-linked businessman Hunter Biden art buyer. Oh, Hunter. So this guy's also involved in the Hunter Biden art. Spanberger nominates for governor address crowd. The founder's bio on Waxing website says he was elected as the 13th and 14th representative of the CCP and a delegate of 9th, 10th, 11th Chinese People's Congress, top level of CCP hierarchy. The domination reveal comes as Spanberger, former U.S. representative from Virginia, champions electric vehicle tax credits and mandates policies that could directly benefit Wangzhang U.S. EV operations. Virginians know that Spanberger has a demonstrated record of standing up for America's national security. I don't think so. Delivering results for Virginia families. I don't think so. And never backing down from keeping money in her pocket from Chinese billionaires. A spokesman for Spanberger wrote in a statement to Fox Digital, her campaign will remain focused on what Virginia cares most about, keeping the fried rice and a chicken fried Commie to come in for you. Driving down costs of protecting Virginia jobs and making a suit of Virginia public school a very best in America. While accepting the $50,000 in campaign contribution from Pin, Spanberger has contributed a spotlight on national community security credential on campaign trail. At the CIA, she wanted mission protect and serve U.S. states from her campaign website name. She worked undercover to identify threats to national security, prevent terrorist attacks, stop the spread of nuclear weapons, and track transgender criminal networks. Lawmakers from both parties have long raised concerns that the Chinese government exploits educational expenses, research partnerships, and business investments in the United States as cover for espionage activities. These warnings have intensified in recent years amid growing scrutiny of Beijing's influence operations on U.S. soil. There she is with Biden. Another person get a Chinese money. Joe Biden take a lot of Chinese money. A spokesperson for the Winsome Earl Sears campaign told Fox that Spanberger was once again cozying up to international interests. Taking $50K from someone with clear Chinese Communist Party ties tells us all we need to know, says as a spokesperson. You can't claim to stand up to foreign threats while pocketing money from someone celebrated by a CCP. According to campaign finance records from the Federal Election Commission, Pinny has a long history of political donations to the Democratic Republican candidates across the country. His contributions span multiple election cycles and includes candidates at both a state and federal level. In 2024, Penn donated to the Republican National Committee and to New Jersey Democrat Senator Cory Booker's Perker Pass. He's got the Booker Pass. So Booker gets the Chinese money too. Booker likes a fried rice. I'm sorry, people, but it's 8 hours in and I'm getting a little loopy, so that's why I'm doing voices. I hope you don't mind. 6 Cincinnati beatdown suspects indicted on assault and rioting charges after the July 26th attack. Cincinnati viral beatdown subjects facing new charges. Hope they spend many years for this hate crime. Police chief, if you kick and punch someone in the head, you should be indicted for attempted murder. Well, we have this Cincinnati beatdown victim. Says, for 15 to 20 minutes, crowds took turns beating him while others recorded and cheered. I waited for police. They never came. After 50 plus kicks to the face, he cried for God, to God for help. And I knew if I didn't jump in, he wouldn't make it out alive. Yeah, I remember they were saying that this woman was Russian and she went back to Russia and all this stuff. No, she's not. She's not from Russia. You know, they're like, oh, it's a Russian, so it's okay that she gets beat because she's a Russian.
What was happening in that moment that you decided as a woman to jump into this situation?
Well, everyone was standing around recording and egging it on and, you know, like cheering to them. And I kept waiting for the police to show up and waiting. You know, and when I realized the police weren't going to come, I could hear someone, the man that I jumped in front of, literally crying to God, please God, somebody save me, somebody help me. It was the third time he had been knocked down and kicked in his face over and over. Somebody had told me 57 times. They had counted through all the videos. And I knew that if I didn't jump in, if he had fallen down one more time, he would not have made it out alive.
Did you know him, Holly?
So
I'm sorry to interrupt. Did you know him?
No, I had just met him that night, just a few hours before he came to the birthday party, and that's how I met him.
Wow,
so you decided to jump in someone you just had met. I mean, most people, frankly, wouldn't do that. And over how long of a period of time did this transpire? Was this seconds, minutes?
No, I want to say at least a solid 15, 20 minutes.
Facebook cut. I guess Facebook must have a limit of 8 hours. It just cut it off.
But this was going on for so long. It was ridiculous.
Wow.
Facebook
cut off.
One crowd would come in and start beating on them, and then another crowd would come in and take their turn. So it wasn't going to stop. It's not like one crowd came in and had their fun kicking them, then there would be more that would come join in.
Wow, that's crazy. That's crazy. Crazy. It's a crazy story, man. I guess Facebook has an 8-hour limit on streaming because it just booted me out. No. Cheers, Dems. So we got Cincinnati viral beating, body cam releases, suspects face new charges in grand jury indictment. Hey, we're past 8 hours. So yeah, Facebook got cut off for 8 hours. I forgot to announce we're at 8 hours and 2 minutes right now. So we'll go for a little while. We'll see what we get here. Brutal attack, like 6 injured after man repeatedly used racial slurs before. Now here's Fox News again saying the man repeatedly used racial slurs before being beaten. I don't think that's what was just anywhere at all.
Bass Pro Shops in Cabela stands tall in our unwavering
I can't believe we have to wait for this stupid ad. Body cam footage available by Fox shows the moments 2 police officers responded to the lone 911 call. Okay, where's the body cam footage? I don't see no body cam footage. Oh, come on, Fox, what are you doing to me here? Seriously? What are you doing? This is not the body cam footage, so it's ridiculous. Police have released the body cam footage, and I clicked on it and nothing came up, so we're not going to get to see the body cam footage, I guess. I guess that's what they're going to do, is they're not going to let us see the body cam footage. I was 63-year-old. I got attacked by multiple people, man. Like polo green shirt. What led to the fight? Don't really know. I just got out of the bar and it got crazy. Did you get into it with anyone at the bar? No. I just got side punched. It wasn't a fair fight at all. Another officer's body cam video. A female police department officers heard asking witnesses if the argument was about wings. What the hell are you talking about? Throughout the footage, a group of individuals seen purchasing and disputing wings at a local food truck in the early morning. Wait, are they fighting about wings? I heard it was one white guy who called the guy an N-word. A man replied. So it wasn't even someone that said they heard it. They're saying they heard that's what it was. And so that's Fox News report. Oh, this guy multiply was calling people slurs. Because one person said they heard that one person said that. Yeah. Yeah, no, the videos about the racial slurs, it was after someone was saying it after the guy was already beat up on the ground, all this stuff, and people were yelling the N-word, and you couldn't tell who was yelling it. So they bleeped it out. So whatever. The update comes the same day as individuals were arrested with connection to the viral beatdown. They list all these people: aggravated rioting, assault, 2 charges. They saw on video is not the Cincinnati I know and love, Hamilton County Prosecutor Connie Pillich said. These charges hold those involved in the attack accountable. The update comes only 2 weeks after a bystander video showing the brutal beatdown in the corner of 5th and Elm Street went viral, forcing local leaders to answer for the beating that broke out around 3 a.m. Someone's saying it's the body cam, but it isn't anything. All right. Witness video obtained shows a man repeatedly yelling a racial slur at a group before violently being thrown to the ground. I saw a little ruckus going on, saw people scuffling. Why is Fox News doing this stuff, man? I don't understand it. I saw the video, and the guy was already all beat up and bloody. Black added that he watched the man get knocked down on the ground for getting up and fighting again. Once he got up, people were kind of backing off, but he was kind of still going at people and, using racial slurs. Oh, yeah. Contrary to what people think, there was actually a lot of people trying to break up the fight. Oh, yeah, sure it was. A national firestorm. Local leaders were left to answer the apparent lack of police presence. Yeah, people were trying to break it up as they run up and kick somebody in the face. The press conference held last week, the police chief revealed that approximately 100 individuals were present and only one person called 911. It's unacceptable not to call 911. One of the victims can be seen in additional footage being violently slammed to the ground and knocked unconscious. She tried to split up the fight. I remember being afraid. I just remember my life flashing before my eyes. Yeah, she deserved it because she was thinking racial slurs in her mind when it was happening, so she deserved it. Holly revealed the horrific fight left her with brain damage and life-altering injuries. Having someone to help take care of me financially, mentally, physically, it's very humbling. Cincinnati Mayor Aftab Perviel also weighed in on the violence and lit up social media at a press conference. Video of racial slurs. See, this is fucking Fox. What is wrong with you? This was an awful incident. Our law enforcement is working quickly and effectively to bring all those responsible to justice. Let me be clear, there's no place for violent crime. They've come under fire for handling of the city's law enforcement. Mayor Ochan Corey Bowman is also Vice President J.D. Vance's half-brother, slammed the city leadership, but he's believed is a relax bail. There are things from City Hall that are showing that the police are not supported the way they need to be. They're also unable to do their jobs because they've been told time and time again that they have to use restraint in certain things instead of enforcing the law. They're told to dial back, and then what happens, we have prosecutors and judges that have a catch and release system. In a previous statement, Councilmember Anna Albee also condemned the brutal beating whilst vowing to support the community's police force. Under no circumstances unacceptable condone such violence. Our great responsibility. But wasn't it one of the council members who said that they deserved a beating, that they begged for it? Yeah, why aren't you talking about that here? Let's see. I don't know. Black snowflake, watermelon, 86 watermelon. I don't know. If there were slurs, the video would be everywhere unedited. That's what I'm saying. The only stuff I saw was it was already a beating, and they bleeped out. Someone said it was like bleeped out and then bleeped out is the only video I saw. And it was after the beating had already commenced. Mm-hmm. The Western Left's Strange Alliance. Progressives who march for transgender surgery for minors also march to globalize the Intifada alongside Islamist theocrats who execute gays and strip women of rights. This isn't new. Here's the ugly history. Instead of seashells. I don't know what it means, though. Wow, I just had a massive thunder that was super loud. That was great. The woke Hamas alliance, the dangerous partnership. The Red-Green Alliance, socialists and Islamists, is on full display over Gaza. The first big example was the 78 and 79 when Democrats helped sell Ayatollah Khomeini as a progressive. The result, a bloody theocracy that crushed women, murdered dissidents, and terrorist use. Yeah, 86. Oh, good for you. Yeah, a lot of people don't realize that it was the Carter and his administration that actually pushed to get Shah out of Iran because he was squeezing them for oil money, and that's how Iran got taken over by the crazy people that are there. Was Carter. The Democrat Socialists of America now push both. New York as a national hub for transgender youth medicine, globalize the Intifada, siding with Hamas, who live stream rapes and mass murders of Jews. Cognitive dissidents turned into political program. Yeah. It's nuts. Nutso. Back in 78, Iran's leftist new Khomeini was extreme, but they thought they could control him. Western intellectuals, they treated him like a blank slate, a wise old Democrat in sandals. The media bought the act. The State Department ignored the warnings. For instance, Bernard Lewis did read Khomeini's 1970 book, Islamic Government. It rejected secular democracy, called for uniting Muslims against a handful of wretched Jews, and spelled out a hardline theocracy. Lewis warned Congress, CIA, state. He was brushed off. Meanwhile, the UN ambassador, Andrew Young, called Khomeini a saint. Princeton's Richard Falk wrote a New York Times op-ed titled, Trusting Khomeini, gushing about his moderate progressive advisors. They ignored the ideology staring them in the face. The French postmodernist Michael Foucault went further, praising Shia Islam as the missing ingredient in Western revolution. He even argued the West shouldn't impose its feminist values on Iran. Weeks later, Khomeini began stripping women rights by decree. Yeah, hey, Iran, we want our Garans back. That's right, Garans. Peanut oil is more than petroleum, so Jimmy won. Yeah, that means lol. Once in power, Khomeini showed the real plan. Women's court testimony worth half a man's. Husband's sole right to divorce. 15-minute show trials ending with executions. Corpse riddled with bullets for the next day's papers. UN reports execution by Iran's rulers. In Iran, the terror and torture go on. Fearful Khomeini turns on own. Lessons. When the left's allies with Islamists, the victims are women, gays, Jews, and anyone who wants freedom. In 79, the press celebrated the Shah's fall, but ignored what would replace him. Today's Gaza protesters make the same deadly mistake. The left didn't learn from Iran. It never intended to. They sided with anyone, even fanatics who hate America and weaken the West. No one forgets what trusting Khomeini cost the world. Mm-hmm. This is today's cover of the New York Post. Muhammad Khalil ripped over attempt to justify October 7th attack in Ezra Klein's New York Times interview. Must be immediately deported. Deport him now. Outrage after radical Khalil justifies October 7th terrorist attack on Israel. I can't believe the noble humanitarian Mohammed Khalil has involuntarily returned to his home country of Syria to be a peaceful activist there, protest the genocide of the native Druze people instead of cheering on terrorists from the safety of the United States. Mohammed Khalil ripped over attempt to justify October 7th attack in Ezra Klein's New York Times interview. Must be immediately deported. Anti-Israel campus leader Mohammed Khalil was ripped Thursday over his attempt to justify the October 7th Hamas terror attacks in a recent interview with elected officials saying it boosts the Trump administration's case seeking to kick him out of the country. New York and national officials condemned him for a statement seemingly sympathizing with Hamas's rationale for the cowardly attack. Mohammed Khalil must be immediately deported, upstate rep Elise Stefanik told the Post. Republican Congressman has long lambasted Khalil, a green card holder. He doesn't have a green card. They revoked his green card. That's how it works. His green card was revoked, so he doesn't have a green card anymore. His role in fomenting virulent anti-Israel protests. The chief pro-Hamas terrorist agitator who contributed to the anti-Semitic encampments in Colombia and the rioting and violent takeover of Hamilton Hall and harassed and physically assaulted Jewish students. Yep, he broke the law. He's going to have to go. Naturalized citizenship is an earned privilege of our nation. He's not earned it. The government should continue taking every lawful step necessary to remove enemies of the United States. Speaking with the New York Times, Ezra Klein on his podcast, he said October 7th was a desperate moment which Palestinians had to reach in order to have their voices heard. Fortunately, we could avoid such a moment, he said, when asked about the attack of the terror group, which is still holding 50 hostages. He seemed to tie the attack to an agreement that would have normalized relations between Israel and Saudi Arabia. It was clear that Saudi Arabia deal was very imminent. Palestinians wouldn't have a path to statehood, self-determination, so they had to do that according to their calculations, which obviously were not right. He told Klein that the terror attack was to break the cycle of Palestinians not being heard by Israel, calling it a desperate attempt to tell the world that the Palestinians are here and the Palestinians are part of the equation. To me, it felt like they had to reach this moment in the struggle. Khalil, who was born to Palestinian parents in a Syrian refugee camp and later became a permanent U.S. resident, was released from federal custody in June. Yeah. When did he become a permanent resident? He came here in 2023, November, on a student visa, which he shouldn't have got here on a student visa because he lied. And then in 2024, he became a permanent resident. That's weird. He got a green card less than a year on a student visa. That doesn't happen. Yeah. The White House and campus activist interview, which is the latest example of him downplaying Hamas. He's not been shy about his support for Hamas. The White House spokesman said, no matter how much Khalil may try to justify the terror attack, there's no justification, and Hamas is a despicable terror organization, full stop. Department of Homeland Security told the Post that Khalil's actions speak for themselves. He not once, but not twice, but 3 times refused to condemn Hamas because he's a terrorist sympathizer. When you advocate for violence, glorify terrorists, relish to killing, take over buildings, deface property, that privilege should be revoked, and you'll not be in this country. Khalil was arrested at his Columbia University-owned apartment, and Secretary of State sought to deport him. The Trump administration claimed under a Cold War-era law. Wow. Still the law, though. During his time as a graduate student, Khalil was the lead negotiator. Who's paying for his at Columbia? Who's paying his stuff? Which he calls an abduction. He had a scathing op-ed. Cruel irony is students who publicize manufacturer safety concerns regarding anti-Semitism are the same ones who repeatedly show up at your events looking for provocation, leaving only disappointed, he wrote of his Jewish peers at Columbia. White House source told the Post, we were presented with intelligence to determine Khalil, who obtained his green card in 2024, was a threat to national security. Yeah, he is. Calling the massacre of Israeli civilians a desperate attempt is not a political speech, it's moral depravity. Last month, the Third Circuit Court of Appeals delivered a pair of setbacks to the Trump administration's bid to deport Khalil. Yeah, we'll see. Court rejected an attempt to put him back behind bars. The Circuit Court also denied the government's attempt to stay an earlier court's ruling that it could not seek to deport him over First Amendment protected speech. Legal director for the Center of Constitutional Rights said Khalil's lawyer claimed a statement grotesque, willful distortion of what he actually said, faith in law and humanity. Yeah, but it doesn't matter because doesn't have a right to be in a country. That's how it works. Yeah. Possible Bill Barr got him a green card. It's also possible that Ilhan Omar or someone else did. You know, the UN just admitted that 95% of its Gaza aid trucks are being intercepted by Hamas terrorists. Only 5% reach civilians, but now the UN is demanding another 265 million or everyone will starve. 2,600 trucks entered Gaza, 300 reached their destination. 2,310 were intercepted by whom? The UN says either hungry people or armed actors. Translation, Hamas. This isn't incompetence and collaboration. The UN refuses security, refuses escorts, and calls them the de facto authorities. UN's own world program delivered lost 30,000 pallets, 6% success rate. They run out of food in Gaza. And when Christian A group stepped in to help, Hamas kidnapped and murdered their staff, the media smeared them, and the UN demanded they be replaced. They actually delivered food. Last year, Biden's team condemned Israel for killing the Hamas police commander who escorted the aid trucks. That's not satire. Biden's ally. With the departure of police escorts, it's virtually impossible to move aid. Yes, by police, he means Hamas. Let's summarize. The UN admits 95% of food aid is looted. They use Hamas to secure it. They reject Israel's help. They demand more U.S. money, and they blame Israel. Fucking money laundering scam. Why does Hamas care who delivers the aid? Because the UN is in charge. They control who doesn't and who does eat. And GHF or Israel gets involved, Hamas gets cut off. And so the UN, funded by our tax dollars, fights for Hamas's control of food. That's cool. Well, everybody, it's been 8 hours and 20 minutes. So I'm going to say goodnight. I'll see you all Sunday night, approximately 10 or 11 p.m. Eastern Time, tonight, Sunday night, where Jim will tell you the news. Please don't forget to hit the like button. And if you haven't already, subscribe to the channel. It's very appreciated. Leave a comment. It helps with the algorithm, you know. And if only Israel hadn't stopped Greta and her $200. Yeah. So, but I hope to see you all tonight, Sunday night, around 11 p.m., where Jim will tell you the news.